What up?
What up?
GM.
The
Who do we
worm
have here,
experiments
Jillian?
are officially live, are they not?
The experiments are officially live, actually. We got our first one streaming already. It's actually already like 50% of the way done. And the
Oh my
chart's
goodness,
looking pretty crazy.
you gonna pull it up?
I can pull it up, but first I think we should introduce who we have here on the stream.
We have two guests. You guys want to go ahead and introduce yourselves? Let's start Mini Hemi. Come on up.
Hello. Yeah, I'm one of the devs for romanidine, and yeah, my background's in genetics, and I picked this molecule from some old journal clubs, so I'm hoping it performs well, and we're up first. So
Amazing.
Yeah,
First,
Chris Kelpie, the founder of the Rapamycin Longevity Lab, and we are launching the token Omipalliative, which has shown very promising data. And we are also collaborating with another token team, which is Eterna Labs, and they have the Rapamycin token.
Amazing. Well, let's first, Benji, maybe walk us through like what we're looking at here for people. It looks
Yeah.
like there's a countdown at the top, and then we'll get into the compounds a bit.
Amazing. So yeah, like this is basically the interface for watching the C. elegans experiments. And so what you'll see here is we've got the drug and the control. Right now, it seems like the median lifespan is slightly extended for romanidine hemifumarate over the control. You got 10% of the worms still alive in the drug cohort, and 14% in control. You can come to this feed section and you can actually see the worms like in the flesh. And so basically we have computer vision on all of the wells. So there's 5 wells in the drug, and in the control there are 4, and basically tracking the worms with each image, whether they're alive or dead. So that you can see in the feed, but obviously like it doesn't tell you the full story. The chart tells you the full story. And you know, if any of you guys are building like AI agents or want to do actual data analysis, you can come to the table section, click download CSV once the experiment's done, and you can rip all the data and train models on it or do deeper analysis on it. But this chart section is going to be like the main section that you know, like you monitor if you're trying to trade while you're watching the stream. So if you're looking at the experiments to make a trading decision, you'll come here and you'll see like, oh, is this curve up and to the right? It measures life extension. So if it's up and to the right, that's good. That's exactly what we want. Those are the compounds we're looking for. This is actually a nice chart. But what we had before are called Kaplan-Meier curves. And this basically represents both cohorts, like both the drug and the control being plotted on the same line. The problem is it's not really interpretable. It's like, oh, is the, you know, dark blue higher than the light blue? Like it's hard to tell. So we just kind of simplified it and did it in one singular chart, and that's what you're seeing here. So yeah, looks like there was, you know, maybe a 0.01% life extension so far in the romanidine hemifumarate group over control. So we'll see if it levels out there or if it, you know, jumps up or down, but looks like a modest effect.
I'm kind of surprised it disagrees with the published data, because I think they got like a 20% increase there. So always good to run replicates, right? And see what
100%.
actually is, what reality's
100%.
like.
Anyway, so I guess, yeah, like what was the paper that convinced you to
I think I linked it in last week's discussion. I should probably go find that again, but I'll go dig it up.
Awesome. Yeah, it's imidazoline receptor agonist with hypertensive effects. Interesting. Fun. So anyway, like if you want to learn more about this compound, if you click the link here on the more info section, it will bring you to like its compound page of like how to order it and whatnot. So this is the compound that's being tested. You can like, you know, Google it, ask AI what it does, all that good stuff. But
I think-
let's see, is the
I think-
experiment done?
I think one good starting point is also to mention that roughly how the biological processes are evolutionary conserved between species. And here we roughly can say that animals have anabolic processes, which is connected to growth, build up, reproducing, and etc. And then we have catabolic processes, which are connected to breakdown, cleanup, etc. And many of these compounds that we have here, and also longevity interventions overall, are leaning towards activating catabolic processes and inhibiting anabolic processes, like this compound which tries to mimic calorie restriction, and that is catabolic activator.
Interesting. Super interesting. So, Christopher, I know you've done C. elegans experiments before. I guess for people that aren't super familiar with the studies that we're doing, like why these worms? I know you said like the processes are similar, but like how similar is like a what can you learn from an experiment in a C. elegans versus like a human?
I think if you, for example, look at the worm cell and then also at the human cell, then you can see that there are many similarities between these cell types, and the biological processes work quite similar. And so that is a super interesting way of starting longevity research in much shorter lived species to test a compound out, because that way we can test a compound in a much efficient and cost-effective way, instead of doing it in long-lived species like mice or even humans, which will cost millions. So I think the PumpdotScience pipeline is super interesting design, because you start with short-lived species and you step by step go to more long-lived species.
Benji, are the results in?
Am I unmuted? Yeah, the results are in. It seems like it was a pretty modest effect, just FYI, which is interesting. I just want to make sure that like all the data looks right and there's nothing wrong with our UI. But yeah, it seems like it was just a small 0.01% increase. But yeah, from the Kaplan-Meier, it looks like that seems to be about the case. They lived about the same amount of time. So anyway, that's science. Doesn't necessarily mean that this compound couldn't be life extending. I mean, I think as Christopher was mentioning with the metabolism, so much about like C. elegans life extension is based on metabolism. And so, like a lot of the other pathways that would potentially be life extending for us are not necessarily conserved in C. elegans. So definitely a compound we should look into further. But the effect, at least in C. elegans, doesn't seem to be super strong.
No. And one other thing here is that this is just one dose that has been tested. It's like throwing a dart and trying to target the bullseye here. And sometimes you miss, and sometimes you need to throw another dart.
Totally. And this is something we should definitely like consider in the future, of like testing multiple doses at once, because I mean, like not only are you throwing darts, but you're throwing them in the pitch dark sometimes. And also like a lot of these papers that get published that say, oh, this compound increases lifespan by 20%. It's published by some grad student who really wants to graduate. you know, and so it's not necessarily that it's actually worked or that it's replicable, but you know, that clearly that grad student was able to get it to work. So there's that factor too. Looks like the next experiment's already live.
Let's
yeah,
go. This is like rapid fire.
a rapid fire. Yeah.
Have you ever
already on
seen
the next
Science
one.
is Accelerated?
Cool. Anyway, Manny, Hemi, anything else you want to like mention?
That's it. I just wanted to go double check that paper. I posted it in the chat as well. But yeah, they saw
amazing.
probably close to 200 micromolar. I did pick the right one because that was the highest one effect they had seen. So the concentration was pretty.
Wait, so
close.
we did do the right dose?
Yeah, at least the one that here I posted the link in the stream chat. At least the JPEG and the other one, but from figure 1. But yeah, no, the dose was what they saw the most strong effect with.
Yep. That's what we tested. We tested 200 micromolar.
Yeah.
Anyway,
always funny when something doesn't
it's what
replicate
it
in the
is.
literature. Yeah.
Throw another dart.
Yeah.
Pull the slot machine again. I think it's really funny. Like, I mean, kind of you call it throwing darts, but like literally this is kind of just like a slot machine. You know, when people talk about biotech, I know it you know, it looks like science and very methodical and people in lab coats and whatnot, but it's very much, you know, just pulling the slot machine over and over again. So
that's what drug screening usually turns into
exactly,
pretty quickly.
exactly. So anyway, next on deck we got dihydromyricetin and asparagine. Try say that 5 times fast.
I don't even think I can say it one time.
Ooh, this is looking good. Okay. So yeah, this is definitely a much more pronounced effect. Up and to the right, we like you. Wow, this is. Oh wait, something seems to be off. This could be a data issue. Hold up, let me send this to the devs. That is not right. You cannot have 150% of the worms still alive.
I'm gonna pop off and get ready for work. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming
Enjoy the rest
up.
of the stream.
Thank you so much for joining. Peace, brother.
They must be reproducing here.
Clearly. They're multiplying.
I was gonna say like rabbits, but you know.
I think you broke up there for a second, at least for me. I don't know if it was me.
Oh, is it? Am I breaking up?
Krister?
Hope not.
Yeah, I hear you. Do you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. All good on my side. I don't know if it's on your side, Benji, but it seems good. Okay, looks like the drug dev for this compound can't join, so we'll be taking this one.
I'm trying to figure out how we can have more than 100% of the worms still alive. This doesn't seem right. Krister, have you ever heard of either of these compounds before?
No, not this one.
Yeah. It's from vine tea and citrus peel.
Sounds nice.
Sounds nice.
Like I want to have it in a tea, honestly.
Yeah.
Vine tea.
How do the wormies look? Ooh, the wormies are dying. Sorry, wormies.
Oh no.
But Krister, we're gonna have Ben from Aura likely join in a bit. I don't know if it'll be like in another time slot you can join, but we're gonna have him come on and talk.
Yeah.
You know, we can have him talk about everything that they're doing.
Cool. Should I go out?
It's totally up to you. I mean, like,
Yep.
if
I
there is anything you wanted to share before going, like, I know it's not your experiment
Mm.
quite yet. I think yours
No,
is
no.
scheduled for a little bit from now.
No, but I think the thing here is that yeah, we're trying out something new here. There will always be problems during the way. The important thing is that we have a motivation to improve this and see that those are fixed. And of course, it can be frustrating that things like this is not working. But the important thing is that we fix it and we move it forward, and the next time it will work much better. So, and I have followed you guys since you started, and there has been lots of great improvements you have done, and looking forward to doing this journey with you.
Same here, Krista.
Yeah, Krister,
Same
I
here.
was reflecting. I think we did when we were initially like putting together the idea. I don't know if you remember, but we did like a podcast with you talking about like longevity and longevity research and like the current state of longevity research, the funding challenges. And I think for me that was like such a huge springboard for us, because coming off of that we launched the idea for Pump Science, and then we saw a lot of early success. So it was really cool to have had that conversation with you early on, and then end up here streaming the science for a bunch of compounds today. So not sure if you remember that, but I think it was like us and Mitchell, maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
Just yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Super great conversation. I think you have that on your YouTube channel. So
Yes,
for those who
we
want to
do.
check it out, you can tune that in later
We'll
on.
share a link to that for sure. Well, we're looking forward to getting more worm experiments underway with you. I know that have you been wanting to test more compounds and worm experiments for a while?
Yeah, the thing here is that we have other different research projects ongoing, and one big research project that we are driving forward is the largest mTOR modulator screening project. And in that project, we are screening over 600 compounds to see the lifespan effects in worms. And the goal here is to find something which is better than rapamycin. And thanks to that project, we found, for example, the omeprazole compound. And we have also found some other interesting compounds which we have as a goal to push through the Pump Science pipeline. So step by step forward, but super
Amazing.
exciting about this.
Yeah, no, Krister, first of all, we're super excited to see what comes out of that 600 molecule screen. I think for further fundraising for each of the top performers, we'd love to help you. Basically launch those compounds on Pump Science, just to, not only for the worms, but for the more advanced organisms as well. But I'll never forget, like, we were coming up with the idea for Pump Science, the whole experimental pipeline of, like, we basically like deduced that C. elegans was the best kind of first screening model, and we were trying to figure out, what are the next, or what should the sequence of experiments be basically. And then I got on a call with you, and you pulled up a slide of the rapamycin longevity lab, like full loop system of, like, we're going to run in C. elegans, then we're going to do it in Daphnia magnia, then we're going to do it in Drosophila. Then, like, you had mapped the whole thing out, and then you were like, okay, and then we're going to have AI models that are trained on all this data that are going to suggest new compounds that go in the front of the pipeline. And I was like, oh my God. It's like, it's, I don't know what the term is, but it's just like intellectual, like just on the exact same wavelength. It was a very cool moment that I'll never forget. And it was certainly a big inspiration for the design of this whole thing. So thank you for everything you do, sir.
thank you that you also have implemented some parts of it. So you're a big inspiration in the field. So yeah, I look
got you.
forward for deeper collaboration and moving the field forward.
Absolutely.
Let's go.
We'll
Let's
see you soon,
go.
Kristen.
Yeah,
Thanks
you.
for joining.
big thumbs up. Bye bye.
Bye-bye. What a legend.
So good. So good. Okay, how is this one? Let's see. Time up. Did this one finish?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, they're all the wormies are dead. The wormies are dead. It did
RIP.
10% life extension. Okay,
Dang.
not so
There
bad.
we go. Not so bad at
Not
all.
so bad. I think we got to figure out what the heck this is. But they still ended up at 0 at the same place. So anyway, they'll fix this bug. But I think the life extension data should be right because it's based off median. Damn, good stuff. 10% on your life back. Dihydromyricetin and hesperidine.
Long life right there. That's like life
Who would
yield.
have thought? The vitamins. The vitamins.
Seriously,
Are your
that's
vitamins
crazy.
actually doing anything? It's time to find out.
Okay, I actually took this one this morning, so
You did?
I'm excited to see. Yes.
Let's see. Does
yes.
this have any vitamin C in it? Oh, so am I. I'm currently.
I was just about to say,
on
I'm
the
like,
down.
are we sponsored by Celsius?
No, we should be. We should be.
should
I
be.
should. I should be. I have 2 every single day of my life. It's I'm definitely getting my vitamin B and C, and that's for.
I
for
mean,
dang sure.
that's yeah, you're like what, 10,000%?
Yeah, I
That's not
actually
that
I
bad.
did
It's not
I
that bad.
did look it up only because like so fiance works at a law firm and she like walked into one of the partners' offices with a Celsius in hand, and the partner's kind of like more of a health freak,
Yeah.
and was like, "What do you think about all the B vitamins that you're getting in there? Like, isn't it bad for you?" And I actually looked it up, and you're basically under, like, by multiple orders of magnitude, the maximum tolerated dose of vitamin B. You can basically like consume way too much vitamin B and just pee it all out, basically. So
Is it what happens if you take too much? Like, is
you
it
can start flushing actually.
oh,
So your like skin will get tingly, and yeah, your body will start flushing like crazy.
dang.
You'll get dehydrated and whatnot if you don't drink enough water. But that is, yeah, vitamin B is like a flushing effect.
I'm sitting here looking at the 2 drinks that I currently have beside my desk, and one is coffee and one is a Celsius. So clearly neither are water. So I need to,
Wait,
when we
what's
take
water?
an intermission, yeah.
What the
Gonna-
hell is water? Never heard of it.
Oh, literally gotta.
Yeah. Anyway, vitamin C and B12, we know they're supposed to be good for you, but do they actually extend your life?
Time to find
We're gonna
out.
time to find out.
So, okay, at the top, Benji, just for people who aren't as like, I know you went through it really quick, but the bars are full for obviously CB12 and control. And then as the experiment plays out, the bars decrease. And that shows you the total amount of worms alive in either group, right? So those bars going down is like a way to track when the bars are gone, everything is dead,
100%.
right? Okay.
100%.
Okay.
So
And then
you can think of it as like a health bar. So we take a bunch of animals, we either give them a compound, which here is vitamin C and vitamin B12, or control, which is just basically like whatever these are dissolved in. That's what we use as the control. And you can just think about it as like, we test about like, 40 to 50 animals per group. And, what percent of them are still alive? That's what these bars represent. So it doesn't even really matter like how many there are. You can look in here if you care. But yeah, so we basically pool all the animals in each group into one kind of health bar, and that's what you're seeing here. So if you're trading, like what percent, if the percentage of the CB12 group is higher for longer than the control group, then it's probably performing well. But you'll also be able to see that easily here. So it looks like a few more worms died in the vitamin B, C, and B12 group than the control. There's 90% still alive versus 96%. That's why the number dropped. And so that's why like the life extension actually went down. So who knows? Maybe these vitamins aren't so good for the wormies.
Not so good. It's crazy because like in the beginning, it almost doesn't look like, I mean, because everything is inherently alive. And then it seems like we're just getting to the good part where there's like action and you'll see those bars drop, you'll see the charts populate, and start to see some like inflection points. So
exactly.
So I mean, it seems kind of neck and neck like at the moment, but
yeah, I mean, it's just like a few worms difference, honestly, that are still alive in one versus the other. So what has always been super interesting to me is like, how will the markets react to like,
yep.
you know, not statistically significant, but like drastic like changes in the data. I've always thought that like, you know, people will learn what matters based on, you know, just like if you trade in scientific markets enough, you're kind of forced to be immune to the early volatility before an experiment is done. So like I think the way to think about this is like with typical biotech trading, you only report once the whole experiment is done, and then you report the experiment all at once, right? You see, like it already almost bounced back fully, right? Like it looked like it was, it was all over, and now, we're so back.
We're so now we are so back. We are so back.
Some interesting data. But what will be interesting here is we're releasing an experiment continuously. So each time a data point is read out, then people will technically be able to trade based off of that. And so the question is, how will they react? And like, will there be overreactions? Or are signals that people see early real? Like that's kind of what we'll see, like how the market reacts. But that's kind of like what I've been super interested to see is like if a compound looks like it's doing really well early, but it's not statistically significant, will people trade based off of that? Or will they learn, oh, that actually doesn't really matter all that much?
Yeah. It's so interesting too, because like you said, you're so used to just seeing the end results, and to be able to see like the science as it's, as the results are being streamed. It's really cool to, oh, we had a flip in the chart.
What the
Let's
heck?
see.
What's going on? This could be a bug. I'm sending this.
But yeah, to be able to like watch the scientific results as they're coming out, I mean, so these experiments for the group, the reason why we are able to stream them in such a compressed time frame is because they were pre-run. So they were run in a lab, and we have the results, and we've compressed the results experiments. I think, Benji, total 15 minutes start to finish. And the reason being like these experiments took like a month and some change to, be conducted, go all the way through. And so, I think in a society where we're moving a bit towards instant gratification, we wanted to make this as exciting and engaging for people as possible. So why not take a long experiment and compress it into 15 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, like nobody wants to sit and watch worms slowly die over like a 20-day period.
12 hours.
Like, do you want to do that? I don't want to do that.
I even said 12 hours. I mean, 20 days.
Yeah, 20 days. Like, no thanks. So that was kind of the thinking here. It was just like, you might as well compress it. Way more fun to watch. Like now there's like a new chart that you can actually follow that updates. And so, yeah, I mean, like if you look at how users in crypto like behave, many of them just like go look at, meme coins or whatever tokens that launch at launch, and then follow the price chart. I think kind of the difference here is what we're excited about is there being a new chart that is the leading indicator, and it's not the price. The price becomes like a lagging indicator where
Yes.
the leading indicator is actually the scientific data. And so now there's a new chart to follow, where up and to the right means good, but the price may or may not react. Like, who knows how people are trading this? Like, is it, volatile with the data? What the heck? Oh, it's still on the bonding curve. It's freaking out.
By the way, it looks like we had someone from the community join. I'm going to bring him up.
Cool.
Andre, welcome.
Hello, everyone.
How are you
How
doing
up,
this
Andre?
morning?
Doing great. Excited to see the live experiments.
Yeah, isn't it crazy? I feel like I have like an adrenaline rush just like watching this countdown timer. And I mean, to think we've already gone through what, 2 compounds? It's going fast.
Yeah, and it's crazy how you get I'm not sure if that's the best word, but like attached to all of that, because it's been weeks and months in the making, at least ever since I joined, right? And then you start studying about those compounds and what they can do, and then you cannot wait until you start seeing the science, and now you're really cheering for them to succeed and say, I cannot wait to see the results. It's crazy how engaged and involved you get with a bunch of hard names to pronounce.
Yes. I know. I was saying we should turn it into like a drinking game because I can't pronounce. Benji does it so eloquently and I just like fumble through them. They don't sound anything like when he says it. So I don't know what the right way is to pronounce most of them. But
Especially I'm not a native English speaker, so some of those I still cannot pronounce. I only refer to them by their token ticker, and that's it. Cannot do
yes, token tickers are safe. Those are a lot safer.
But it's so funny
Yeah,
because like this is why the token ticker matters so much, and like nobody gives it the time of day, and until it's launched, and they're like, oh man, I should have picked a different ticker. Like
for sure.
it was so funny. We were when we launched the first tokenized like intellectual property token with VitaDAO. We were like, oh, we'll just call it Vita 001, just like biotech companies, they name their assets, just numbers. And Paul was just like, no, we're not doing that. Like, he's a trader. Like, he knows how much the ticker matters. And we were like, oh, we'll just do what biotech does. And he's like, no, 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 no. It's going to be Vita Fast. Like it has to be like catchy. The name has to be catchy because that's how everyone refers to it. To your point, like no one knows how to pronounce the actual compound name. It all boils down to its ticker. And so yeah, like it's definitely something we've learned over time too. Like that's how everyone thinks about this stuff.
Yeah, it goes both ways. I think it goes not only in making it easier to pronounce, but you can also then be fun and use that as a marketing strategy, right? I think especially when it comes to names that are, you can make something more fun out of it, like spermidine or stuff like that. I think you can come up with ideas that can also help market your compound. I think, you should put a lot more thought into that than I initially thought, but. EGCG, for example, that's one that I'm not even trying to pronounce that. That's a challenge for everyone listening if they want to try it.
No thanks.
But it matters a lot. Yeah, I agree with you, Ben.
100%. Anyway, look at this. Vitamin C and B12. Maybe it helps us, people, but doesn't seem to be helping the wormies all that much.
oh,
Tough.
I thought you were gonna say. Oh, I thought you were gonna say
Tough.
it was.
No. Sorry to see. Minus 5% life extension. You hate to see it. Guess we will not be doing further testing here. Maybe we will. Maybe the market decides that it's worth testing on the flies, but interesting. Not helping like we thought it would. That's science.
Look at my
baby.
Celsius a bit differently at the moment.
Right. Should I finish this?
Caffeine. What is caffeine later?
I think so.
Okay, maybe that'll
Yeah.
give me some hope.
Yeah. I think actually the next compound that we tested didn't have a proper control. So I think we might have a break for the next 15 minutes
Okay.
before starting the next one after this, just for the record.
So what was that? RSV next?
Yeah, it was resveratrol was supposed to go next.
Resveratrol. Okay. Got a little break. Andre, I think what would be cool is I know you're super interested in longevity, just like personally. How did you get into longevity? Like, what was it for you?
It started more as a I won't say a hobby, but it was always my interest, right? I'm really into fitness and health, and up until recently, after I did some blood testing, and I wanted to understand a bit more what was behind all of those values, so I got into nutrition as well. So basically, I just started studying everything on my own to try to understand more what were the things that I could do in my life to increase and my health span, basically, right? To make my life better. And that's when I started studying all of those things and started going deeper into some topics, the fundamentals, which I like to say, which is like sleep, exercise, nutrition, and all of those things that we've all heard about. But then that led me to this world of compounds and substances, molecules and stuff like that can actually impact our well-being as well. And that's how I got into some of those molecules that we were talking about, and then that's when we got in touch as well. So it started as a hobby, as a personal interest, and now I'm switching and getting more and more involved in the field, just because first love it, secondly see a lot of potential. I think I see similarities between the longevity industry and crypto itself, just because crypto is something that it's been around for more than a decade now, but it's blowing up, right? Or it's, in my view at least, it's past that point of no return, so to say. And I think longevity is following suit, in the sense that it's still a very some sort of a niche market, I guess, which is getting more and more popular. And I think it's going to blow up soon in the next few years. So I just wanted to get more involved with it.
Yeah, I don't
100%.
know if it's like my TikTok feed or what, but I feel like there's so many more compounds that are just becoming talking points, like, creatine or NMN or BP157. It's like when I'm scrolling in my social media, it's becoming a lot more common to talk about like compounds and supplements and like really drilling down into, what these things are than I feel like it was even 5 years ago. So I totally agree. It's like, I think in general, the trend is really being put on the map in like a big way. I don't know what drove it. I don't know if you have any ideas for why people now are really into longevity, but it really seems like, now more than ever, it's at a peak.
Yeah, I don't have the answer to that, but in my humble perspective, I think what kind of got it started, because I don't see people 100% into longevity yet. I think, like I said, it's something that it's starting to get more to people, and my feed as well has been completely overtaken by longevity related posts. But I think what started it is that people are interested in performance, right? I see a lot of people interested in performance, because then you can apply that to your professional life, how financially, how it started with those crazy routines of people waking up early and doing this and that to increase their performance at work and stuff. And I think that kind of extended to health at some point, because how can we do all of that if our health cannot follow, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then with that, with all of the wearable technologies that are coming, we're finding ways to track and increase health performance with all of those things. And I think that's how it started, to be honest. At least that's how I saw it unfolding in front of me. But it started more as a search for higher performance in lots of different areas of life, which is now focusing on health. Because in the end, everybody wants to live better or longer, right? I think that's one of people's or humans' main desires deep down, even before financial independence. I saw it in a book, I think, from Dale Carnegie, at least back then. Even back then, health would come in front of money. So I think it's a human desire that comes with us throughout the ages, and now we have more and more tech to kind of dive deeper into that and understanding how we can improve lifespan and health span.
It's so well summarized, Andre, honestly. Like, I think there's a bunch of different ways to look at it. I think it's kind of becoming like religion almost. I think with the internet, you have people kind of coalescing around different ideas much more easily. And so, basically communities start to go down the rabbit hole together, right? And like there is kind of to your point, like the whole like performance enhancement community. There's the whole longevity community, and there's also like crypto, right? But I don't, and there's overlaps obviously between all three. But I think it's also important to understand that like there are some people that the Venn diagrams are have a lot of like non-overlap. What I mean is there's a lot of people who are super into performance who just want to improve right now, like their performance today, who don't necessarily care about living to 120. They just want an edge today. And for whatever reason, like people all have their reasons. But it's not 100% of the people that are into performance that are into, lifespan extension and vice versa. I think like at least, for my parents, like they're older now and they care about like how do I extend my life. They don't care about like being super jacked. They, my parents aren't taking like a ton of like hormones and whatnot to be massive, but you have a lot of kids who want to get more likes on social media and more attention, and so they just jack themselves up with a ton of random performance enhancing drugs, and they're definitely not thinking about the long term. So I think like different things matter to different people based on their values. Certainly to the crypto community, like making money is the value. Like wealth is the goal. But I think that there are a lot of them, and I think what we've seen is they've accumulated some wealth, and now they're like, okay, what's the next game to play? Oh, maybe it's health. Like we spoke with a lot of people that have done very well in crypto, and it's funny, like what matters to them and what a lot of them gravitate toward is then biohacking, right? So it's really cool to be doing the thing that, even if you've made it, you still care about, right? It's like, to me, that is the highest order mission you can be doing, is like, even if resources are not an issue, this is what problem you're trying to solve. And so I think that's really been cool to see as well. Jillian, anything you want to add there?
Well, Andre, when you were talking about tracking, like I do think device wearables are a huge part of why people are so into their health too. Like I know more about myself from like my Aura ring than I don't know, it'll be like your body temperature's off, you must be slightly off, get rest, you're going to get sick. And it's like, oh, like it's actually a bit crazy how much we know about ourselves. And I think that optimization for me has been like what has made me so much more aware of just like my day-to-day habits. And I mean, I think we're only going to get more and more data. And part of what, we've talked about like the vision for PumpdotScience, but like we're starting with worms today. Like obviously we're all here for the unleashing of the worm experiments, but the vision is so much greater, and it is to tap into people and get human studies underway using people's wearable devices to actually help aggregate data for humans. And so I hope hopefully people can see like the vision for the science here, but also can see themselves in the game. And the fact that people have Apple Watches, Oura Rings, Whoops, all the various devices that can track, all aspects of their health, like why not tap into that and help aggregate data? And like continue the studies beyond these animal models. That to me is like the real end game when we get humans in the game. Benji, what experiment do we have next?
We got oxaloacetic acid and glycine. I'm actually super excited about this one. Oxaloacetic acid is part of the TCA cycle, which nobody wants to remember. It's
I was like,
how,
come on,
yeah,
break it
literally
down for us.
nobody wants to remember that. It's basically one of those cycles that you learn in biology, but this is the one that goes on in mitochondria, and it's how like energy is made. And so I think kind of going back to Andre's point about like, how do we improve our performance? Like, there's so much of the internet that cares about that. Well, performance really at the end of the day kind of boils down to energy. Like energy determines how much power you can output. And so like how much can you lift at the gym? How hard can you bike? Right? All of that like power comes down to energy, and energy is made in the mitochondria. And so what oxaloacetic acid is it's one of the, fuels of the engine. And so I guess I'm really excited about like, if you supplement that directly, what does it do? And then glycine is just like an amino acid. So we'll see what that does as well.
That's exciting. I have a question here for the perhaps more science, the ones that are more versed than I am in science. But it's pretty cool that we can see so quick the effects that the substances have in worms' lifespan, right? Do you know how that works, or uh,
What
how
do you
quick?
mean?
Because we're live streaming the experiments now, right? And we can see already the influence on their lifespan, although the experiments have started not long ago, right?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take long. Like worms don't live very long. I mean, these aren't like normal sized worms. They're, 100 microns. They're tiny. It's basically like an eyelash. And they only live 3 weeks. And so, yeah, it only takes 3 weeks to run these experiments. And so, yeah, we basically ran them already, and now we're just streaming the data all at once.
Awesome.
Um,
That's really
so
awesome. You can do it so quick, right?
so quickly. And so it allows us to get information super quickly. And like, is it totally predictive of how it will perform in humans? Obviously not. But for the compounds that are very interesting, it like definitely can provide some signal. And so that's what, we want to get as quickly as possible. So I do think it's important that, you know, people look at the vitamin B and C chart, the effect that it had on the worms, and don't extrapolate that to themselves. That's not why we're doing this. We're not doing this to screen out compounds. Just because like vitamin C and B12 didn't extend lifespan in the worms doesn't mean it won't extend our lifespan. But it is one interesting data point, that it, may not have a massive effect on lifespan extension. So that's kind of the way to think about this. So, it is kind of like the pro and con of working with um, animals that live shorter. It's like, yes, you get data quickly, but you also lose a ton of signal relative to humans. So I think going back to Jillian's point, like the ultimate is testing on people, and like we will do that, but we have to work our way there, and we have to start with the animals that are much easier to work with, which are,
Yeah.
small and cheap and easy to take care of and cheap to take care of. Humans, as you know, are very needy, and so yeah, we'll get there eventually.
No, and I think that's the way to go, really. And I think it's great to start, let's say, small, just because I think DeSci and this type of experiment is so new that it gives the people the chance to see how they can influence the science already. It kind of it gives people the chance to have a proof of concept before we move along, right? And then um, it's better to do that in that way and kind of spread the news and the science before going big.
Absolutely. And you also want to be like sure that it works across organisms too. Like you want to make sure that it works in, if what Peter Attia has always said is he's very skeptical of lifespan data, or lifespan extension experiments unless it's replicated across organisms. And so he's like, when I've seen it work in multiple different animals, then it becomes much more convincing, because it's just like more and more validation that this thing does actually work. It's like one random experiment, like, he's not going to pay much attention to. But when you validate across like multiple organisms that are like in various spots in the, kind of like animal kingdom, now like an effect is probably real if it's conserved. And so I think that's also a big part of this whole pipeline. It's like we want the evidence to be super strong before we ever get to people and like put people's bodies at risk. So I think it's a big part of this pipeline too. I think the experiment should be going live soon.
I was going to say too, one thing, Benji, that when you think about like the animal kingdom and aggregating all of the data across all of the animals, we've gotten the question, like, how do I know which ones are the, work the best across the animal kingdom? And what we tried to do is make a metric to help show that, to help give people like a number to look at. So Benji, do you want to break down health points?
100%. So if you go on our docs, there's a section called health points, and you'll also see it in our UI if you just go to pump.science and you go to like whatever the homepage. You'll see that this actually is how we sort all of the compounds. So obviously we're getting a ton. The question is like on this all section, how are we ranking compounds? Like many crypto launch pads will sort by market cap, just whichever one's the most valuable comes to the top, right? But we're actually sorting by which ones have the strongest evidence that they extend life at the top. And so the question is like, how do we calculate that number? And so basically what we do is we look at how big the effect was, like lifespan extension wise. And then we multiply that by how similar that animal was to humans. So what I mean is like, if a compound has a large effect on worms, it means less than if it had a large effect on flies, because flies are more similar to humans, and vice versa. If it like harms the worms, it doesn't have as big of an effect on the number because they're farther away from humans. So like if it does badly in worms but does well in flies, the flies will outweigh because they're more similar to us. And so we just basically like this was kind of, we spoke to some researchers about this calculation and they generally agree with it. I would say like scientists in general very much disagree with like single numbers to generalize the effect of stuff. Like you'll hear that over and over, like you have to look at the data more nuanced. But for many like traders, they're just like, okay, just give me the number, just like give me like one short answer, and we want to make things simple as possible. So given that's our goal, this is kind of how we picked it. And so yeah, we basically take the effect that it has in the animal, we multiply it by how similar that animal is to us, and we get health points. It's quite that simple. Excuse me.
It looks like we've got another community member. I'm going to bring him up.
Oh, cool.
What is good?
GM, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks
bro.
for jumping on.
Thank you. I'm going to also stream to my personal X account to also
yes,
to give more audience to all what we are actually sharing. So it's incredible. Thank you.
Of course, bro. Are you in the clinic today?
Yes. I'm also going to start my office hours. So I just want to stay connected when my compound is like live.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Super
which
cool.
compound do you have?
Kertalberine.
Let's
Amazing.
see when that one's on the list.
It's like in about 1 hour or something like that.
1 hour. I was going to say you're early to the party, man. Let's go.
Yeah, we got a message from Ethan Perlstein, who I think is basically saying what I'm saying, or what I tried to say, but in 3 words, which is conservation over correlation. So, if you get the effect conserved over different animals, that's more valuable than like one singular correlation data point. Wise words from the man himself. The guy who was doing DSci before there was DSci.
He is I mean, if you don't know what Curetopia is doing, you should definitely check it out. It is, like you said, Ethan's story is a really cool one. Really focused on rare disease and trying to organize people for early rare disease research. And he was doing that before, like you said, DeSci was really on the map. So he is knows firsthand like what it's been like. And that's part of what I think, drew him to DeSci was that process is really hard. It was really hard from because he was having to repeat the process like every single time. And so wanted to basically create a way to make it easier. But hopefully we can get him up and he can share his story.
Yeah, it would be sweet.
I just pinged him.
Okay, so I don't know about you guys, but this looks like it's working.
Let me pull it up. Let's see.
I mean, at least so far, you got an 18% difference between the compound and control.
Dang, yeah.
Yeah. So
Out of the gates.
Yeah, I mean, you got like so far 22% mean life extension. And we'll see if it's like flatlined or going up still. But that could be a contender for the king. I mean, Ramson's 32%. This is already at 22%. And we're only like halfway there. Dang.
Every 7 seconds gives me such an adrenaline rush. Like when I watch that ticker, man.
Yeah.
It is.
Like a bomb's about to go off.
Honestly, over and over again.
Yeah. Wow, this is looking really good.
Yeah, it seems like it's holding. Yeah, so just a reminder for folks, the life extension chart is a chart that when you look at and try and interpret it, up and to the right is good and down and to the right is bad. Good meaning it's showing that it's having life extension effect, when down and to the right it is not. So that's what we're looking at here and monitoring is the shape of the chart here. And then the bars at the top show the overall worms that are alive in compound and control. And when those pink and purple bars totally disappear, that means all of the worms in the experiments have died. But you can look at that really quickly to see visually the worms that are alive in the compound versus the control. So right now the pink is a bigger bar than the purple, meaning more worms are alive in the compound versus control.
Yeah, so typically when you do like lifespan extension experiments, you do this, what's called a Kaplan-Meier curve, and this is what everyone will look at. It's basically how many are alive in each group, but we think this is too complicated to understand, and so we just turned it into a single number, and that's what you're seeing here. It's just like the compound divided by control. So yeah, as Jillian said, if it's up and to the right, that's good. If it's down to the right, that's bad. But yeah, this seems to totally be working, which is so sweet. I'm going to figure out how I can start taking oxaloacetic acid. And
When you
glycine,
figure
of
it
course.
out, if we can get a ref link and put it on the site so everybody else
Yeah.
can figure out if
Yeah,
they're interested.
I was looking it up, and it's really annoying. Like, I don't think it's GRAS approved, like generally regarded as safe. So I don't think you can even get this as a supplement. I don't know
Oh.
why. Like, it's literally in you in massive quantities. Like, how is it unsafe to take? And clearly, like, it's life extending, at least in the worms. So, wow, this is insane. This is like one of the biggest effects we've seen.
Oh my goodness, I just got a
The
message
crowd goes
from
wild.
the crowd literally goes wild. I got a message from Ethan. He's going through security and he's going to try and join from an airport. Legend.
From the plane.
You did that. I feel like you did that once.
Probably. Wait, I think this is migrating right now, the token.
Let's go.
Did it bond? Yeah, it bonded.
So we're still sitting at about 22% life extension. Yeah.
I think it's just fresh. Let's see if yeah, this is crazy. This thing worked. Wow.
It's still working, man. That's a pretty line.
That's a beautiful line. It is a beautiful chart.
And you can drive a truck through I feel like the Kaplan-Meier.
You could, what can you fit in there, Jillian?
A worm truck.
A worm truck?
A little wormies cruising through there. I mean, that's what
Guess
you
I've
want.
ever heard of a
That's what-
worm truck before.
I mean, listen, it's on a small screen on my computer, but if I blow it up, I'm gonna drive a Mack truck through that. Dang, look at that.
Who's the dev for this? I hope they're ready. This is crazy. We got to add some liquidity for leverage on this guy. How's the trading going? Looks like the volume's hitting. 53K market cap already.
Dang.
87 holders. Oh yeah, there is some activity on this guy. God, look at those candles. The candles look like the science chart. Up and to the right, baby.
Up and
This
to
is
the
wild.
right.
This is
Wow.
wild. Wait, I'm kind of shooketh that this works so well. Damn. Yo, Crypto RuMD, do you remember the TCA cycle? The citric acid cycle? It's okay if you don't.
Oh, we got another community member. Hold on, I'm gonna keep bringing him up.
All right, go for it. Yo, who's
G?
Omnipal? Is that Girish?
G, can you hear us?
Hey guys.
What's up?
Not much. This has been exciting.
Yeah.
I can't believe. Wow. Another citric acid cycle metabolite showing up at the top, like alpha ketoglutarate, which is a big
Totally.
one. Showing
Which
up.
is in like every
Yep.
like longevity supplement.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who knew if you gave more fuel directly to the engine that it can keep you around for longer?
Who would have thunk it, right? And the
Who would have thunk
mitochondria, they play such an important signaling role, right? I mean, it's kind of like the
Clearly.
chicken or egg sort of thing. Like, are the cells controlling the mitochondria, or the mitochondria controlling the molecular nervous system of the cell? And there's this amazing back and forth that's going on. And these compounds that keep showing up are just a great example of this.
Yeah. That is true though. Like I feel like alpha ketoglutarate is in every freaking longevity supplement across the board. Like if it's not in there, you're almost like skeptical of that product. And here's another one that works. I wonder if like you get all of the effect of boosting the TCA cycle from alpha ketoglutarate alone, or if it would synergize with oxaloacetic acid. I feel like we should test that combo.
Yeah, that's an interesting
We should
one.
100% test that combo.
So many
But yeah, this is crazy. 22% life extension in the worms with a TCA
Wow.
cycle metabolite. That's a ton. That is a ton. Wild.
I mean, if we got that in humans, could you imagine?
Yeah, that'd be crazy. Girish, you want to talk about like who you are, why you're here, what you think of all this?
Yeah, I mean, I am just I've been in the longevity field since 2012, 2013. So before the hallmarks of aging arose. And it was just kind of like this crazy thing, at least in my bubble, that people were interested in. And then I think like over the last decade, it's just evolved in such a meaningful way, pop the bubble out of the longevity world and into, the realm of investors and the commercial space. And it's been such an amazing, I think, growing realization that there is a there for these longevity compounds, or, longevity candidates. And Krister said it really well. The thing that really got me interested in the potential in this space is seeing how, you could take a cell from a worm, and you could take from C. elegans, and you could take a cell from a human, you put it under a microscope, you put scale aside, right? You're not looking at size, but you're just looking at the cell, and they're almost indistinguishable in terms of, the different constituents in there, the different components. And biological aging is one of the most evolutionary conserved processes, right? Forget disease, forget all these other downstream effects that we see emerge decades and decades later. It's this chemical reactions, metabolic reactions, the cellular processes that are going on from development onwards, on a cellular level, that are so similar between different organisms. So, to your point, what Attia says, when you see these experiments play out in yeast and then worms and then, flies and mice, and now you could see them in, companion animals like dogs, some of the great work Matt Caberline's doing, and Loyal, primates, then you start saying, oh, wow, there really is a bridge to be had to humans. So the potential just grows, and so does the excitement. And a lot of these compounds, rapamycin being one of them, have shown tremendous evolutionary conservation. So the real thing is getting these to humans, collecting the data in a robust way, getting people to pay attention so we can run these types of experiments. And that's one of the things that got me really excited about what you guys. So I'm really in this place of admiring everything that you guys are doing. And just excited to be tuned in.
Well, appreciate that. Back at you. And yeah, the companion animals one is super interesting. Like, should we be testing on dogs and cats? Like, I'm definitely wondering whether we should, like, how we could make that interesting. I mean, dogs are obviously super popular in the crypto space, so it seems like we should be able to meme it.
It's interesting, yeah. I think a lot of, I mean, on a regulatory level, it's something that there's a lot of considerations that go to play. People love their dogs, so they're an amazing model, right? They share our environment. Some of them eat similar foods to what we do. They sleep in our own bed. They're exposed to the same toxins. Activity levels are similar if you're going to walk your dog and you're going for a while. So there's a lot of like control there in terms of lifestyle. And then they're one of the most genetically diverse organisms alongside humans, right? So we have that component in there as well. I think it's an amazing model system, as long as we can kind of like get it right with the right compounds and as safe and robust a way as possible, as some of these clinical trials are doing. And that would be kind of cool to integrate that in there, our companion animals.
Yeah, one thing I've spoken about with Honor, who's the CEO of Ageless RX, is one of the things he says, like, and if you ever go out with him, he'll just go around asking random people, like, so what are your thoughts on death? Like, how long do you want to live? It's like a very jarring experience. But if you ever go to a bar with him, it's basically like his pickup line, which is crazy. It's a
Does
crazy
it work?
opening line. I mean, you definitely get some interesting answers. But anyway, what's so funny is just kind of like building off the point that G just said, is he goes around, he's like, so do you want to live to like 120? And people are like, nah, like 80 years and I'm good. And like that's pretty much the universal answer that you get at a bar. And like maybe that's just like the type of person that goes to the bar or whatever, but that the average, you can just say like, okay, the average person doesn't really care about extending their life. But he's like, but then you ask them about their dog. Like, do you want your dog to live 5-10 years longer? And they're like, absolutely. It's like, what?
Wait, so interesting.
Super interesting. And so like people don't necessarily care about like their own life extension, but because their dog lives shorter than them, like, yeah, I mean, I'd be down for my dog to be around a little longer. So wild.
I mean, I would too. I will say though, like, you know, I know we talk a lot about health span versus lifespan, and I just put down not that long ago, like a couple months ago, our family dog, and watching my 13-year-old dog age. And they aged really hard. I don't know. He aged really hard. I mean, he also lived a really hard life, but if they could live longer and better, like that to me is really, it's not just about living to be, 100 or 120, but like being active and stronger and, more capable. Because if you go back to the dog example, like my dog's probably was in pain for the last, few years of his life. And we did what we could to make him comfortable. But it was, I mean, he was almost 14, so he was up there. But yeah, I mean, I think there's multiple goals in there, and, not just living longer, but living better. What do you think about that, G?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, it's one of the hardest things to watch. A lot of people, they tie it back to this, dogs age seven times faster than humans, and that's what's leading to these differences in lifespan. So they live 7 times shorter, approximately. But what they neglect to realize is, they biologically age 7 times faster. And what that means is they're developing osteoarthritis at 8 years old, sometimes significant plaque, periodontal disease, some of them severe cognitive decline. So, when dogs develop that at 8, 9 years old, and then they're living the next couple of years of their lives and suffering, that's almost the center of the bullseye in terms of what we should be paying attention to is like narrowing that gap so that we can live healthier for longer. I totally agree with that. And the beautiful thing, I think, about what we're seeing with these compounds that are emerging from the intervention testing program and are extending lifespan is that they're extending health span too. It's almost like the two are intricately intertwined, right? It's very hard to extend life without bringing health in tow. I mean, humans can do it. Humans can do it by putting people on ventilators and other things like that. But with these compounds, generally you see the two sort of rise in parallel, where you improve health and lifespan improves as a side effect sort of thing. So, or vice versa. So I think there's a lot of potential here in terms of narrowing that gap. And think about it, right? Like the average individual, I think the latest CDC data, the average individual, they develop their first disease now somewhere in their early to mid 40s. They're diagnosed with their first disease. That's decades spent in decline. We can narrow that gap. I mean, we have proof of that with centenarians and non-agenarians who are in their 90s. So at a very minimum, narrowing that gap is crucial. And I think, being able to screen through these compounds, seeing the evolutionary conservation, and then having the crypto engine fuel a lot of this is just, we're in some exciting times here.
I'm getting total deja vu, G. I did a podcast yesterday with Aubrey de Grey, and he said the exact same thing that you just said, which is like, you basically cannot extend lifespan without increasing health span. He said literally word for verbatim the same thing. And I think that's super interesting, but it all comes down to like, okay, well now how do you measure that? Because like, obviously our goal is, and I think you started saying this with dogs, is like, yes, they age 7 times faster. And so, I mean, from like a scientific perspective or like an AI training data perspective, okay, if you can get the feedback, 7x, 10x faster, like you think about how to do that. And so like for the mice, for example, you would ask the question of like, okay, how do we get that health span data before the lifespan data so we can train models faster? So you don't need to run that whole lifespan test. You can just run like a health span test over 4 months and know whether it would have extended the life of the mice without ever having to like spend the resources and the time to run the full lifespan study. So I think that's what I get super interested in. I mean, like a lot of the longevity field has like, dug into this a bit, and you come out with things like frailty score, which are interesting, which is just basically like, 10, 20 tests of the, what the mouse looks like and how gray is its hair and how arched is its back and like how well does it walk. Like, but I think you need kind of like the conclusive evidence that it actually predicts death better than, you know, age before you can just like say, screw it, we're not doing the lifespan studies anymore.
That's a great point.
But yeah, no, the only reason because like, if you think about it, what has the longevity field suffered from most? It's been lack of funding. And so you have to think about how do you be more capital efficient? So this isn't just like, you know, asking this question for the sake of it. It really comes out like, okay, how do we get all of the data as capital efficient as possible, right? Like if we can run 100 more molecules because we can run an experiment for 1/100th of the time, like you try to do that, right? Because of the capital efficiency. And so, but obviously like you don't want to get shit data that, you know, doesn't actually get you anywhere. But so obviously like that's the most important thing to solve for first. But anyway, I digress. Hope that makes sense.
No, absolutely. I love it. And that's what's so appealing about this model as well. It kind of, it's very outside of the box thinking, I think. And those are the things that tend to really make a big bang. I'm not superstitious. I don't want to, you know, say, but still, you know, I have some very, like, I feel this visceral excitement about this model right here. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah. Oh, trust me, we're getting superstitious about it. Don't you worry.
I'm sure they all come popping up, right? Yeah.
Yeah. No, we're becoming religious about this for sure. For sure.
We do have up here, which is one that I think some of the compounds people have heard of and some of them haven't. And one on center stage right here is caffeine, which I have like 8 sources of caffeine sitting next to my desk at the moment.
Cheers.
Yeah, Celsius, coffee, like you name it.
I
all here.
was the caffeine pills guy in college.
No,
you know, like late
stop.
night at the library. Everyone is like, "Yo, will you send me one?" It's like people are gonna think we're like being sketchy here.
Stop. I was trying to think.
Relax.
There used to be a drink that was sold. I feel like it was called Redline. And I can't remember the caffeine that was in it. It was like when I was in high school, but the amount of caffeine in it, made you like flatline.
Oh
I'll have to check what it was.
Oh my god.
I think it got banned.
Yeah, so Logan and Jake Paul's drink, it's called Prime, I think had like an insane amount of caffeine in it, and it was obviously being marketed to kids. So basically,
yes, that is what is insane. My kids came home and begged for Prime, and I was like, what?
And it has like hundreds of milligrams of caffeine in it. It's children, and so you basically get them on caffeine, hooked, before they like the taste of coffee. And I think there's something about that bitterness of coffee that, like, you know, kids don't like, that basically delays them, you know, getting on the caffeine grind early. But like with Prime, it's like, okay, you're giving a sweet drink with a ton of caffeine in it, marketed to children. It's like, yeah.
No, like literally, when you say children, I think you need to be, it's going far down the stack. Like kindergartners are being like, can I get Prime? And I'm like, what? Like, this is, we're not talking like 3rd graders, 5th graders. Like, it's gone down the stack, which is wild.
Yeah, not great. So anyway, I'm definitely I'm a free market like maximalist for sure. And so like I don't want to say, oh, they can't do that. But hopefully the parents have the wherewithal to like see through this and not buy their children freaking Prime. But if you look at all the stores it's in, like, it doesn't seem to be working. It's everywhere.
Everywhere.
It's like a virus.
It's everywhere. It's a pretty bottle. It's everywhere.
Yeah. And those guys have like infinite resources to market it. So I think
is caffeine gonna make them live longer? What do the worms say?
It does not appear so. It does not appear so. Unfortunately. But hey, doesn't necessarily mean it translates to humans.
That's true. This was the, it could
this is a roller coaster.
Yeah, it was a thrill. Whoa. I feel like it looks like your caffeine burst, if I'm being honest.
I'm dead. Gosh, okay.
Okay, on the next compound we have up is let's see.
It's silibinin.
And then we have Gingy 1, and Beast after that. So for people following, I'm trying to get a banner up, but it's giving me a time. Let me see.
Yeah, so who knows what's going on with this dev? Not here for the drama per se, but this dev launched the compound, and within seconds of it migrating, they sold half the supply. So called them out on it on Twitter, and they're like, "Oh, it's just part of normal operations." So debating whether we give them the benefit of the doubt and we'll let people make their own choices, but kind of intrigued by what's going on with this team in a bad way. All right, so this silibinin, it comes from milk thistle. Anyone know about milk thistle? Bueller?
How's that? Oh, sorry, I was working on the ticker. Got the up next for the people out there. Milk thistle, no. Oh, let's see. Here for the drama.
But yeah, like milk thistle, if you're ever taking like Accutane or something that has potential liver toxicity, they always recommend that you take milk thistle with it. And I think this is why it's like silibinin and silymarin have some sort of like regenerative or antioxidant effect on the liver that makes sure that the liver tox isn't as bad. Could be wrong there, but I think that's this compound and milk thistle are specifically for liver health, as far as I know.
Oh, it looks like Ethan just joined. I'm gonna remove some people from the stage. You're welcome to hang out in the back room.
The green room.
If you want, in the
Hang
green
out
room.
backstage.
Let's see if there's a limit. Let's bring Ethan up. No, we're still fitting, I think. Okay. Gang's all here. Ethan, what's good, fam?
You guys?
Not
I can
super
hear you.
well.
A little
Oh
quiet.
crap! Sorry,
There.
I'm trying to speak. Is that better now? Maybe a little bit.
So good.
Yeah,
it's perfect.
beautiful. What airport are you at?
SFO. Yeah. Sorry, I was just pounding a few lines of oxaloacetate in the bathroom, but now I'm ready to go.
And how did it feel? You feeling lit up?
This is 20% better.
You ready to take on Silicon Valley now?
I'm heading to Austin, so maybe that's the new Silicon Valley. I'm sure people there are pounding glycine, and you know it.
Oxaloacetic acid. What are you doing in Austin?
I'm attending a rare disease gala for a good friend, and I did it last year, so I try to do it for a few of my special friends in the rare world. But the thing that I really wanted to say and comment on what's going on here is just it's incredible, what's going on here. This is DSI right now, as far as I'm concerned. Feeling super happy for you guys, and as a model organism person, just watching these data come across, and these are not meme coins. This is actual data backing this. It's just kind of mind blowing. So just, hats off to you guys for taking DSI to this place, and hopefully this is a launch pad to something way, way bigger. I guess the only other thing I would comment on the science is that the thing that really, really actually excites me is that, I've been studying inherited metabolic diseases among rare diseases generally, and many of well, at least NMN, for example, in this current latest batch of new coins, like that's a compound that we identified as a treatment option for kids with a rare genetic disease. So imagine setting up this loop where rare genetic disease therapeutics, especially inherited metabolic disease therapeutics, could actually also be lifespan extenders in normies, right? In wild type, so-called, not disease organisms. That's not necessarily, other people have talked about these connections. Mac Haberline, for example, has talked about the connection between metabolism, inherited metabolic diseases, and lifespan extension. So it's really cool to see this thesis bearing out. And in fact, uridine, which I saw has the ticker BEAST, I'm not sure what the origin of that is, but we just actually found uridine came up as a top hit for one of our congenital disorders of glycosylation, and we ran that screen last week. So it's like super validating to see that all this work we're doing in rare genetic diseases, metabolic diseases in particular, actually could have a massive payoff. And maybe the road to longevity is paved through inherited metabolic diseases and maybe genetic diseases more broadly. So just super jammed to see the data drop. And yeah, 20% increase is pretty badass. And so let's see how everyone else does. But yeah, just super grateful for you guys leading the charge in DSci and also model organisms, longevity. Oh my God, you're checking all my boxes.
Yeah. Well, we'd love to check the big one and do some rare disease human studies via PumpdotScience in partnership with you guys. I think what we need to figure out though is like, what is the killer experiment that we want to stream here? And I've been thinking it is kind of like I don't know what the official name is, but that line walking test. If there's any way that like we
Yeah,
can
this
get,
well, it's technically called the 6-minute walk test, but it's just that it's a official sounding name for basically like a DUI test, right? You just like here, walk
yeah,
this line
sobriety
and walk
test.
back.
Yeah.
As a sobriety test, excuse me. Yeah, so like that's just a fancy word for it. But you could conduct a 6-minute walk test at home. You can conduct a 3-minute walk test. You can conduct a continuous walk test if you wanted to film someone 24/7 with a drone camera following them. Like that's I think that's the future of decentralized trials. So imagine you're streaming worm results. It's just the plot on a graph. It's beautiful. Then you can start to show the flies. It's a little bit more visceral. Then you start to show the rotorod. Imagine you start to show the videos of the kids doing the walk test next to the mouse doing the rotorod, next to the fly that's
Oh
living
my
twice as
gosh.
long, and the worm that looks like Schwarzenegger because it's like it's like that. That's the convergence we're looking for. And yeah, it's pretty wild to just see the science, and we're gonna be surprised left and right. But yeah, I just love what's going on here. Science in real time.
Science in
100%.
real time. I was going to say real quick for people who don't know, like, what is a walk test? Why would you do a walk test? And just give a
Yeah.
little context there.
So like it's most classically used in a disease called Duchenne muscular dystrophy, which is obviously a disease where boys are losing the ability to walk. So it's sort of, okay, this is a function. It's what's called a functional outcome measure, right? So, in clinical trials, you can have like, what you want to see happen, which is functional improvement. But often, that's really hard to achieve. And so sometimes people use these surrogate markers like, oh, let me measure some metabolite in the blood as a surrogate for the disease state. But sometimes that correlates with functional benefits, sometimes not. 6-minute walk test is pretty unambiguous. Like you either have the function or you don't. The problem with the test is that it's usually conducted at a clinical trial site after many days or hours of travel to that clinical trial site from wherever the family lives. So the kid has to basically get up in the morning super early for 8 hours of continuous examinations. They basically have to perform, right? And so you get this one static snapshot in a kind of artificial, in fact, stressful setting, right? Going to a clinical trial visit is a stressful experience for the entire family. And then they have to perform, and then boom. And either they kind of were good that day or had a good session that time or they didn't. And often these are recorded and that's good, but sometimes these were just like objectively evaluated by some clinician who could just like make would translate what they saw into like a score or something. But isn't it better just to watch the video and then have AI figure out what actually changed? So I think there's nothing wrong with the test itself. It's just how it's been deployed. And but yeah, the potential for for someone's phone to be the clinical trial sort of endpoint collection device, right? That anybody with a phone could essentially be conducting a 6-minute walk test at any time. Like that's the power of decentralization, and so that's kind of where we're headed.
Really cool too. I think I love the vision of that you talked about, like doing a walk test with a worm study, with the fly study, with the mice studies, all sharing all of that data. I mean, that end-to-end process, like, and unlocking that, like that is the future of science, like, and accelerating it because I mean, and better than anyone, you did a lot of, early research work in rare disease and how hard it was to make, you almost had to, it sounded like start that process over every single time you wanted to test something, where now you can hopefully have some rails where you can run compounds through, and decentralized science can help create that. But I remember you sharing, maybe you can share a little bit about like what that process was like when you were doing it on your own before you kind of came into the DSci space.
Yeah, I mean, it was sort of thankless, right? And you just kind of end up working with rare disease families who, had tragedy strike them, But then, those families are also lucky in some way. They had money or connections, and so they could do research, whereas other families, could not access that. So that part was super frustrating, the fact that that's not fair. But then also, I think what we realize is, yeah, every time we're doing this, we're kind of just starting up from scratch. We're not getting any momentum. We're not building, and we're not compounding in any way. So I think kind of why I wanted to get into DeSci and wanted to create Curetopia was a way to remove the financial burden off of the families so that you don't have to be sort of unlucky in the genetic sense, but then lucky, economically. I wanted to level the playing field, and then also realize that many of the things that we were doing for this family, one family, we could do for the next family and the next family. And so now we're starting to standardize and automate these processes. So yeah, it's much better to be able to also to attack biology as sort of a multi-pronged attack where you're using multiple models and multiple approaches and not just going after one sort of a Hail Mary pass. So I think, Curetopia, we've already shown that we can build out a pipeline in just a matter of a few months, that vastly exceeds, like, it's double the size of the pipeline that we built that took 5 years, doing it laboriously one family at a time. So we're already seeing the acceleration that DeSci can offer. And then what you guys are doing is just bringing the internet capital market, formation stuff into the equation, right? And getting degens to speculate on something good and not just something useless. So that's the part that you guys really, you should take all the credit for.
Well, hopefully, I think what we would love to see too is find ways that we can make this system work together. Because at the end of the day, finding an unlock for rare disease or an unlock for longevity is really why we're all here. So would love to, as Benji shared, like a big goal for us is human studies, and not only getting in through these animal models, but actually getting people in the game, in the simulation. And I know, like, for us, we would love to continue to find ways that if you find something, and I know you go from it seems like yeast models to human, but if there's a way that our systems can complement one another, would love to continue to find ways to do that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've got the bookends, right? We've got the simplest system, yeast,
Yeah.
and then we've got the most complicated. You guys have the stuff in between. And then there's also a chance where maybe we can take the molecules and combos that you're finding here, we could actually take them across the clinical finish line in the rare disease context, right? And then once you have an approved drug, right, then that becomes an off-label study to show the longevity effect in normies. And that, I think, is a much potentially easier path than trying to take some of these combos and go straight to a longevity study in humans. So again, like, the road to longevity, I think, is paved with rare disease cures and treatments. So it's a win-win for the world. And if you can make money doing it on the second time scale, or whatever, the degen time scale, then that just brings internet capital markets to the equation, and biotech that has never seen this kind of capital before.
Yeah, biotech has no idea what's coming. It's so funny to imagine, like, them being like, oh, we missed it. But actually, they are all starting to, like, kind of see the wave, and you see a lot of these biotech companies basically becoming treasury companies, and, like, their big catalyst. Like, biotech operates off catalysts, which is like some big newsworthy event that will hopefully move their stock price and get people's attention. And right now, that event is them just taking all the cash that they have and putting it into, like, Bitcoin or ETH. And, like, you're starting to see that now. So I think some of them are actually waking up to it. But I think this is a whole other level to it, which is like, okay, beyond holding crypto on your balance sheet, like, tokenize the assets on your balance sheet too, right? Like, they've now tokenized their cash. Like, now you can also tokenize your drugs as well. And then the third step, obviously, is like, okay, now it's real-time experiments, right? So I think they're gonna step toward this future. I think it'll just take one limiting belief at a time. And limiting belief number one is tokenizing cash. Limiting belief number two is tokenizing their drugs. And limiting belief number three will be the real-time experiments. So I think it'll happen probably in that order.
Totally agree. I mean, yeah, TradBio is still sleeping on DeSci, but I actually wondering, like, you've got the kind of crypto native traders and degens into PumpdotScience. What happens when now, like, the Wall Street, bio quants and the Wall Street bio traders who would normally just be trading crap SMID stocks on some public exchange, when they get a whiff of this, right, and they start putting capital here and start putting attention, then you've got the degen army, and then you sort of have this, bio Bio Wall Street army, I mean, that's when it feels like it would go institutional. But I don't know.
100%. And if you actually look at most of the volume in biotech equity trading, most of it is hedge funds, like sophisticated PhDs who have access to lots of capital who are moving the market and actually placing most of the trades. And so like you've got the DE Shaws of the world, and you've got like Citadel who just like hire PhD scientists to come and like be, white collar biotech degens, right? And so that's kind of already how the equity markets work. I think that, if we can move this over to them, they will actually be the ones that do a lot of the trading. So I'm super excited about exactly that. They are fairly skeptical of longevity and crypto. So those are like the two big kind of like limiting beliefs for getting biotech equity markets traders into the DeSci world is they need to believe that the tokens are valuable and they need to believe that like longevity is a viable market. And so those are like from the conversations we've had with proper traders in the biotech stock traders. That's really what is limiting them thus far. Is they're like, well, longevity is kind of snake oil, and also like tokens are scammy. So you have to convince them.
Right, and then
both of
someone
those
combining
things.
both crypto and longevity seems super sus, right?
Exactly. So like that's why they're not here yet, but they are definitely watching from the sidelines. I think that when they will start to come in, and hopefully when they do come in, it will be in size, is when they see one of these tokens being associated with a real world product that is doing well. And so when you have the token tied to a real world asset, so to speak, that's generating proper cash flows that they can model, that they can put out on a spreadsheet and say, this is going to sell this many doses, and that capital is going to go to the token. Once they see that, I think that will convince quite a few of them. But actually, I think if you can make tokens for rare disease focused products, now you've basically gotten rid of one of their two limiting beliefs where they don't have to necessarily get on the longevity train. All they have to do is get on the token train, so to speak. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I think this analysis is spot on.
Yeah. So anyway, Ethan, what we should definitely talk about a bit going forward is how can we make a graph, so to speak, for the 6-minute walk test, the sobriety test, whatever you want to call it. Because like obviously like the video is going to be super valuable, and it's really cool that anybody can like basically capture human data with their phone. But I think the question becomes like, how do you objectively grade one compound from the other? Like this is a successful test or an unsuccessful test, quantitatively. So would love to, whether, you say so now or just like in the future, like how can we make those sobriety tests like numeric?
I mean, we can. I mean, I think like we can just, for example, do a bunch of baselines of an individual, and then we can sort of train a model to understand what are features of movement, gait. I mean, tons of features you could pull out of such a video. And so we know that we can generate those videos at scale because parents have phones and it's easy to do that. The only question now is what is the sort of analysis pipeline we need to be able to demonstrate, okay, that this child made improvement over their baseline. And as we're collecting sort of many baselines, hopefully we're going to be able to pick up more and more subtle effects. But honestly, we don't want to have to be like squinting to see the data. You want to see like that oscillograph where it's like pretty obvious. So we want large effect size, but we also want to have quantification. So I can imagine you can convert a 6-minute walk test into a trace. And, just like you have traces of the flies, for example, or we've done experiments with worms at least where you can track them in a you can track an individual moving around. Like you could imagine having the video form of the evidence, and then you've got the sort of you extract out like some velocity or some other features that you can parameterize and be like, okay, you see the curve is looking this way, you can drive a Mack truck through it, and then you have the video evidence that just gets your kind of reptilian brain And then hopefully the two of those, those become more standard operating procedure. But I think ultimately, yeah, whether it's a walk test or whether you have them with a crayon or a pencil and they have to draw something or have to trace something, there's many features you could do from the trace, right? Not just the speed of the trace, but how accurately is it following the line and so forth. So there's so much data you can extract from this and make it quantitative. So you don't have to just depend on heartstrings. But on the other side, we don't want to just be so hypersensitive where we're trying to pull out these small differences that don't matter. We want to see large differences and then just quantify those in graphical form. But that's kind of hopefully the treatments that we're dealing with. We're not dealing with middling shit. We're going to hopefully deal with like stuff that's made it through the gauntlet, right? And so is likely to have a large effect size.
Yeah, you're speaking our language, like showing things that we showing like the data and then showing something visual and making it easy for people to understand. Totally agree, Ethan. Real quick too, before we get into things, we did have a couple questions from the community. So Benji, can we pull those up real quick, or do you want to kick off this compound first and then take them?
Wait 1 sec. I'm sending something to the devs. They are trying to prepare all the experiments in real time.
Okay.
Give me 2 seconds.
You're good. You're good. I'm going to pull up, Ethan, I know this is an older comment, but I'm going to pull up a Curetopia comment here so you guys can see. This is Curetopia, the DAO that Ethan is heading up for rare disease. So if you haven't, please give them a follow. You could definitely hear the impactful work that he's doing. And then I'm going to also show this comment here. This is Ethan's account as well. So please give those accounts a follow. And yeah, help champion the work that he's doing for rare disease.
Thank you for the love. Thank you. Actually, I'm going to have to board
Always.
my plane in a second, but I'm going to keep watching the live stream. Thank you for pulling me up
Yes.
so graciously.
Of
And I'd love to
course.
be back. And I've got some compounds for you, Benji. I've got
I
some
can't
compounds
wait.
for you coming your way.
I can't wait.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I'm going to show up one more time. Ethan's account is up right now. And then here is Curetopia. Please go give them a follow, show them some love. They are doing some big things in the rare disease space. So thanks for coming up, Ethan, and have a safe flight.
Thank you. Thanks, Julian. Thanks, Benji. See you guys. See you, D-Gens.
Peace.
Love it.
PhD gens, excuse you. PhD gens. So
Crypto. How do you want me to call you Crypto Rue MD? Rue?
Yes. I mean, my name is Eric Zamora, as you know. I'm a medical doctor, so you can call me Eric. You can call me Crypto Rue.
I can call you Doc.
Doc.
I can call you Doc.
I love that.
Welcome. Glad you could come on up.
Thank you. Well, pues it's a really difficult position. You know, I have patients like at these hours, but here I am. Very excited.
Patients, can you go away so that I can degen, please?
Yes, please. So I was imagining, like when I wake up this morning, I was thinking, okay, imagine that in my clinic, in my office, is this like a stand with a lot of compounds, like tell to the patients, right? So, okay, you come to my office, maybe I can give them some of them, just buy them and give them, and let's try it and see how is everything happening. So, I don't know, it's really exciting how this is going, how this madness is actually like being really real. So, I don't know, it's incredible. Yes, I'm in the house.
Yes, Doc is in the house. So honestly, so grateful to have people like you here. I mean, that's the thing, is like bringing the scientific, medical research, academic student community in and showing them the DSci space. I mean, like this wouldn't be, what it is without you guys coming with ideas and things that you want to test. And even, I mean, the D-Gens have things that they want to test too, but yeah, we're so grateful that you're here. Hopefully, I agree. I think the future is like being able to show your patients like the open, transparent data and letting them decide for themselves too, like the endpoints of these studies to someone, if they, see 10% life extension as meaningful, like maybe they'll keep taking something versus someone who sees 5%. Like it really giving people the data and letting them decide for themselves. But yeah, having that information out there, and then having stuff hopefully out in your office that people can go make decisions for themselves.
It would be
Real quick, but
incredible.
I just wanted to give a shout out. Last Money Bender, we do see your questions. We're going to kick off this compound here, and then we'll get to them. I promise. We see you out there. Keep them coming. Benji, you want to give a quick update on the compound that is underway, and then we'll pull up some questions?
100%. So we got ginsenoside RG1. It comes from ginseng, which is like popular in East Asian medicines. I forget how it works exactly, but I think what's just interesting is that ginseng has been, one of these, is it a vegetable, roots, whatever, that has, basically been passed down for thousands of years. And I'm not sure if it's like super well understood how they work, why they work, whether they work, but it has survived, kind of like human culture, in East Asian medicines for a while. And so, I mean, like, I guess what we're kind of investigating here is, this is one example of a ginsenoside. And so basically all these are compounds that are found in this root. And so what we're interested in seeing is like, if there is an effect on like lifespan and health, which ginsenoside is responsible for it, and like, do we observe an effect at all? And so I think rather than just test the entire root, which is like, of course we could just grind up the ginseng root into a powder and give that to the worms. What we're doing is actually like breaking apart each of these different components and testing them individually on the worms to see like, okay, does this extend their lifespan? Does this specific compound extend their lifespan? And then this is something you could like hypothetically put into a pill, at larger quantities, so that we could get like a much larger effect for people on it. So there are like multiple of these ginsenosides. I think we're launching a few of them. RG1 is just one of them that we're testing, but I think there's several more. But yeah, I'm super interested in this data to see like, whether it works and whatnot. Right now it seems to be like, not a huge effect for this one specifically. Maybe, we got the dosage wrong, or maybe one of the other ones is the one that actually has like the prominent effect. But yeah, I mean, like ginseng root is like an AG1. It's in like a lot of these like health and wellness, like greens, powders. I don't know if people know exactly why. I think it's just like, it's kind of like religion, where like it's been passed down for so many generations. We've just accepted it as fact. And I think what's so cool about this is like, we're being like Martin Luther here, being like, should it still be here just because it survived? Does that mean it's right? Or like, just asking why, I think is super important. So that's kind of what we're up to here with this one.
Sick. I'm going to do some rapid fire questions. Are you ready?
No, I think we should bring up the dev for this this compound first. Just to maybe say
let's do
a
it.
few words on it before we do rapid fire.
Good call.
Yo, Dr. Ashish Rajput. Jillian, let's just acknowledge that like we got two doctors on the call. I don't think either of us are qualified to be on this call anymore. I think we should go.
We're gonna go. You guys got it from here?
Yeah. Go ahead, Ashish. What's up, man?
Hi, everyone. So yeah, you were right. This is the one compound coming from the ginseng, and it's also have this ancient roots in the longevity side. But I'm mainly interested, like, it doesn't matter how it is doing in the worms, but I'm mainly looking into the safety aspects with the worms. So also the concentration is important. So currently we are using 10 micromolar. Maybe it's becoming toxic to the worms. So maybe if we reduce it to like 5 micromolar, that would have another effect. So this is kind of a time-tested compound in humans, and we don't know how it is behaving in worms, but at least when we go to the humans, we can say it is safe to consume for the humans. And after that, I think the combination is also a huge factor here. So in like ancient medicines, we take like whole ginseng product, not like RG1 or RG2. So we see the synergistic effect when we combine this multiple compounds all together. So that will have much more effect. I think if we can do later on like this combination of different ginsenoside or other with other molecules, yeah, I would be interested in that.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point. Not only are these like life extension studies, but also looking at toxicity. So you can kind of deduce different things from the data depending on how you look at it, which I don't think is something a lot of people have thought about.
Yeah, I mean, worms is, of course, they have some conserved effect than human, but still they are like, we have a lot of differences. So humans have already evolved like from this few hours to like 80 years of lifespan. So I think the biology is essentially evolved, yeah, overall.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see too, like you said, I mean, if there's like dose specific insights that you can pull. But yeah, definitely excited that you have the rails that you can, you know, test different ideas. Let's see, did that one finish up, Benji? Looks like it did. Let me check. Are we on the next one? Okay, let's see. You're on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute.
Yeah, that explains a lot. Yeah, it looks like it had a minus 10% effect on lifespan. So yeah, if ginsenoside or ginseng root has a positive effect on the health of the worms, this is not the one, or we got the dose wrong. So obviously both are possible. But yeah, like it looked like it's pretty consistently down effect, at least for Ginge 1. But yeah, on to Beast now, which seems to, you know, I mean, it's still pretty early in the game, but seems to be doing something.
I think that half of this, the compounds being tested in this was one that Ethan brought up. Was it the uridine? Is that this one?
I forget. Wormies seem alive for the most part.
So this compound has uridine and sulforaphane. Both are like kind of essential molecules for the cells.
Got it.
What makes them essential for the cells? Just for people who might not know.
I mean, if we talk about uridine, when we translate from DNA to RNA, RNA to protein, to make this RNA, you need to have this molecule. Otherwise, you will not do this first process inside the cell. And I mean, essentially, there will be no life if that molecule is not there. So it's that important.
Yeah, uridine is U for the RNA. So like there's thymine in DNA and uridine for RNA. And also I think RNA evolved first, right? So uridine's probably more conserved in life and been around longer than thymine.
Yeah, Ethan commented that was the one he brought up, that they had, I think it was a yeast model in rare disease. So
yeah,
it'll be interesting to see. I guess we'll know in 15 minutes.
Yeah. And then just kind of to dovetail off what Ashish was talking about. So yeah, uridine's part of RNA. Sulforaphane, it comes from like broccoli sprouts, and like cruciferous vegetables, I think more broadly. So like broccoli, cauliflower, like that whole, family of vegetables. And it'll be interesting to see like whether it's the reason it's like healthy and good for you is the same across species, but what it is hypothesized to do in people is it acts on your DNA directly. And so it acts on so like the way to think about your gene expression in each cell is like a library where only some of the books are pulled off of the library. So basically each cell has its own instructions. All cells have the same set of instructions, but like the reason your eye cells are different from like your muscle cells are different from your immune cells is because they pull off different instructions off of the library, like different books off the shelf, basically. And sulforaphane basically makes sure that the right books are coming off the shelf and the right books are staying on the shelf. So a lot of reasons that people age, it is hypothesized that it's called epigenetic dysregulation, where basically like books are off the shelf that shouldn't be there, and the books that should be there are went back on the shelves. So it doesn't become as tightly regulated. And what sulforaphane does is it's a histone deacetylase inhibitor, HDAC, and HDAC is one of these proteins that winds your DNA up, like basically to keep it tight. So it's basically like a bookshelf. And yeah, so this basically prevents the bookshelf from being touched, like protects the bookshelf is how sulforaphane works. I hope that helps. That's kind of
No,
how I
it
think
does.
about this stuff.
I was
Yeah.
just thinking, like, I would love to have somewhere where we have all of these little like analogies and different explanations, because I think for a lot of people, it's like you hear all these scientific words and you can almost like, I don't know, I don't want to say like check out, but if you don't know what they are or can't like recall from, your early learning, it can be hard to track. And just hearing
Yeah.
examples like, oh, I want to protect my bookshelf. Got it. Like, I want to do that. I want to take more trash
Yeah.
out of my cell with I need a better cleaning crew. This one does that. Like, it's super helpful.
Exactly. And there's also like, different mechanisms by which the same compound can work. So Ethan is saying that actually sulforaphane activates NRF2, which basically increases the antioxidant response. But there are papers that kind of like also validate what I just said, which is that it's an HDAC inhibitor, which means it basically acts directly on the DNA. So who knows, right? Like it's I'm sure it has multiple effects. The question is, does it do anything?
Yeah.
Does it actually
What does it
like
actually mean? Like,
what is it? Yeah,
result?
exactly. What is the result? Like, we can debate all day about how it works. The question is, does it work at all? And the answer seems to be like maybe for this one. I mean, the effect seems to be positive, at least for now. These charts have been flipping like crazy.
Yeah. Ethan, backing up your point here, all of these natural products have multiple mechanisms of action, which goes exactly to what you said. It's so interesting because I'm thinking back to like my pharma days where it's like, it is believed to do this in the cell, or like it is believed to work this way. Especially when you talk about mechanism of action, like you have an idea, but don't
It's so hard to
exactly know.
see. It's so hard to see. Like, it does
Yeah.
a bunch of different things. Like, it depends on what you're looking for. Like, because you don't have like a perfect camera measuring everything in real time in the cell, like you gotta look somewhere and see like, does anything change? And then you go look in this room, like, does anything change here? And then when something does change, okay, like, that's what's published on, and that's what people say like how it works.
Yeah.
But it's just because that's where they looked, you know.
For sure. And I think that's like, I mean, Ethan hitting it again, like polypharmacology, baby. It's like if something can do multiple things, like work in multiple ways or have, improve processes from multiple standpoints, like that is, I mean, why wouldn't you want polypharmacology? You know what I mean? Okay, here's a good question. What is the experiment exactly? And are you relating the DNA of these worms to people? Can I ask what invertebrates you are using?
Okay, what is the experiment exactly? Okay, so this is exactly the experiment. Thanks to the question, oxy-collect. So basically, we take wells of worms. So wait, let me pause this guy. We can just like zoom in to like one particular frame. What you're looking at here is a well, which is just basically like a little cup, you can think of it, where on the bottom is food. And each one of these little squiggles is a microscopic worm called a C. elegans. And we, as you can see, like put about 20 in there. And then we either give them a compound, like here it's Ticker Beast, but we're giving uridine and sulforaphane. We're putting that in the food. And we either give this to them or we give them control, which is nothing. So what you're testing to see is, does this compound make these worms live longer? And the way we do that is just by imaging them at various points in time to see, like, does it, do they squiggle and like move around for longer? And all of these boxes are determined by computer vision. So this isn't a human that's looking at all this stuff. It is just cameras and machine learning models that are predicting, okay, this worm is dead. It hasn't moved in like a few days. It's definitely not sleeping. It like has stopped moving. It is dead. And so that is essentially what the experiment is it's really just like you put a bunch of worms in a dish. They either eat a drug or they eat a control, and then they move around or stop moving around. When they stop moving around, we record that. And then we record them as dead. And that will affect the raw data. And yeah, that's how we basically determine whether a compound has a positive effect on the life of animals. So, obviously they're tiny, like they're barely even there. Like you need a microscope to even see that they're there. But they are an organism, right? They do have a lot of similarities to us. And so, yeah, like that's kind of what we're trying to see here. So there's 20 in this well, but we also have like a bunch of, this is actually a separate well to the one that we just showed. And this third one is a separate one to the other two. And so what we're doing is we're testing replicates. So you don't just want to see the effect in one well. You want to see if that same result is replicated across a bunch of different like shots on goal, basically. And so you test the same thing multiple different times because it's fairly inexpensive to do so. And we'll have the CEO of Aura Biomedical come on shortly. And he can explain in much greater detail than I, like how this whole system works. But they basically got a bot that just like images these different wells every like period of time. They've got computer vision models that analyze that data, and they're able to do this without much human intervention at all. You just set it up, and then the worms eat and live and then die, and then the camera just takes pictures every period of time. So we do this with both the compound, and then also you can see the data for the control. And so these are all different wells, basically, where they weren't given anything. And this is just something that we can compare the drug to. So you just want to make sure that you have something to compare to that's equivalent. That was the same conditions, where the only condition that varies is that they didn't get the compound. And so yeah, we start off with here I can scroll down. Give me a second. Somewhere between 5 and 20 animals per well. And then by the end of it, they start dying. And now, only a few of them are alive right now. So that is the actual experiment. I hope that answered your question. Can I ask what invertebrates you're using? Yeah, so they're C. elegans, a very, very common, commonly used model organism. This is definitely interesting because it looks like the compound has fewer animals alive than the control, but it's saying that there is a median increase. Got to figure out why that is. Maybe that's right, actually.
And maybe I can pitch in. So this median life is also very important because at the end, I mean, all the worms will be dead, but this, how much it can increase this when people are in the middle ages, how much it affect, it somehow show this.
Mhm.
Totally. Anyway, I think it's almost done. Yeah, I think all the wormies are dead. We're almost done. I think it takes 139, so it might just flatline for the rest. But yeah, looks like this one did super well too. I don't know if that was
Yeah.
expected.
Yeah, plus what, 24%?
Yeah. Damn. How's the token doing?
Let's check.
Yo, it was crazy. Like the oxaloacetic acid and glycine like did super well, but the token didn't do super well. So it's oh. The market's caught on. The market's caught on.
Follow the
Oh,
data.
you love to see it. I wonder if it did the same thing with wow, that token is now pumping. I'm gonna check ox-glyc really quickly.
Okay, Benji, someone said, I thought the experiment would take 20 days from today to conclude, but it seems you're getting the results today. Can you clarify and speak about that and a little bit more on the crypto side as well?
Yeah, and thanks so much for that question. So, what we realized is, look, we want to run fast science. You know, a lot of crypto, crypto just moves quickly in general, right? Like traders want signals fast, they want news, they want, bullish catalysts basically for the token price. And so we ran what we thought was like basically the shortest, best experiment we could run, which yes is 20 days. But also, we couldn't sit down and do a 20-day stream of all of the data, right? Like that would be just too boring and it wouldn't, get people excited or get them to the stream. And so what we're trying to balance here is like, having as live of data as possible with making it exciting and worth like coalescing around, right? And like getting people to come to a stream over. And so that's why we're streaming it over 15 minutes. So yes, as of today, all the experiments have been run, but we're streaming them for 15 minutes because we have all of the data in-house, but everyone's getting it at the same time. And so everyone's seeing this data for the first time all right now. So we basically kept it hidden so we could stream it all at once. But yeah, all these experiments were previously run. This will change with the flies. So as soon as we send these compounds to the fly lab, things will be done in real time. As soon as data is generated, it will be streamed. But yeah, for this set of worm experiments, we wanted things to be like actually like exciting and everyone comes to the stream on a single day. And so that's why we streamed it over 15 minutes each. But we also wanted to give each compound like attention because like each one was proposed by a community member and like, we didn't want to stream them all at the same time. But, it would also be super boring to watch like the charts slowly go over like, a 6-hour period. And so, yeah, that's why we shortened it to 15 minutes. So anyway, we tried
Seems
to
like the
figure out
community likes it.
yeah, if you got any feedback of like how we can make this more exciting, how we should change things up, like we're all ears, but try to make the best guess.
Yeah, if you like, because we spend a lot of time trying to figure out the best way to do this, to Benji's point. So if you like the one compound at a time, but short duration, or if you'd want to see multiple at once, like we're open. But this we thought was like a good way to give each compound the floor, make it engaging by not, by compressing the time and then, really quickly going to the next one. Obviously, it makes for a full day of streaming. Like I think we'll be here till the afternoon, but we're so excited to share the data. And what's been cool, at least even from, I don't know, Benji, how you feel, but like the 15 minutes, I feel like I'm like I can't get out of the adrenaline cycle because 15 minutes is so fast. So by the time we talk about it, we like set the stage for it. The experiment is like almost over and we're on to the next one. So it's a bit of a of a flurry. But if you guys have feedback, share. Like we're open. If there's if you like this, don't like this, there's a better way to do it, please let us know.
Any comments from the people that are on the call?
Let's see. Okay, just a reminder, I know we've pulled up a couple questions, but if you have questions, share them. We'll pull them up. There's a couple older ones. I'm going to jump back here. So we already talked about the experiments. Someone asked, okay, why are the tokens basically sub 100K? So I think it would be good, Benji, to maybe talk about how the tokens launch, the bonding curve, and explain a little bit of that.
Yeah, so I mean, look, not all of them are sub 100K. I mean, like some of them are doing super well. Like a lot of these are over 100K. And I mean, look, like it's very difficult for us to comment on the price of our tokens. Like we need to be super careful about how we speak about like the price and the valuation. But I guess my recommendation would be like to go look at other launch pads. Like most other launch pads, most of their tokens are zero. And so, I think we're doing better in terms of like average market cap than likely most of the other launch pads out there. So, I think that's kind of looking at the glass half empty. I think also this is a potential trading opportunity. If you think that they're worth more than 100K market cap, like maybe that's a buying opportunity. Not going to say whether it is or it isn't either way. That's up for you to decide. But yeah, I would say like, sub 100K tokens being like 80% of what has been launched by a launch pad, is probably in line, if not we're doing better than other launch pads from that perspective. So yeah, need to be careful talking about price, but that's what I would say is like, go look at other launch pads. What percent of the tokens are above 100K market cap? It's probably, I would say we're likely doing better than a lot of the other launch pads out there from a completely like market cap only perspective. And then that investor did ask a sick question, which is like, has wrap gone yet? So we picked the ordering of the live streams based on the market cap as of yesterday. So, we wanted like a build up to like get to the more valuable compounds later on. And so we started with the least, the lowest market cap tokens first, and it was in increasing order. So that's how we picked the order. But the compound currently running is IPAM, indole 3 propionamide, which seems to be doing pretty solidly. 10% life extension already. It's pretty solid stuff. I love this dev. This is one of the coolest devs. This guy's like I think he's a PhD or postdoc in Switzerland in biochemistry. He's awesome. Hope he's on the stream. It's probably nighttime for him at this point, but he's great. He's great.
Way cool.
Wait, what the heck? Okay, I don't think this is right. Need to figure this out.
Yeah, it looks like
This doesn't make any sense. Did that dev say whether or not they can make it?
let me check in the chat. Let's see. I go on mute so you don't hear my typing. All right, send a message. We'll see.
Hey guys, I could probably speak to IPAM a little bit while the dev is joining, but it's a really fascinating compound. 200% plus increase in lifespan in rotifers, and it's like a melatonin derivative. There's a lot of similarities in the chemical structure between melatonin and IPAM. And again, we talked about oxaloacetate and glycine. This is a molecule that targets the mitochondria. And it helps it generate energy, right? There's something in the mitochondria called the electron transport chain, where across the mitochondria are basically like these like very prehistoric bacteria, right? And our cells engulf them hundreds of millions of years ago, probably even longer. And in the process, it allowed these single cell organisms to grow into multicellular organisms by harnessing the energy output of mitochondria. And IPAM is this molecule that seems to help shuttle electrons across the mitochondrial membrane, kind of like current running across a battery, so that it makes it more efficient at generating cellular energy. So with age, mitochondria really start losing this it's almost like the insulation around a wire that allows the electrical energy to like travel across the whole wire. The electron transport chain really, with age, it becomes less efficient at transporting this current across the membrane. When the current goes from point A to point E, that's when it starts generating cellular energy. So that current kind of dissipates before it reaches point E. And, IPAM helps it, keep that current flowing, helps the mitochondria keep producing cellular energy. And again, such a huge lifespan extension in rotifers. It'll be really interesting to see how it plays out across, the evolutionary tree.
Thanks for that explanation. I feel like one thing I'm realizing is a lot comes back to the mitochondria. I mean, they call it the powerhouse of the cell, but when you really unpack that, it is so important. And I think it's cool too that you said it's a prehistoric or like an ancient thing that's innate in other, in other organisms. So it's really cool to think about like really optimizing its potential. Such a little thing with profound impacts,
For sure. And they're like replicating within our cells.
Yeah.
They have their own DNA. They're communicating with the cell's
So
nuclear
cool.
DNA. So it's really amazing what's going on.
Well, and I think that like figuring out how to the best way to optimize the power plant, like making it work harder, keeping it cleaner, protecting it. Like there's probably a lot of different ways to, optimize the mitochondria. So which approach has the best effect?
Yeah, that's where combinatorials I think also are going to be really interesting, because you can obviously target multiple different nodes, right? You can recycle mitochondria better, you could produce more of them, you can help, the electron transport chain move along, you can help them produce more proteins that drive essential actions in what we talked about before, the TCA cycle. So like,
Yeah.
Imagine a combinatorial regimen where you can pinpoint. This is the kind of thing that I like that you guys did with ginseng, I think it was. You extracted one of the molecules, and what that allows you to do is pinpoint, are there any specific mechanistic actions of a single molecule, rather than taking the whole root and then seeing, oh, does that work? You can kind of pinpoint, oh, these molecules are interesting. These are the ones in ginseng that seem to have an effect. How do they work? And then like, how do we combine them with other molecules to, synergize and sort of target different systems in the cell to optimize longevity effects.
Way cool. Yeah. It's I think that's one thing that we've always, like when we think about pump science and it being the rails, like the opportunity to test something alone and then doing things in combination for that exact reason that you described, is like seeing the effect of something alone and then what is the additive effect of different mechanisms working together. So I think what could be cool is like once we start to get data on these things alone, how many can we ultimately put together and what is the impact of, like, did it get better? Did it get worse? What if you put in 3, but, maybe 3 showed X results, but what happens if you just did 2 of those? So it really is like a titration formulation exercise, which will be really neat to figure out like what does have the most effect when you put it together. And is there a point where like, you know, too much is too many? Gee, I'm so glad you could explain the like the mitochondria stuff, especially in a way too that people can understand. Because I think a lot of times, like when talking about science, it can, if we went into like just like the technical explanation. I mean, I have a background in science, but by no means am I a researcher. So I more than anybody appreciate the like really simplified version, the analogies that you share. It's really helpful.
No, appreciate that. Yeah.
I think
the community
it's
actually asks for that too. So it's helpful to have people in the community who can share back with that.
Yeah, I think it's quite simple, which is like we basically live in symbiosis with this tiny organism that we call mitochondria. And if we take care of them, they'll take care of us. And it's like it is our battery. Like we give them food and they give us like energy. And yeah, they help, and it makes sense. Like if they give us energy, then we can move around, get them more food, live longer. But we do need to take care of them. And I think to G's point, like super excited about, you know, how do we get more batteries? How do we make the power generator work better from multiple different angles? Like there's so many different ways to think about how we take care of our mitochondria. And like it sounds super lame. Like when you're scrolling through Instagram and someone's like, do you take care of your mitochondria? Like nobody cares, right? But it's like, do you want to lift more weight? Like, do you want to run faster and longer? Like, do you want to pick up your grandchild? Like, okay, then let's talk. Let's talk nerdy. You know, let's talk mitochondria. So anyway, a lot of it's like, okay, how do you actually make it attractive to listen to as well, like and understand?
I think that is the secret. Like a lot of it is you know, if you just lead with too much of the science and people are kind of like, but if you get into the like what this could mean for you and then how that happens, it's all in the delivery. But yeah, like when you talk about like lifting your kids or lifting weight or, you know, running, getting a PR in a triathlon, you know, something like that. It's like, oh, I can get behind that. How do I do that? Your mitochondria. Yes, look, Kirtopia, all roads lead to the mitochondria. Boom. The brawn of every cell in every animal on Earth. Way cool. Ethan's on a plane. Like, this is impressive.
He's literally streaming from the plane. You love to see it.
All right, so we have the next compound up. What do we got?
We got quartz. Let's go.
Let's go.
Each time in my head when I read it, I think squirts because of the $sign, but whatever.
Oh, stop. That is funny. That is funny.
It's really difficult to pronounce in Spanish because I don't know if you like to say curds or carrots. So it sounds better. Carrots in Spanish maybe, but it sounds like really cool in English, like curds.
Oh yeah, like queso.
Yeah. Like quesito.
Exactly.
Actually, you know, the name that we like decided for this compound, it's related to an Aztec god that it's called Quetzalcoatl. So actually, you can Google it. So Aztecs, we are like trying to make people remember this ancient medicine that actually we have in Mexico, also in Latin America. So Quetzalcoatl, it was this like the principal god that the Aztecs actually had. So that's why Quetzalcoatl. So we like just play with both names of quercetin and also berberine, and make a fusion of these two and create Quetzalcoatl. So just to remember about Quetzalcoatl.
What kind of, like, is it a dragon? Like, what is it?
It's you know, in Latin America we don't have like dragons. In in our like knowledge, but we have like these giant snakes. So maybe it's like the dragon of in China or Japan, but we have giant snakes. So in Maya, in the Mayan culture, we have Quetzalcoatl. Sorry, in the Aztec culture, we have Quetzalcoatl, but in Mayan culture, we have Kukulkan. And also it's this giant snake with some wings in their back. So that's why we want also to give some like knowledge about our history.
Nice. I think yours is a lot cuter than this.
Yes. Mice is incredible. It's cute. So actually, I made some animations just getting his coat and just start working in worms.
Yeah, I really liked him driving the Lamborghini. That was fun.
Yeah. Yes. It's
Well
really
done.
cool.
How did you make that?
Actually, I'm using Google Gemini, just making short videos. So I'm actually making really good about prompting videos. So you just upload the image and then just give them like all the scenes. Okay, the
Yeah.
first scene is this, the second one this, and you have only 8 seconds. But if you pay like the super premium of Google Gemini, you can actually make a lot of videos.
Amazing. If you send me the link, I'll pull it up
Yes.
so everyone can see what we're talking about. So
I was going to say, is there anything you can't do, doctor, video producer? Like this is
crypto
this is
trader.
wild. Crypto trader.
Man,
There you
the man
go.
does it all.
I want to
So
crazy,
good.
maybe.
An actual legend.
Thank you.
The
Muscle,
man, the
muscle,
myth, the legend.
muscle quiero quartz. Cool. So muscle. Muscle also asked when meth blue. Muscle, if you want to launch methylene blue, it has not yet been claimed. We will likely make a submission permission list within hopefully today, but if not today, then tomorrow. But yeah, hopefully shortly. So if it's of interest to you and you want to be the drug dev for it, it'll be first come, first serve. So you can run it yourself. Pero quartz sirve.
Yeah, I know. I was actually reading more about this. I mean, I want to introduce why I am actually in longevity. My first introduction with this type of drugs was with metformin. That's why I also knew Benji. The first time that we talked, it's about metformin. That was my thesis, my medical doctor thesis, that metformin could help to control cancer and also like try to help people live longer. So that was my first approach. Then I start reading when you send me the first time all the compounds that are going to be like tested, my head blew up because I started reading. So now I'm actually into quercetin or into berberine, also imagine how I can also apply this type of drugs in my clinical like applications. I mean, I know that also with the antioxidant therapy, also like trying to diminish all the inflammatory process, control autophagy, everything that we already know about quercetin, but also I'm trying to understand why it's also important to use it for anti-inflammatory process. I mean, inflammation is something that actually we know. We like the first 10 to 20 years of the century, maybe we talk a lot about senescence, but actually we're talking about inflammation. So using this type of drugs, reducing the inflammatory process, maybe is going to give us like a little hack to make this like type of longevity. I'm not really like sure that like telomerase like enlargement or something like that is going to work. I think it's more related to antioxidant therapy. Yeah, I think and these two drugs are actually related with a lot of herbal medicine in Mexico. I mean, onion teas and also berberine teas. It's actually something that the people gives to the Indian people, all the people that actually lives in Merida also use this type of remedies. Also, I mean, ajo, I don't remember, garlic. Also, you can use it for like trying to help with their flu or something like that. So I'm really sure that this type of new compounds are going to help people to understand, and maybe not at this time, but when we like finalize all these new experiments, we are going to have more like power for research.
100%. And yeah, I think the cool part about it is like also making it a game, like a competition as well. So not just finding out, you know, which ones work, but like which ones work best. Like if you're going to, you know, buy one thing, you know, like take one thing, like where do you start? And, you know, this other thing that everyone's talking about online and is claiming works, like, does it actually? Right. So I think, you know, this is kind of like a truth seeking machine, which I think we're really excited about too, and making it competitive. And I think when you fuel the token market into it, then it just makes it a whole other level of, you know, engagement from people. And I think, yeah, that's, you layer all these different pieces together. And I think we hopefully have something pretty nuclear here.
Yes, I mean, as you already said, like a few minutes ago, people can actually see the experiment and choose which compound is going to work. Also, when the Jing doctor actually was talking about it, maybe the drug, the level it's too high and maybe it's too toxic. So this is going to lead us to another experiment, also with berberine and quercetin. So if we are having like this life extension of the worms, maybe we can give a higher dose, a lower dose, to know actually how it's going to work better. And at the first of the streaming, I was like actually trying to understand why we, the doctors, don't look about real like data. Why? Because when we test a drug, we just see like different type of answers. I mean, I can give you this drug and your inflammation is going to go very well, but we don't even talk about mortality. So you can't find like a lot of studies that talk actually in mortality. So really, it's the best important thing in a study. So when you have a study that has like problems with mortality, you just stop the drug, right? But when you have something that doesn't affect the extension of the life expectancy of the patients, but the drug works like lowering the inflammation, it's approved. But actually, there is no difference in mortality, you know? So maybe we need to change this type of knowledge to be more like addressing more about the life of the people and not only just getting something better. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I think it's such a good point. Like when you think about clinical trials and stuff, like, you know, there's a lot of data that reads out and people make treatment decisions based on that. But there's also a ton of stuff that like we don't get to study because there's not necessarily going to be an indication for it. You know, there's not maybe a path for a drug approval. And so how do you get data on stuff like that to make decisions based on, you know, things that you want to take that might not require a prescription? So, you know, having that clinical data on things where there might not be, you know, like an FDA indication, to me, it's so cool. And Ethan was on earlier. And one thing that I thought was really interesting that he said, Ethan from Curetopia, was, you know, there's a lot of like strategy that goes into like drug approval paths. And so like, which, you know, approval path do you think you could get maybe like accelerated approval for, faster approval for, and then go for different ones later? And so for some of these compounds, you know, that we're testing, it could be that there is maybe an approval path that starts with something else. And he was sharing like, maybe it's like rare disease, and then that opens up the door for other things. But yeah, I think exactly what you shared, like having the data available is so people can make decisions is why we're all here.
Yeah, and it's incredible. Actually, we were seeing a Kaplan-Meier survival graphic, and also I'm not sure, Benji, but I think quercetin is also winning.
It looks like it worked. I think I'll need to refresh because I think it's almost done. Oh no, it's almost done. But yeah, looks like you have pretty solid life extension benefit from it. I'm seeing like 5%. Very impressive. Look, I actually had a crazy experience with quercetin. Just to share like a personal story. I had pretty bad like long COVID. I got COVID 3 times. And each time the real side effect that I had was like crazy brain fog. Like really, really bad. Like I could feel how like worse my brain was working and it was terrifying. Like to know that you're operating at like lower brain function and like where you were and to be able to feel the drop is really scary. And I was honestly kind of freaked out, obviously. Like my brain doesn't work anymore.
It's a
And so I
scary
hit up,
thought.
it's very scary. I was like, is this permanent? Is this like forever? Like,
Mhm.
did COVID just do to this to me for good? I hit up the founder of Long COVID now. His name's Rohan. And I was like, Rohan, please help me. I'm scared. Like I was genuinely scared. And he said, take quercetin HMIQ. It's like a specific formulation of quercetin that's really bioavailable. And I didn't even need to finish the bottle. About halfway through it, I already felt like orders of magnitude better. And I mean, I may still have lost a few brain cells in the process and like, ugh, but like definitely better than I thought was going to happen. So very, very thankful. This was absolutely not placebo. I'm super thankful to Rohan for the recommendation. It was definitely a scary time. This one actually changed my life. I'm very thankful. So can personally attest to the fact that quercetin works. At least, it worked for me for my brain fog for long COVID. It's clearly a very strong antioxidant. Crosses the blood-brain barrier, was, absorbing whatever free radicals are in my brain at that time. And yeah, like God bless, because it definitely works. So yes, I'm very bullish quartz personally.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Cool. Yeah. I think
Amazing. Brought up some other community folks as well. We have BXB in the house, and we have Tatiana here also. Family's getting bigger.
Hey guys.
Hello.
What's Gucci?
Cool. I've never been on something like this. This is crazy.
Yeah. Welcome
Welcome.
to the science trenches.
Yeah. Face reveal
By
for
the
everybody that was wondering. I
By
need
the
a
way,
haircut
Eric.
bad.
Nah, you're chilling. You're chilling. Eric, final numbers on Quartz for 5% life extension in the worms. Pretty sick. Congratulations, my friend.
Congrats, Quartz.
Let's
Yes,
I was
go.
rooting for you guys.
Way cool. Way cool.
So
Okay.
now I come to my brother and drive again this Lambo.
Yo, send through the link of the guy, the mascot driving the Lambo.
Oh wait,
I'll put it
we
up.
got it. Hold on, we got it. We got it. It's in our studio chat.
Okay,
Do you see
I'll
it?
throw it up. Yeah, I got it. I got it.
Okay.
Yo, this is some high quality content right here. Yo, my computer is okay. Whatever this video is. Oh wait, no, this is just sending me to the Gemini
Oh
homepage.
no.
Yo,
you
Eric,
need
Dang.
you might need to, dude. I'm too poor for Gemini. You might have to stream it.
Okay, just give me a sec.
Just make sure you can share your screen. Otherwise, we can give you that permission.
I can give you the link. No problem. Here it is.
Gracias.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Just give it a sec. Sorry, my computer is cooked from all of the bandwidth I'm taking out. There we go. Look at that. Everyone thought AI was going to take our jobs. Look at it now.
Wait, I can't see it. Are you sharing
I
it?
can't see anything.
Oh my
Yeah.
God, yo.
Oh, the
I'm a-
suspense.
Not only am I too poor for Gemini, I'm also a boomer.
It's getting worse. It's
Really
getting
a
worse.
terrible combo. Yeah, this is what AI taking our jobs looks like, my friends.
Oh my, stop.
Also, this is the power of medical school. Your parents sent you to
Exactly.
medical school, and this is what they came out with. A son making these videos.
So good. I want to see them ghost ride the whip.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my God. So good. High quality content.
So good.
That's
It's amazing.
my doctor right there. That's my doctor.
Thank you, friends.
Of course.
See you later.
Yeah, go,
Thanks
go
for
treat
coming
some
up.
patients. Go treat some patients. Thanks for
Back
hanging
to
in.
back to the day job.
Yo,
So
so
good.
yeah, this slew of compounds, it's actually 3, was submitted by Bowtied Shrike. I think
Okay.
Bowtied Shrike is like probably the most interesting, person that's in DSci. Like super brilliant, totally anonymous. All I know, I don't even know if it's a man or woman, frankly. I think the way they speak, it sounds like a guy, but just, speculating. But some sort of professor at some university who has just decided to stay completely anon. If you go look at like Vita Dow's governance channel, you'll see how active they are and how much they like rip into founders and like criticize them. So is like very skeptical as a person, clearly like a great scientist, and also just fucking brilliant. Also gets crypto, like totally gets crypto. A very unique phenotype. I wish there were lots more Bowtied Shrikes, but just wrote a great article about Pump Science and how
Great
excited
article.
they are. Yeah, great article, honestly. Go through the whole thing top to bottom, did a deep dive analysis. Basically, like the goal with Bowtied is to become like, a KOL, like a key opinion leader within the DSci space.
So cool.
Yeah, like I mean, in biotech, and to have efficient markets, you need people that are doing the deep analysis for basically everybody else. And like not everybody, does the deep analysis in like biotech stock trading. A lot of them just read the reports that are written by, analysts who do the analysis for you, and you basically like outsource that job to someone else, and then you either trust them or you don't. And so we kind of need that in the DSci space as well. And so that's what kind of we hope like Bowtied Shrike to be, and like what we need more of. Like
I think
obviously
that's what I want to be too, I think.
and do it. Like do that deep analysis. Like I think it's important we meme to a certain degree.
For sure.
But also
Keep
I
it
think
fun.
it's also
Keep it fun.
yeah, keep it fun. Like I think it can be fun and intelligent at the same time, or like, sometimes fun, sometimes, deep and intelligent and stuff. But yeah, we need that. Like otherwise sophisticated capital will always take this unseriously,
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, this is a 3-compound combination proposed by the Bowtied Shrike itself, but it's 3 compounds. It's not 2. I actually got to flag the devs. It's not 2 compounds, it's 3. I think they only had the system set up for max 2 compounds. But it is
Benji, real
curcumin.
quick,
Yeah.
when you go through it, I think it would be good too to reorient people to the data that we're seeing. There's a combo firing off in the Telegram on like what are we looking at, with the compound versus control. So I think as you set up the compounds, it would be good too to just reorient folks who maybe are just joining the stream to the whole experience here on Pump Science. But
Yeah,
please tell
100%.
share the compounds.
No. We should address what the people are asking about. So yeah, what you're looking at here on the feed section. So if you go to any compound, there's obviously like the default is the trading view, where you can see the chart and the market cap, blah blah blah, all the financial data, so to speak, about the token, and also place trades. You can place trades on the right. Also, if there's leverage, you can take leverage. Just as a hard FYI, you can leverage long if you want. If you really want.
How
Okay,
long?
so you can go up to 3x long. Pretty long.
That's pretty long. That's pretty long.
Pretty long. That's pretty long. So yeah, basically there's the trading view, which is all the information about the token. But then kind of like how Pump Fund does live streams, we're live streaming obviously scientific experiments. And so what the experiments are basically us giving these drugs to different animals and seeing what it does to them. And so what you're looking at here is just basically a well. You can think of it like a cup. And at the bottom of the cup, at the bottom of the cup is a bunch of food so they can eat. And then it either has like a drug in it, the drug that, you know, the token represents, or nothing. It's control. And so what you're looking at is a series of images that was taken over like 3 weeks, where we gave either drug or control to the worms to see whether it helps them live longer. That's really what we're testing with the worms, is like, do they squiggle around for longer? And then we're streaming the 20, 30-day experiments over a period of 15 minutes just to make it like exciting. And what you can see here is like, it kind of looks like a scoreboard, but it's basically drug versus control, as if those are the two teams. And the health bar represents what percent of the animals are still alive on either team. And what you would like to see, and what success looks like, is more of the animals staying alive who took the drug than the control. If the drug kills them, then there will be fewer worms alive at each time point in the drug than the control. So the fact that this health bar is higher for the drug than the control right now is evidence that this combo and this combo is working. Basically, these compounds like may extend lifespan. And the idea is like the token should be valuable too, because you could hypothetically commercialize this combination. And so yeah, like that's basically the worm experiments. Things will change a bit when we start doing other animals, but this is what you're looking at right now. This is the worm experiments. And yeah, basically we test like a bunch of worms. So it's not just one well, but like there's like multiple wells. So we like replicate the experiment over a few different tries to make sure that we get the same results like over and over again. And you can see the worms for both the drug and the control. Things seem to not be loading. My computer's probably exploding. Hopefully it works on your guys's. But my computer and internet's kind of cooked right now.
They liked that explanation. That was good.
Cool. Yeah. Did any other questions come out of that?
So far, none, but I'm monitoring. I'll let you know. Community, I'm monitoring the Telegram chat. So if you're in there, feel free to drop questions. If you're on the stream, you can reply. You can drop your questions. They'll pull through into our stream here so we can see them on Twitter. Wherever you have them, we will find them. So we're trying to answer everything that you guys are asking.
I've got a question.
Yeah, what's good?
What labs are like doing these experiments?
Yeah, so we're working with a few different labs. This lab is called Aura Biomedical, and we actually have the CEO who should be coming on soon. We'll see what time. But they're based in Seattle. They are a spin out of the University of Washington, aka UW, that's in Seattle. And they're a spin out of specifically the lab of a guy named Matt Kaberlein, who ran a lab at UW for many years. And they're a longevity focused lab. So yeah, they study. I think it's in the Department of Gerontology, which is just basically aging science. And they kind of pioneered this whole technology to test these animals, these worms called C. elegans, at scale in an extremely cost-efficient way. And so they basically designed and built this robot that takes images of the worms. They called it the worm bot. See if we can find some pictures of it.
That's pretty cool. Shout out to UW.
Shout out to UW.
Definitely went there.
But go Cats.
But absolutely go Cats. I'm at Northwestern right now, actually. For those that don't know, I'm a PhD here at Northwestern, and I am currently in the like throes of writing my thesis. So I'm like living the PhD part of the PhD gen lifestyle.
Oh my God.
And
Yeah.
it is a very small world because Carlin, are you in Carthew's lab?
No, I'm in the Laban lab. So we're in the same department as the Carthew lab. I work in frogs. The Carthew lab's a fly lab. We're basically besties.
Gotcha. Carthew is marrying my friend's mom.
Wow, what? Good for him.
Like, I know. It's kind of crazy. But anyway.
That is such a small,
small world.
The community, the research community is just so small as well.
Yeah.
So,
so this is a picture of the worm bot. So each one of those
Whoa.
like wells that you're seeing is here. So it's like basically you can think of it as a grid. I like to think of these as like chips. You know, like in computing, you have a chip with a bunch of different like semiconductors, and your goal is to like make the chip as small as possible and you like get as much information as you can out of as small a space as possible. That's kind of how I think about this, but it's like aging, like longevity data. Like you're trying to get the most efficient signal in like the smallest space for as cheap of a cost as possible. And so what this does is it just basically like rotate. This is a camera, and it just goes down and down, and this kind of motor here moves the camera on this axis, and then it just basically snakes down the whole space, taking pictures of everything. And then with each picture, it basically makes an assessment of are the worms alive or dead based on how much did they move in the last picture. And all this is automated. And yeah, so this is basically what you're looking at is like, you know, from the third person perspective. It's like what you're seeing is like individual pictures of the wells, but this is how they're captured. And this is why it's so inexpensive for us to run these tests, is because it's just a robot that's just taking these pictures. Humans obviously set up the racks, but eventually it will just be like pure liquid handling, where you know you put the drugs into a tube, you put the solvent into a tube, you put the food into another one, and the robots just do basically everything. That's what we're going for.
Saves me time to think. You know what I'm saying? I love that.
Yeah, to think of ideas. And so when you think about it, it's like, fun part. Okay, yeah, now you can just sit at home, launch tokens, and that's where all the science bottoms out at, you know?
Hell yeah.
So that's what I'm pretty excited about. Is this one done? Looks like it. Bowtied Shrike, how'd you do? God, I wish I knew who he was. I'm so curious. Like who he or
when I first joined the like DSci space, a lot of our like learning was looking at like snapshots and stuff, and Bowtied Shrike has the best snapshot like critiques I've ever seen.
They're deep. That's what I meant. That's what I was talking about. Like
they're so in depth. I'm like, I need to be like this. This is like I'm gonna copy the whole flow.
Totally. That is, I think, like the ideal DSci user. I just wish there were more of them.
Yeah.
You know. But yeah, looks like it worked. 17%.
17%. Wow.
Let's go.
Good job. Bowtied Shrike knows what they're talking about. Yeah.
I mean, who would have thought? Who would have thought? All right, what do we have next? BXB.
Let's get BXB
Hello.
up
Oh
there. Come on
boy.
now.
Oh
Woo!
boy.
Can we get a
All
round
right,
of
tell us.
applause?
Carlin,
Can we get a round of applause?
let's go. Let's
Oh,
go.
wormies.
I'm worried. I'm nervous. Hey, listen, I've dealt with a lot of failures in the lab throughout my PhD career, so this is nothing new. No matter what happens here today, I just want to say that BXB, we put it all on the line.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Let's do it.
yeah, this is, berberine. I think maybe we're the first berberine, one of the first berberines up for the day. So hopefully we can set our brothers up for good vibes in combination with biotin, which is like a vitamin B7, kind of like a cofactor coenzyme that binds to a lot of different things in order to help us create more energy efficiently. So we've had a lot of talk about cleaning things out, making sure that they're functioning properly. So this is adding a little bit more fuel, a little bit more fire to those properly functioning systems to make sure that we can keep living, keep loving.
Hell yeah. So
Let's
what's the obsession with biotin and hair? I feel like everybody talks about that, like, oh, your hair's bad, take biotin. Like, what's that all about?
So biotin, I think, is it ends up producing keratin, and that's like the thing in our skin cells that gives them, the more like the thriving appearance that you really want to see, shinier, not as dry, a little bit more moisturized, that sort of thing. So, by taking more biotin and getting these like different biotin treatments, a lot of people might do like a biotin something just like a leave-in conditioner sort of way of using biotin, and that ends up creating this I guess more robust like barrier, so that you are more protected from some of these external factors that can degrade your cellular structure.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Makes a ton of sense.
it's so interesting too how I like Benji was saying, I feel like there's a lot of like supplements that I don't know catch craze, and I can't even tell you how many ads I get for hair, nail, like I don't know, it just seems like every influencer I follow is like, I take this for my hair, but I've been taking this for it's nuts. It's literally nuts.
We don't.
It was like
we
the
really
thing for a while.
about how degradation of our teeth, our skin, and our hair over our long lives is really another important part of our health span. People talk about it's moving around, but don't you also want to look good later on into life? You know what I'm saying? Without having to pump toxins into your face, you can just maybe put on a little bit more sunscreen and take a BXB supplement, and you're feeling good from the inside out.
Yeah. Looking good, feeling good.
Looking good, feeling good.
It was so funny. So I was at an event with Brian Johnson, and one of the things that he talked about was like when he started the whole Don't Die journey and was trying to convince people of it. He's very much like trying to build a cult following as much as he's trying to like not die or whatever. Like he's clearly trying to accomplish both ends.
We want a religion as well.
Yeah. I think that so he basically said, when I started this, people said I looked like a vampire, and so they discredited everything I was doing, and so the important point is like if you don't look good, you can't just be like, oh, look at my biomarkers, how good they are, and like people believe that whatever you're doing is working. He was like, the best he felt and the best his biomarkers were when he was like running really lean, like 155 pounds, which I think for someone of his height is obviously super skinny. And everyone was like, this guy looks terrible, and so like, I think kind of to your point, most people kind of operate on vanity, Like, if anything, they care about how they look more than like they care about how healthy they actually are on the inside. And so I think what's so important here is like, yeah, we do have to get the outside right as well as the inside. Otherwise, people won't believe us, right? And if they don't believe us, then, you know, like, what are we doing? Like, we're going to lose their attention and their interest anyway. So as much as it would be great for us to all be, you know, focused on inner health, like, clearly everyone's focused on like how jacked are you, how good do you look on Instagram.
Absolutely. We're
yeah.
trying to get jacked. I know you
Exactly.
mentioned maybe your parents aren't looking to get jacked, but maybe they should be.
Look, they're doing great. They are pretty strong for 60.
Love it. Love it.
I was gonna say, Mom might be watching.
My dad's bicep veins like come through his shirt. Like, he's doing
Wow.
fine.
Yeah,
But
he's doing better than me.
Yeah, no, he's more jacked than I am. I still don't mess around with him to this day. But he does. He's just not like juicing himself with testosterone, is what I mean.
Right.
And like,
right.
you know, at the age of 60, that definitely flies. Like, you can get away with that. But, you know, but it's not what he's asking me. He's asking me like, should I be taking NMN? Should I be taking resveratrol? Should I be taking alpha ketoglutarate? Like, what are those going to do for me? Right? He's not asking like, you know, how do I make my skin look better? How do I make my you know, how to make my muscles more jacked with testosterone? Like, different things matter to different people. But I think it's just interesting to see that, like, it's there's no one size fits all. Some people want better hair and skin. Some people want better inner health. That's Brian Johnson phenotype. Some people just want to be jacked. That's a lot of like the fitness influencer phenotype.
Oh yeah.
Some people care. Like, it just varies so much. Like, there is no easy answer.
You mentioned the Venn diagram earlier and how there's like these, you know, people on the outskirts, the extremes of each of them, you know. I think that is maybe I took a little marketing class and they were like, try to reach those extreme people, you know, sort of thing. So I'm hoping that we can get the like all the maxis to really connect with, you know, what's going on with pump science, the efficiency maxis, the science maxis. Everybody is just like, we're doing it the best, I think, of, you know, anybody trying stuff like this. So it's really cool. The stream maxis, I love watching streams. So I'm like, this is cool as hell. I'm wondering, like, is there maybe a way to use pump science as a way to, you know, do basic experiments? Like, you know, just like, you know, people maybe want to contribute to a learning platform for the youth, you know, people who are just getting into science. Like Benji's sort of analogies remind me, like, there's different ways to reach different people. And like, what if the, you know, this super gamified thing turned into also a way to like teach and learn? I think that'd be pretty cool.
100%.
Man, I think that's the goal too. You know, like, if we can make science fun and easy to understand and inclusive, like, that to me that's it. And like, I had a conversation with someone this week that was like, the amount of different demographics you can reach with science and like how you can onboard like adults, kids, like teenagers. There's so many different activations you could do. So yeah, I think you're thinking the right way. And I know Benji and I both want to make this like a platform for people. So just as like you guys have been coming up and sharing your backgrounds and your, you know, experiences and ideas that you have, like, pump science is for the people, man. Like, it is.
Yeah.
It is really for you guys.
Yeah. But
Absolutely.
Carlin, kind of just like building off what you said, it's like, it is a tool. Like, we're already a tool for education. It's like nobody really thought about any of these compounds. Like, it was never in the collective consciousness. But like, you know, now that we're tokenizing it, like, now you're just seeing compounds all over the feed. And like, so there already is an element of education to it. As soon as you tie the financial markets to it, right? And so like, I find this super interesting, which is like, you know, ape first, learn later. And like, actually a lot of investors operate this way. in like the public markets, like hedge fund traders, like, you know, they don't know why quite yet that a trade is good, but they know that there's a good trade to be made, and so they make the trade first and then go educate themselves. Or on the flip side, it's like if you're, you know, a PhD scientist and you've ran this experiment in the lab, now you have a way to go make money off of that knowledge, right? And so you can turn the knowledge into monetizable action, like alpha. And I think that's, you know, something that has really, and then educate people later, like, you know, make the money first, you know, educate them after. Then, you know, like give them a reason to care and to be educated.
Benji, I'm sorry to interrupt you, buddy, but I can't hear you.
Oh no.
I can hear you.
It might be me.
Can you hear me, Carlin?
I can.
Okay. I don't know. I can still hear Benji.
Awesome.
He was making a great
cool.
point.
Oh no, I appreciate you. I think the more important
it was the perfect thing
like,
to say.
Somebody said in the Telegram chat, like, oh, I'm so glad that
Still can't hear him. His computer is cooked.
Can you hear me, Jillian?
Oh no, I can't.
Now I can hear you. Now I can hear you. Sorry about that.
Oh, crazy. He's back.
You're back.
All right.
Praise
All right,
be.
Carlin, I swear to God I'm talking. I swear. But somebody in the like drug dev channel said, like, I'm so glad that lab meeting I had, you know, was useful. And I think that kind of like hit me of like, you know, these scientists have so much alpha because they're studying this stuff day in and day out. And now they have an actual way to monetize it and tokenize that knowledge and, you know, get value for that knowledge. And so that really isn't something that scientists have been able to do. You know, like they've only been able to like run experiments and publish papers, or at best, like, you know, go start a biotech company, which has all of its hurdles that we know about.
Right.
But this makes it so much easier to monetize your knowledge by tokenizing it.
Yeah.
That the hope is that like all these scientists will have so much alpha.
Hell yeah.
Cool. All right. Back to the experiments. Are we done for this? Yeah, I think time's up. Let me hit a refresh.
Let's see.
Oh no, my device is cooked.
All right, looks like just a modest effect on the wormies. Doesn't look like anything too significant.
Sheesh.
That is science.
Yep,
Hey,
that's just
never
how it
know what
is.
could happen. Never know what could happen in the flies. Never know.
Absolutely. Rapidly approaching fly effectiveness. So
look, maybe I don't know if this is true, but maybe C. elegans don't have very much like keratin or like a need for biotin.
Yeah.
And so like it wouldn't help them.
For sure.
Mm-hmm. It's like a
There's definitely
point.
some follow-up studies that we've got planning, and we're really close to getting the fly funding ready to go. So let's see what this thing can do. Thanks for having me, guys. I got to get back to the
Carlin,
lab.
thank you.
Probably the best.
I will happily hop
PhD
on
Jen.
anytime. Loving it, living the PhD. See you later, DJs. Love you.
Over and out.
Please,
Over and
Carlin,
out.
much love, bro.
So good.
So good. Yeah,
She's
we
a
got
legend.
what experiment's live right now? Do we have one that's live?
We have up next NMN. Should be what's next.
Do we?
Let me
I'm
see.
not sure.
Do we
They were having trouble with that data.
Okay, that's the one next in the queue. Do we have a break in the action?
Let me see.
We also had Innovative Bio Research join from the community. What's good?
Yeah, I'm here waiting for my compound.
Hello.
Hello,
Thanks for coming
enjoying-
on.
Yeah, thank you. Enjoying the live stream, so exciting.
It is exciting. You know, it's fun. Like it's hard to believe we started at 9 a.m. And so we've been streaming already for almost 3.5 hours, but it doesn't feel like it. It's crazy.
I'm so curious.
Crazy.
I'm so curious to see what will happen. So,
okay, which compound do you have? Do you want
we
to
have
tell the
BPC,
community a little bit about?
Yes, we have BPC 157. I think my time will, I think about in an hour. So
In an hour.
yes, in an
We've
hour.
got some time. We've got some time. But you've been watching the other experiments?
Yes. I was very interesting. So I just jumped in the live stream to see what the other experiments were doing, and it's crazy because BPC 157 it's like a human peptide, and I have no idea what's going to do to worms. So it's crazy. It means that there might be some common receptors between worms and humans, which we don't even know about. And such an experiment had never been done before. So we are pioneering something here, really.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
you
think
know,
there's been some
go ahead.
skepticism about BPC being bioavailable in the worms. I've been seeing a lot of like healthy skepticism about that, just because like the way that the C. elegans like eat drugs, I think is, or they like absorb the drugs through their skin, and I'm not sure if they can actually absorb BPC. So we'll see. But regardless, I think the whole point of what you're interested in, as far as I can tell, is the oral bioavailability of BPC, which could
Yes.
be tested in the flies. And we already have the fly experiment study funded, I think, right? Or almost.
I think we are close. Yeah, almost. But I think we'll get there definitely.
I think.
But you know, we are exploring the unknown right now, and this is so exciting for me as a scientist. Just because of what you said, we have no idea what's going to happen to the worms. That's why I'm so excited. I just want to know what happens. This is like the core thing of scientists. I want to know what happens. So crazy that, and also BPC 157 has never been tested in terms of longevity. We know that it helps regenerate. We know that surely this can help in terms of longevity, maybe regenerating cells, but it has never been done like a study testing actually the longevity itself. So this is also a new aspect that we're going to investigate. We are pioneering something here. We're producing data that doesn't exist.
Isn't that the coolest thing ever? Like wading into the unknown. It's my favorite. It's the coolest thing as a scientist. Like, you know, just we have no idea. This has never been tested before, and we're all going to find out together. I think it's the coolest thing ever.
You're anxious because you don't know if it's going to work or not. Mm-hmm. But that's also so exciting. I mean, we're exploring the unknown.
100%.
And also another advantage.
It's really crazy when you think, like, when you just sit with that for a second. Like, I feel like we know that, but it really is mind blowing that just anyone can, you know, like hopefully here soon submit compounds and explore the unknown on anything they want to test. Like it's so wild to think about.
And say that I wanted to do this the traditional way, like applying for a grant. It would have been extremely difficult, if impossible. So,
have you applied for grants before?
Yes, I did. I know it's one hell of a process. I applied for HV research grants mostly, and like the interdivision of my hospital wasn't able to get the grant application. So even people with a crazy H index and thousands of publications, so it really is tough. It doesn't matter how much. So it's very tough.
Yeah, it's like even if it sounds like you're saying even if you have like the experience or the credentials, it's still tough.
Even if you have tons of credentials, yes. But the thing is, it's also that if you try to experiment something new, something that hasn't been tested, you have to go through some kind of experimental grants. And then there's a tendency to always pass applications which test things that are already known. So there's a tendency to discard the unknown. So if you were testing something new, the chance was that your application is going to be denied because they say this is too experimental, there's not enough data. But aren't we here to produce the data? If you don't give us the opportunity to produce this, how can we test the untested? But we don't care. They will just give and the application. They will just give the opportunity to those who are working on something which is already tested, because we are presenting a lot of previous data, so it looks more solid. And this also creates a bias where basically the grant application are all given to the people who are testing things that are already known. So this creates a bias where people will be afraid to file a grant application for something experimental because you already know it's not going to go through. So this creates a bias toward not creating the innovation.
You know, it's such an interesting point. I'm trying to think of the gentleman's name that I heard speak. But I believe he used to be head of the NIH and did a lot of work with like the American Cancer Society. I'll dig up his name, but I heard him speak at this event. And what was so interesting is he was really championing to get more research dollars for the NIH. And a lot of what he was looking at was, at the time, there was like a big push for Alzheimer's research. And he ended up getting something like a really substantial amount of money that could then go towards funding Alzheimer's research. And what was really interesting is a few years after a lot of success, he actually ended up leaving and went to go start his own company. And I had heard him talking about like why he left. And he was like, someone was like, you got all this funding, like additional research dollars. Like, weren't you, excited and like proud of everything that you accomplished? Like, why did you end up leaving? And he said it was because he was like, a lot of what those research dollars went to fund was more research on amyloid plaque. And like, how many more times can we study that? Like, what else can we study for Alzheimer's? And so it was, like you said, it's like the unknown. Like, a lot of people don't want to explore the unknown and just want to continue to explore deeper in the same thing. And he actually saw that as almost like a failure, because he was like, I got more money, but it went to the same things. And that's like, to him, like, wasn't the point. So yeah, like to your point of like exploring the unknown and like embracing that and running into that, it is hard to get, the system to approve funding for the unknown because a lot of people want to continue to research deeper into things that are known.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, I also know, like many researchers in my field, there is a very big research in HV research field, which is called Guido Silvestri, is one of the luminaries. And I got in touch with him, and he told me, I would love to experiment the therapy that you are experimenting, but even myself, I have no way of doing this, because if I would try to present a grant application for such an experimental treatment, I would be denied myself. So even those who are in the highest positions, they have their hands tied, as they would love to perform like all the possible innovative research, but they have their hands tied. So, and that's also why some of my colleagues are using. There's another big researcher in Italy, which is one of my dearest friends. It's called Andrea Savarino. He made some very important research on monkeys, which are very primates. Are very expensive animal model. So you're talking about like $1 million budget. And basically it was partially funding this research with his own resources, because it was very, very hard to obtain funding. So he ended up like looking for private investors or funding the research by himself, because going through private funding is very tough. And also there's some kind of sometimes shady stuff where like some people get the money not because they really not because there was actual merit, but because they have some connections. So there have been like some kind of investigations where a lot of funding were given to the same people, and they weren't producing any actual results. So I won't say the names, but you get the idea. So there's also shady stuff going on with funding, even within the government. A lot of funding given to people who are not worth it. So a lot of and so this way we are giving power to the people to decide. It's like a community taking over the process of science, the process of funding. So it's like something unimaginable some years ago.
For sure, giving the scientific power to the people, like boom, there it is. That's like, I don't know, that like when you think about how cool people that you can, all you need is an idea, and then ultimately you can submit it, and if there's enough interest in your idea, that the actual research can happen and get funded is that's why we're all here. It's way cool. How did you hear about PumpdotScience?
Well, as you know, I think I was one of the first scientists getting into the decentralized science. It was back in 2018. I'm always like scan for anything that happens. And so I immediately noticed when you guys were starting appearing and doing the experiments. So I just heard about it because it's my field. So I'm like hunting for any new project, any news. But because myself, I'm looking for opportunities. So and I see you guys doing this, and as a scientist, I said, whoa. This could be an opportunity for myself to fund research because basically I'm trying to do the same thing. So this could be an amazing opportunity for myself for producing research. And even today, I mean, I'm amazed by the fact that this is actually possible, because it is something that I've been trying to do for years. When you try to get funding, also my colleagues working in the hospital were trying to get funding. The only way it's grants, and when you say there's other ways, it always sounds something that's like impractical. But now we are in a time where cryptocurrencies and blockchain is really disrupting the way we do stuff. So outside the field of economy, outside the cryptocurrency seen as money, there's also science. So I always believe that blockchain can decentralize science as well, and we are proving it. So
yes, literally right now. Well, it looks like another compound, the science just got underway. It looks like it's astragaloside IV. Is that right? Astragaloside. And it
can you hear me okay, by the way?
Yep. Loud and clear.
Just trying to help with the I think people are seeing that like there's some bugs in the charts. We're just fixing them in real time. The IPAM one is now fixed.
Oh, cool. Cool.
And is accurate. Sorry, brain is all over the place. Where are we at? We got a live experiment.
Astris. Yes.
Putting the psi and d psi. Anyway, Jonathan, just loved everything you said. Who have been listening in the background. I feel like that monkey that's like listening to the Sony TrackMan, just like yes. Yeah,
vibing with it. With it. I did want to say for this community, the drug dev sent a message and said they are not feeling well. They're super sick, so won't be able to join the stream for this compound, but they will. They're here, locked in, but are just unfortunately sick today. So hopefully we can have them up on whether it be a future community call or maybe up for the flies, but wanted to pass along the message on behalf of the drug dev. Hope you get to feeling better.
Yeah. By the way, this is one of the most engaged drug devs we have. They were also the most skeptical about this whole system coming in. And I think what you find is like when you have the people that are the most skeptical and they ask the most questions and then they're convinced, then they become the most excited. And so that's certainly like what's happened here, which has been super cool. And so, yeah, this dev is a medicinal chemist for a big pharma company. And obviously was, so it's from kind of like the trad bio world, came to this and was like, what the hell is this? This is crazy. And asked a ton of questions and criticized us in like a good way. But, is very excited now, which is great. Wish they could come up and talk about it, but yeah, pretty sick, unfortunately.
They'll be on the next one, it sounds like.
Yeah. Hopefully it wasn't something that he caught from like the chemicals in the lab, but yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
I can imagine you come across like a lot of like hazardous chemicals as a med chem in big pharma. So anyway, I hope he's okay. Give him some astragaloside, he'll be better.
Said it's love and astragaloside. Oh wait, yeah. Ben, are
Ben
you
in
ready?
The house.
The man, the myth, the legend. Ben is here.
So sorry it took me so long to get in here. I was doing some science, got caught up, but I'm here now.
Amazing.
mean,
Ben, can you tell us what the hell we're looking at?
Let's
what
see. Here, let me pull up.
What is these animals?
Well, let's find out what. Let me zoom in on the compound. All right, so we're looking at some C. elegans right now. So that is my favorite model system of choice. These are, in the words of Sidney Brenner, nature's gift to science. They're the easiest, fastest way to do good science accurately, basically for the last 60 years. And so we use them here at Aura to do high throughput screening to just explore chemical space. And so this is one of the results from a recent trial we ran.
Amazing,
nature's
Ben.
gift to science.
Yeah.
What makes them nature's gift?
Oh, you set me up so good. I love it, Ben. All right. So a couple of things. So one, right now we're looking at these animals and they're showing up dark on the background, but they actually are completely translucent. So when you look at an animal age, you can actually look internally at its even organ health over time. My first science project that I did when I was a kid in undergrad was actually taking electrical recordings of their mouth muscle that beats just like a human heart. And so we were making little EKGs of an animal less than a millimeter long.
What?
And we can go that's the thing, is they have all these organ systems that interplay just like ours do. Now it's not, one-to-one, but it still gives us this systems biology approach to look at them. They also only live about 3 weeks on average. So realistically, we can do screening pretty much faster than anywhere else. It's always important to then accelerate it. So that's one of the things I love about, the next steps of taking good results from worms, taking them to mice, taking them to flies even as an intermediary step. And then eventually that's the track record we go to get to people someday.
Amazing. Super freaking cool. So I guess what I am interested in, and what I'm sure a lot of other people are interested in, is what is kind of the backstory behind the WormBot? Who designed it? What was the thinking behind it? And I guess is the current version the final version?
Wait, before we go in, we have some fire questions, but maybe who is Ben? I don't think I feel like we just got right into it. We were so excited to have you that nobody knows at all who you are. So would love to give a little bit of who's Ben?
Yeah, I'd love to. And here, I'm also pulling up the stream on my larger computer so I can actually read some of the questions as well as they come through. Hi everyone. I'm Ben Blue. I'm CEO and co-founder of Aura Biomedical.
Is that a suit that you're wearing, by the way, Ben?
I wanted to look good for you.
I'm
so dapper.
I'm embarrassed. This is not the new suit I bought recently to go and take to networking events. This is my older suit. So I'm not even, I haven't leveled up yet. Once your next stream launches, I'll have the full get up and tuxedo even.
Let's go.
Now I feel a little underdressed. I needed to level up. Next time.
Guys are great. So my background is I'm a researcher into the basic biology of aging first and foremost. I've spent the last decade of my life looking at how and why humans age and what maybe certain compounds can do to slow down that process and treat age-associated diseases. Pretty much the entirety of that time, I've been using this beautiful model system known as C. elegans as a way to do my experiments very, very quickly and do way more than, normally a undergrad or grad student or postdoc could do. On a I'll tell a little bit WormBot background, and then I'll tell you why I'm excited about aging. So the WormBot, that's a tool that we built in Matt Kaberlin's lab at the University of Washington, starting in about 2016, 2017. Over the course of that 5 years, we integrated. I worked with our excellent co-founder, Dr. Jason Pitt. He did a lot of the hardware engineering, whereas I worked on like the software and data analytics pipeline. And we built this tool to let us look across chemical space very, very quickly. In 2022, we spun out Aura Biomedical. We're a high throughput drug discovery longevity biotech company. And then, over the course of time, we've partnered with great people like the folks here at Molecule to accelerate science and bring it to as many people as possible. I personally am excited about longevity medicine for many reasons. I'd like to live longer and healthier, first and foremost. Everything is well-intentioned self-interest, right? But I was lucky enough, I came out of this little dinky town in Alaska, but I was lucky enough to be raised by like 3 future generations of incredibly tough Alaskan women. And my great-grandmother actually lived to 111 up in Alaska. She was the oldest woman in Alaska. Yeah! It's incredible. It's like my whole childhood.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And she was happy and healthy. And like, I did a class lecture to some high school students yesterday, and I had a quote of hers that's in like a book about longevity and being like, what's your secret? She's like, don't eat cornbread for breakfast. I'm like, okay, it would have been nicer if it had been more helpful. Sorry for any cornbread stands in the room.
Talk about good genes, man. That is crazy.
I hope so, right? Well, and so this is the interesting thing. So her daughter, my grandmother, is still alive, but she's had a whole host of health issues. And so, it's not just about your genes. So watching even in my own family with people with incredibly similar genetics, having 2 different, one, an incredibly healthy trajectory of aging, one in poor health through their late life. The obvious answer is like what to look differently is what your life experiences are. What are the interventions that occurred, both behaviorally or even chemically, that cause a healthy aging outcome versus an unhealthy aging outcome? So that's what really motivated me down this path. And then over the course of time, I'm a big old nerd. I love science. I love science fiction even, and I love getting to like take the steps that let us get there someday. So.
Hell yeah! What is your favorite sci-fi book? First and foremost.
Easy, Dune. Come on.
Incredible. Wow.
Local Pacific Northwest author, Frank Herbert, inspired by the dunes on the Oregon coast. I think that, sorry, you asked me a question about Dune. I don't want to talk about Dune if you've got other questions, but I'll talk about Dune for forever.
Are you joking? Have you seen any of our content on X?
Yes. All right. So here we go. All right. So I think Dune is there's the Bene Gesserit sisterhood that goes about, they have this, centuries long, essentially science project that shows what you can do to, with an exciting outcome over time if you can have the resources and dedicated people to focus on that project. And we try and do that as scientists, right? Like we start small. We know that we're just looking at one gear of a much larger machine, and that the actual value may not be actually seen in our lifetime. And I think, that highlights the importance of even small experiments and showing every bit of data possible. But the Bene Gesserit sisterhood is a great example of like why we need this like long future horizon that I think longevity medicine defines, is that it lets us look past the normal 60, 70, 80 years that someone is interacting with a space and functional, and like we can have that horizon. And I think, I don't know if we'll see it in my lifetime, but we're building the blocks to get there. And, if someday this ends up being a Muad'Dib, that's complicated. There's a lot of, there's pros and cons, right? To like insurgency and, anyways, I don't want to get too into it. I mean, I will. I do like to get into it. Sorry, Benji. I'm derailing your whole day here.
No, I love it. I love it. So
Are
good.
you joking? Every good day was derailed, right? I don't think
Well,
any good day was planned for. But when you say that, when you're talking about the sisterhood, are you talking about like when they plan in centuries,
yeah,
like and they develop institutional knowledge and can look beyond the lifespan of one generation or two
e-
generations?
exactly. Yeah, thank you.
And
Such an elegant way to put it.
we were so I was having so we did a podcast yesterday with Aubrey de Grey.
Hmm.
And one of the things we were talking about is how like a lot of valuable data sets are being built, but they are being born and dying within individual longevity biotech companies, meaning they may be generating a ton of super valuable data. Does
Yeah.
humanity see any of it effectively? Like, what is the output of the longevity biotech space? It's like there's no valuable data is leaving these walls, right?
So,
Like companies are being started, they're being wound down, and the data sets are born and die and never see the light of day, and they never breach the firewalls of that company.
absolutely.
So
So we're a young biotech in the longevity space, but like I compare us, when I'm talking to people, you and Jillian are both super educated in this space now. What's an insight from Calico or Altos? Like, what's a bit of data that they've shown with all of the millions and millions, if not billions, that have been invested? Where's the
I don't know.
results?
I
And
don't
and
know.
honestly, like stuff that we're doing here with this partnership, we've tangibly produced more value already by showing real world data getting to people's hands.
Yeah.
It always has to like I'm a scientist at heart. You always have to couch it. We start small. These are worm results, so it's like I would caution everyone if anyone's watching their favorite molecule and seeing a good result, like you know, always talk to your doctor. Always wait for more data. Like I'm always worried about this is a fear of mine, and I've been in this field for a long time. Is like I had this awesome relationship with the guy that made sandwiches at my local deli, and he listened to podcasts and was always talking about a couple of molecules that he heard on like Joe Rogan or something. And I'm like, oh, we tested those in the lab. They have a cool effect. And he would go, oh, well, I'm gonna go out and buy it. I'm like, you gotta be careful.
Whoa.
And that's where I
Pump
love
the
it.
brakes.
Pump the brakes. Go test it in a couple of different models. See what the science says. See what the safety's like. Um, you know, I as a scientist never want someone to get hurt from a objectively cool result. So, you know.
Well, you are painting the pump science vision because we do, there's worms, and then we want to hope that the compounds can make it to flies, mice, and then ultimately we hope to do a degree of decentralized human studies as well. So want to build a body of evidence for these compounds beyond just the initial one. So you are speaking our language.
Great. Yeah. I see omeprazole coin on there when you were going through.
Yeah, so omeprazole has launched as a token, but
Incredible.
we do not yet have the data ingested in a way where we can stream the experiment. So we're going to wait a bit to stream the worm experiment.
Totally. I just wanted to say I'm excited about that project getting off the ground. I
Yeah,
won't say
no,
anything
it
more than
was.
that. I'm really excited.
So, I mean, frankly, like when we were coming up with the idea of pump science, Krister was one of the first people that we took the idea to. I took it to Ryan Betancourt. So you probably don't know him. He runs a dog food company that I actually just sold, but he's been deep into like, decentralized science and Solana. He was one of the first people I hit up. And then
Yeah.
another one of one of the first like proper longevity scientists I ran the idea past was Krister. And at the time, we were thinking through what is the best kind of experimental like levels to the game, right? So like we're
Yeah.
trying to make a video game here. What are the levels, right? Like
Yeah.
how do we go from like what organisms do we go to from one to the next to make this work? And he, without me even prompting him, put up a slide of like his vision for the rapamycin longevity lab, and it
Yeah.
was the entire protocol, just like he'd
Yeah.
done all the work. And it was like this crazy moment for me where like I was like, well, I don't want to make it seem like we're scooping his idea, but like this is exactly what we want to build. We want it, like we have the exact same vision. And so omepallicept aside, like a big part of us building this was like for people like Krister. You know, Krister is our Lisan Al Gaib, and we want more. You know,
100%. You know, Krister's the like. I will never have enough kind words to speak about how much he's doing for longevity science by pushing everything forward in this really open space. You know, we even without like we just were really excited to work with him. So we even, as we've been doing the mTOR library project with him, I went and I had our translational scientists go and check what some of the hits from the worm lifespan screens were showing in human cells, and we're seeing cool results. We're seeing compounds identified in C. elegans lifespan, decreased markers of senescence, improve resiliency to damage in human cells, already from the screen. We haven't, I want to let Krister do the formal data release on that himself when the time comes, but I can say that we're seeing cool things.
amazing. You heard it here first, folks. We are seeing cool things. Very scientific and precise with the language. I love it.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I don't want to like. I don't want to get too far ahead, but I am a little. Is like hype the right word?
That's the word, man.
The right word.
Yeah. So like, I really think that this space is gonna be cool and it's gonna explode, like fundamentally.
That's why we're here, fam. That's that is why we are collabing. It is why we are building this, is to make it hype. But specifically on the topic of omepallicept, just because we're talking about it now, we have gotten some criticisms from people that have looked. So omepallicept was developed by GSK. The rights were sold to Novartis. I think it's because like Novartis has been obsessed with mTOR inhibitors. I think if either they did Rapamune. I forget whether or not they did, but they bought Joan. I forget her last name.
Manic.
Joan Manic's company.
And she just moved to Altos, actually.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, like they bought. I'm pretty sure it's Novartis that bought her company. They seem to be super interested in aging science and mTOR specifically. Yeah. But they bought the rights to omepallicept, and they ran a study. It was either GSK or Novartis, but they ran a study for oncology with omepallicept in healthy individuals, and they were all vomiting, like all of them nausea, vomiting, etc.
Yep.
And I don't know if they halted the study or if it like failed due to adverse events. It's all a question of dosage, right? Like if you give anything to anybody at too high of a dose, it's probably going to mess them up. But I guess the question is, were they testing at too high of a dosage, or is this compound actually toxic? I'm super curious to find out.
That's a great question. And I mean, the reality is we're not going to know until we do the science. But I can say that, like, you know, you look at rapamycin, which is currently the gold standard in the field for a longevity-based therapeutic, or a therapeutic that was later identified to be a longevity modulator and then adopted kind of like, you know, off-label and for longevity medicine. Rapamycin has a whole host of really negative side effects. Like I remember reading a paper around it, and one of the side effects was, this was in male mice, was testicular wastage. And that, non-starter, let's be real. But like, you know, even the best in class have issues with dosage, concentration, and method of use. And so one negative result on a cancer-based therapeutic doesn't mean that the molecule's not impactful for longevity. And in particular, you know, in that study, what we see is people not actually doing clinical research around the effects of longevity. So, you know, you could imagine that study being done at, you know, 1/1000th of the dosage that they tested, and actually looking at aging and health-associated biomarkers to see an effect. And that's a study that I think we in the longevity science community would want to see run. And this is part of
100%.
Yeah, this is part of like, I know, like, don't, like, I'm gonna start complaining about how longevity is treated, and everyone here is gonna be familiar with that rant. But those are kind of some of the next big steps in longevity medicine. We at Aura are also constrained by those same points, where we're looking at not necessarily oncology as our primary focus, but we're looking at aging associated endpoints that we can measure in the short term, so that we can look at some of our chemistries moving closer to people. And I think that, likely this trial was just looking at the wrong target fundamentally, with the wrong dosage. Again, want to let the science shake out. That's the most important thing here, is to do the other study at the lower dose fundamentally.
One thing I wanted to share, we have Ashish up, and he is the drug dev for Ginge 2. And I think it would be interesting to cover a bit how the results are coming for this so far. Ashish, what are you seeing?
Yeah, I'm really exciting. So that's what I was expected also, because ginseng size RH2 or Ginge 2, this is like a calorie restriction in it mimicking. So we should see like direct effect on the worms. That's what we are seeing here. The Ginge one, which was before, it was not showing effect, but that was like protecting of genome. So when we check for like mouse or human, then it would make much more sense, like protect the genome in the long run. And here it is like, any calorie restriction drug would do like really great on the worms. So that's what we are seeing here. And yeah, looks really good, I think.
It looks really freaking good. I think we understand why ginseng root is now popular in like ancient medicines.
Yeah. And we're back to the Bene Gesserit. I think that talking about traditional medicine is really, really interesting, because, it's like, I want to preface this by saying, doing the actual science in traditional lab setting is the next step, and you always have to do that. But I think in this context, what you actually have is the product of thousands, if not tens of thousands of years of human experimentation with figuring out what are the things that you eat, that you find in your garden, that make you feel healthier and live longer, potentially. And so, I never want to be the scientist that comes out of, the Western education system and discount stuff out of traditional Chinese medicine or Ayurvedic medicine, raised by a big old hippie myself. So definitely very into a lot of the non-traditional medicines she was growing up, which is probably why I left and did hard science as a reaction to that. But I think that these molecules are really interesting to look at, and they have to be looked at scientifically. And so, we're even talking to folks all over the world to see what's the most exciting thing for them to test based on, that cultural background.
Wait, Ben, was it your great grandma who was the hippie, or your grandma, or your mom?
My mom. My mom's the
okay.
big hippie. So yeah, unfortunately, the great grandmother, she was born in Missouri, moved out west when it was still like moving out west, and yeah, tough as nails, I would say, more than hippie.
Got it. I'm just wondering, like, what are the secrets? The only secret cannot be cornbread. Come on.
It's not doing cornbread. No, I think about that. She ate a lot of plant-based foods. One story that I think about, and this actually gets at Ashish's point about dietary restriction. So she moved out to Oregon and actually studied at the same college I did for her teaching degree in the would have been the late 20s, early 30s. And her husband was working in the lumber mills outside in the forests of Oregon. And they didn't have enough money where she could both go to school and eat. So she would tell me stories about going every day with a payday bar as her only food for the day. And I think about that as she went through this really intense period of, economic-based dietary restriction that, hey, no one should have to go through. But we saw that potentially that had an effect long-term. I think, personally.
Yeah.
So
that or what was in that payday.
Yeah, so at Oro Biomedical, we're proud to support Payday brand candy bars.
So funny.
Amazing.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, but really and truly, like it's so cool that you had a great grandma that lived to be 111 and are playing, like the research that you're doing is playing a key role in advancing our longevity understanding today. Like that, I think she'd be pretty proud, Ben.
I hope so. I feel really lucky. One of the things that really motivates me is, I got so much incredible benefit about having those generations help raise me and support me growing up. And I'd love it if any part of the research I do helps other people have that same experience someday.
Well, I think the results are in for this one, Benji.
Yeah, I think they'll be meeting their great-great-grandmas if they take ginsenoside RH2.
I'm going to be the horrible scientist and say, but we need more studies.
What do you think we're doing here, boss?
But I do.
And we have unlocked the flies, so it will be coming.
Yeah, no, we unlocked the fly experiment. Yeah, it's already coming for this compound.
Totally. And I want to see
hope you got.
Yeah.
I hope you got the dosage that you need, Ashish, because make sure to fill out that form so we can get this experiment kicked off. I'll let the Fly Lab know.
Exactly.
It's amazing.
That was my main goal for the today, to know the.
Yeah, so Ashish hitting me up like we should wait for the worm experiment before picking the dose for the flies. Well, he definitely got his dosage.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think if anyone is in the chat wants to start an incredible startup for the longevity biotech community, using AI to predict what the corresponding dosage is from a good hit in worms to then test in flies, to then test in mice, to then test in humans or human cells, that is a startup waiting to happen. And someone out there could get that going in a heartbeat.
Hackathon loading?
Yeah, seriously. I know there's actually a couple of papers that have tried to do this. I would think this would be an incredible resource for the longevity.
Yeah.
How would you do it, Ben, if you were hypothetically that person in the chat and you had a bunch of free time and were obsessed with trying to solve that problem? How would you go about it?
Great question. So, I mean, there's a ton of data from publicly available resource to mine. I think starting there, feeding it into a large language model to start kind of helping predict it, that might have its limitations fundamentally. It may not be the best model to use. But I think even, potentially we're going to see that with some of these experiments here, when we see worm data to fly data and then even expanding outward from that. Other great resources to use would be the CITP, the Cenorhabditis Interventions Testing Program, as well as the ITP, the Interventions Testing Program. Those are NIH-funded resources that have been testing molecules on, respectively, worms and mice for over a decade now. I was lucky to be one of the first employees on the CITP and build their high throughput screening tools and stuff like that they used way back as well. So those are publicly available data sets that you can start working with in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I think the issue with the mice is that there just isn't enough throughput from the ITP. Yes, it's been going on for a long time. Yes, they've gotten a ton of funding, but they only do 5 to 6 compounds a year, and with no signs of that number going up anytime soon. And so I think that's kind of hopefully the problem we're hoping to solve. And so I guess my hope is that we have enough throughput in this system that we can help create the training data sets for those models. But we may need to be testing at multiple doses. That's the only issue. It's we're kind of one-shotting it with this whole system, one dosage per organism.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think what we could potentially do is if an experiment quote unquote fails, then we go back to the drawing board dosage wise and maybe test a few different dosages to try and see was the dose wrong.
Yeah. Can I ask a question? For the mouse studies, are you going to be doing, is there health metrics as well as longevity? What's some of the endpoints that you're getting out of it?
Yeah, so we have a lot of flexibility here. We are working with a lab that can basically do it all. And by all, I mean, it's basically whatever you can imagine. They can do blood-based metrics. They can, they can do blood draws if need be. They can do frailty score, which is quite popular with mice. They can do rotarod. They can do maze tests. They can do elevated maze.
Cool.
They basically like all this, like hanging test, grip strength, gait. Like the menu is large. I think what we're interested in is what matters.
Yeah.
And I don't think we actually know, like, I haven't had a longevity scientist look me in the eye and say, this predicts death better than age.
Yeah.
And until I can have a scientist, tell us that with confidence, we're gonna have to do lifespan studies and do all of these other health span studies as mere potential leading indicators.
I think there's a relevance there. And I totally see your point. Lifespan is inherently complicated, and these systems have so many moving variables that integrate, right, to get that. So, a couple of specific health metrics increasing over time as a result of a drug might indicate one half of the calculus that a lifespan intervention is starting when it's going through your system, but it might be missing the other half as well. That's where doing combinatorial approaches gets actually also pretty interesting, which takes even more high throughput and is even harder to do, but really exciting science. There's a great researcher here in Washington that I always love to highlight named Alice Kane, who her lab has a really cool set of biomarkers for doing health analysis over time that we've been looking at partnering with on our side as we start to think about, our first couple of compounds in a really, large scale mouse study.
Nice.
Yeah.
How much can you share about those biomarkers? Like, what are they based off of? Can you say?
Yeah. So a lot of them are non-invasive, which I think is really interesting. So they're looking at, animal behavior as assayed over time without like blood-based biomarkers, say that you have to actually go and draw blood for. You can still do that. I can actually, let me pull up her paper. Because like, the beauty of this is it's published. Let's see. I want to say it's like 20 or 30. Yeah, so this is the frailty index. Let's see, where are they? Yeah, so like they go from everything from like, looking at the facial features of a mice to nasal discharge to a loss of whiskers over time.
Wow.
Yo, want to share your screen?
Yeah, let me.
Let's get you up.
And let me say, I probably misspoke and said that they aren't all invasive, because there is definitely some blood biomarkers here. Share screen.
Man, it's crazy the level of like granularity. Facial features, you said?
Yeah. So like, let's see.
I mean, that's what people care about anyway, too, right? They just want to look good.
Yeah, I've had, I know people have done this, looking at predicting age based off of, facial recognition software. I think that we as a field haven't even started going down that rabbit hole yet, because there's so much that as we get better and better models for doing computer vision, data extraction from just non-invasive procedures, we're going to start to find out more and more. I'm gonna share a project that I was really excited about. So I'm just, alopecia, even body weight, their temperature, chances, stroke, and then these are, creatine, hemoglobin, calcium, calcium chloride. These are blood biomarkers that are important for a whole host of associated physiological traits, and then exactly like the grip strength that you mentioned, potentially doing with the next set of molecule studies as well. So you're actually probably already getting a decent swath of this with what you're thinking about. And what's really cool here is that they do something that is really important in science, and it's underserved, but it looks at the differences between male and female mice, right? So female health, female aging is horribly underserved, even in longevity medicine, despite, rapamycin showing, rapamycin showing, this is another rant I will happily do anytime, Jillian, and I'm so sorry to just be on your stream ranting about my pet peeves.
No, we
science.
love the rant. We love it.
It's incredible how underserved women's health and aging is, because you look at the strongest, most common biomarker of age across basically every human population is ovarian health and aging over time. The transitions from puberty into reproductive age, premenopause, and menopause. Man, that is the strongest age-associated biomarker that we could be looking at for therapeutic interventions. And there's incredible researchers that are working really hard within the kind of NIH system to do that, but there is not enough on the longevity biotech side yet. I know there's some folks that are working on it.
Ben, we gotta fix that.
I know, yeah. I got a dear friend and collaborator, another ex-Caberland lab member. He and his wife started Semaine Health, which is a women's health supplement company, but it's all derived from longevity-based science, which I absolutely love to see.
Way cool. Yeah, it's so interesting. When I was in business school, there was a girl that I was working really closely with on a project where a lot of what she was focused on was just getting and collecting women's health data. It's just grossly understudied, underserved. And when you think about that, I mean, that was her whole business model. And it was just insane to think about. It started off as wanting to be a smart tech clothing company. But then when she actually realized the value was in the data that she could be gathering on women, and that people were really interested in that because it is so understudied, underserved. And I mean, we make up half the population. So you hate to hear it, but would love to do something about it. I had a call even earlier this week with a female group that's all about women empowerment. And they were like, man, if you guys could do something for, if you could do a little activation, just focused on women's health, even that would be so cool. So I love that you're bringing it up, and I would, love to find ways that we could do studies to fill that gap.
Yeah, I really, I think I applied to a NIH grant last year, but it's so hard to get funded for women's health research. I wanted to look at see if our longevity interventions could improve ovarian health in mice over time.
Yeah.
Both from a perspective of, some people are going to want to, everyone wants to be healthy regardless of whether or not you want to have kids, right? And so the focus often is on just preserving reproductive function, when you could, there's an important thing to look at there in terms of just overall health in the reproductive context. And it might improve reproductive capacity over time and function over time, but really it's going to affect a whole host of other physiological outcomes for a whole lot of women that suffer from, chronic issues that are not taken care of.
I remember going to my primary care doctor, and I can't remember what we were talking about, but it was something that she was like, as long as you have healthy ovaries and until you turn 45, we don't need to be talking about this. And it's it really is I was like, wait, I think that's a little more to it. But I mean, it's a lot to be said. It really is about, they play such a role in overall female health. So it could be an interesting study.
Yeah, I'd love to see so much more be done, especially in this space. I think the D-Science community that you guys or decentralized science community, has a chance to actually make some really strong names for itself by pushing some of these forwards, if people could look at that, because there's so much room for growth in that area.
Yeah, I appreciate your rants, Ben. They're so good. They're so good.
If I do too much of a hot take, please stop me.
We need coffee talks with Ben, Friday afternoon. No,
anytime.
never. These are so good. It's so good. And this is, I mean, this is like, you know, the type of stuff that we want to give people a platform. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
Pump Science is a way for people to project ideas into scientific rails. So, you know, the thing that I think is most exciting is there's how it's set up today, but there's other verticals and other studies and other things we can track that can allow us to go deeper and deeper into different parts of, you know, just overall health data. So your rants are very relevant.
I appreciate that. If there's one thing that I hopefully someday the rants will turn into actually activity.
Well,
What?
that's our goal, honestly.
Yeah.
So like,
Yeah.
you know, you brought up like what are the different ways we can test the mice? You know, of course we can like you know, sacrifice them and then look at their ovaries, but something
Yeah.
that we can also do non-invasively, which I didn't mention, that the lab told us that, you know, they understand the mouse lab we're working with, they understand what we're trying to do. They understand that like
Yeah.
this is all about, you know, entertainment as much as it is about creating valuable data.
Yeah.
And so they've offered us an assay called sexual recognition, which, you know, kind of measures like reproductive health, so to speak, not necessarily by like conception, but at least just by like recognition of the other sex and like
Yeah.
desire to like go mingle with the other sex.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I mean, like, if you think about it, like, these are ways that we can test these like nearer term health markers, like how horny are you, basically, which is like another measure of, you know, how healthy are you, um, in a way that's like kind of hilarious
Yeah.
and
No, I get it.
and like kind of valuable and like also potentially viral. You know, like that's
Yeah.
something that people might share on TikTok for us and like help us go viral. You know, like the live dead assays are interesting, but like
Yeah.
if we stream the mice doing that, like that could be a whole other level of virality, you know?
Oh man, you know, this is the problem when I talk to you, Benji, is I realize all the different experiments we could do that could lean into this, and I don't want to, like, I'm just going to make more work for myself
Bring
by
it here,
talking about
bring
it.
it here, bring it here.
All right, okay, so
Yeah.
here we
You're
go.
too
So,
deep. You're too deep.
one of the projects I worked on way back was with a lab mate and friend of mine who was interested in the evolution of sexual proteins and wanted to study what would happen if you know, evolved species in a different way. How would that change the protein composition of sperm, essentially? So C. elegans and its associated species are really interesting. Like the C. elegans that we're looking at in all these videos are actually hermaphrodites. So they can, however, have a small population of males that will then mate with the hermaphrodites. Or you can actually use a genetic model that turns all the hermaphrodites completely female, and then you have an obligate outcrosser population, so males and females. So what we did is we wanted to look at the protein composition of the sperm. And so we built a horrible, horrible device called the worm shredder that was developed.
Oh no.
It was a microfluidic system to shred the testes of male worms and collect the sperm. And it
Sounds so
led
fun.
to actually some really cool insights on like how those proteins evolve over time. And you know, this is a worm model, so you know, they've got 900 cells, roughly 960. Actually, for males, it's a little over 1,000. You know, these are animals that you can actually do these extractions on. They're not mice that are cute and furry. You can look at this data and actually start to, like, you know, analyze it. So, you know, when we talk about, you want to look at, you know, mating rate, mating behavior, those are things you can actually assay in a worm system as a proximal metric. I have always wanted to build like a worm-based video game with that. Actually, let me see if I've got. Hold on. All right.
So
I'm gonna derail you guys.
what you're saying is we could have a game which is Will the Worms Smash.
Will the Worm Smash. All right. I'm gonna really hate myself for pulling this up. Let me see if I've got it on a YouTube. All right, Benji, Julian, What is our code word for Ben's taken up too much of our stream? He needs to go.
Pineapple.
Roger that.
Pineapple is the safe word.
All right, pineapple is the incredible. All right, here.
So good. This is so good. The stream's getting spicy. Spicy. Worm shredders.
searching.
I don't even know, Ben, like how that has to be so precise. They're so tiny.
Yeah, so I'm trying to find it because it's an incredibly, I'm a big old nerd. I used to play around with Blender in high school. So I made a 3D visualization of some of these microfluidic devices, so that we could look at them. Let me see. Okay, I have a real version of it, but I also wanted. Here, let me pull this up and full screen. So this is an old bit of data. Let me see. I'm gonna share my screen again. All right, so this is a zoomed in image of some of the, can you guys see that?
Oh wait, different. Hold on.
There we go.
Yeah.
So this animal is less than a millimeter long. And so what we're looking at here is a channel that's like 40, 50 microns wide. This is actually a completely pneumatic driven system here where fluid is being handled. And basically at this point we had built, a very simple joystick to actually move the worm through the system. And then this is a needle right here. And what you're going to see, yeah, that's the business right there. And those are sperm cells that we're extracting from this animal by shredding it on this needle. And so this is some of the really cool, I mentioned early on that Sidney Brenner called C. elegans nature's gift to science. And it's because you can do these strange, weird experiments really, really quickly. But C. elegans shares so many biological pathways with humans that it's still relevant. Like it's still lab research that doesn't exist in a vacuum. It's pertinent to human health long term. In this case, sperm health is something, men deal with infertility issues just like women do. Looking at the evolution of sperm proteins to understand that is really important. And that's where the basic science actually occurs with these weird, crazy experiments. The problem with this is that I went back to my town in Alaska, happened to tell one or two people about what we were doing in the lab, and then for the last decade I've got a couple of friends that say like, oh, Ben, he's the worm sperm guy, and I don't want that to be my name. I really please, let's not.
That's not how nicknames work. You don't choose nicknames. Nicknames choose you. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news.
Look, this is, someday, we'll do a Fortnite stream or something, Benji, and I can get that as my handle.
No, I think the worm testicles getting shredded off, I think, is probably more unique than just being another average Fortnite player. So
I'm so blown away that all could happen. Like that is crazy how small they are, but how vividly you can see that. And
yeah,
that's wild.
Yeah, so C. elegans microfluidics is this really interesting space because microfluidics is used for a lot of different science. Like people have used it for a lot of tools for doing basic omics data, transcriptomics, metabolomics, even as a tool for doing genetic sequencing. There's some people right now looking at it for doing tissue on a chip, organ on a chip, but you can still do C. elegans on a chip. I think there's one other biotech out there, Nemalife out of Texas, that does C. elegans based microfluidics.
Instead of in a well, they do it in microfluidics. Why did you guys decide to do it in a well, I guess? What's the difference?
Yeah, it's a great question. One, ease of use. Like, showing off one vid here looks great. It is an absolute nightmare to do experimentally, and you end up with a incredibly high failure rate. Like, we still end up with having to redo some experiments, and Benji and I have actually gone through and looked at stuff and been like, we're going to redo this a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
The rate of that in microfluidics is exponentially higher. And on top of that, the systems are more complicated, the setup's more complicated, and you have this system that is incredibly tightly experimentally controlled, right? You're flushing through every bit of media experience that they see in a really chemically defined space, which is great. However, the last 60 years of really great C. elegans research has been done on a Petri plate, just like what we do here at Oro Biomedical. And so we made the choice to lean into that, because then any insights we get about a certain molecule based on worm physiology, function, biomarkers, we can cross-reference that with the last 60 years of data that people have generated to validate our experiments, because it's in the same, admittedly more complex variabilized system, but it's consistent with that complexity.
Well, Ben, I
Makes
know,
sense.
real quick, speaking of like new science, I know we have the drug dev on for BPC 157, and we were speaking earlier, and he was so pumped because this was something that I don't think had been studied before. Maybe
No, never. BPC 157 on worms has never been tested before, so I'm extremely curious to see what happens, because even a positive or negative correlation would be quite telling, because this is a human peptide, how it's going to interact with an animal which don't have the same receptors of humans. So if there's some kind of interaction, either going on one direction or the other, if there is an effect, if there is a statistical significant difference, then that's an interesting information. Either way, whether it's positive or negative, it's an information.
Totally, and I think this is such a great point for the idea of public health, right? So we as like scientists want to find things that make people live longer and healthier. In this case, we found a thing that is incredibly bad at that in worms. But what that means therapeutically, that's really, really exciting for a lot of research in the developing world, where parasitic nematodes, not C. elegans, but cousins genetically of nematodes, cause horrible health outcomes. And so finding something that works so negatively on them is actually a great find. And I'm trying to actually work and talk to people that are in the public health sector, because these are such exciting advancements.
I'm just wondering, this is just Sandy. I mean, what's the function of BPC 157 in the body? Like, it protects basically, if we imagine aliens and the acid blood, this gives us an idea of what happens in our stomach. I mean, how our stomach can protect itself from not digesting itself. So, because it's a very acid environment. So a key factor in the protection mechanism in the stomach is BPC 157, which protects the stomach from digesting itself. It coordinates all the mechanisms that work in this, because it's a complex. It isn't just one element. And BPC 157 is a key element in this. I'm just wondering if, given that worms might be creature, this is just a wild hypothesis, given that worms are a creature that might be considered like pathogenic for humans, and this is a substance that is a peptide which is naturally produced in the stomach, maybe it's also meant to kill those creatures if they end up in the stomach. This is just a wild hypothesis. So if it is toxic for worms, maybe because that's the natural effect it should have in humans, by protecting our body from pathogens, which worms might be considered as dangerous pathogens to humans. So this is just a wild speculation.
Yeah, it's potentially like, and this is where, everything that we see in terms of statistically significant result is cool data. And immediately it's always like, well, okay, let's do more research on it, right? Let's find out, why is it having this negative effect on the animals? What's the next set of research to do? And to your point, yeah, there is a whole host of the evolutionary biology of pathogen response that we could look into here and start thinking about what is the actual mechanism of action that this is hitting in a worm. And it's potential that it is working how you thought. We don't know. That's the thing, is science has to get done. But that's why we generate hypotheses.
Because that's a human peptide acting on a different animal species. So we are seeing what happens, which is if there is no difference, it's worse than having a negative effect, because if there is a statistical difference, you obtain a result. So whether it's positive or negative, it's very exciting because we are onto something. So
yeah, exactly.
Ben, would you mind, if you don't mind, would love to understand the relationship between peptides and C. elegans. Basically, like, is there, like, do C. elegans absorb peptides the same way we do? Is it, like, scientifically accurate, I guess, to be testing peptides on worms? And, like, if so, like, what are the nuances there?
That's a great question, and I would have to do a bit of reading beforehand. I know people have done a lot of peptide research in worms. I don't want to say something that's speculation without doing a deep dive on it scientifically. Just on your next stream, I'll come back with that answer.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing. Because I've been super curious about that, because, like, obviously peptides are coming into the mainstream now. Ozempic changed the game from the public perspective.
Yeah.
I take a lot of peptides myself. I can tell you they are highly effective in lots of different ways. I'm very excited about them as kind of a therapeutic modality and just, for general health. But, we want to know, like, is C. elegans the right model to be testing them on? Or, should they be going straight to flies, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, I still think they're relevant, C. elegans. We've seen other stuff have an effect. Like, we've tested some GLP-1 inhibitors in the worms and seen statistically significant effects. Like, it's possible to resolve it. There's actually, I think you actually know him, or at least someone at Molecule knows him. Stephen Bantz at Evergreen Bioworks in Oregon is spinning up a company to look at doing peptide evolution within C. elegans as a way to develop novel peptides targeted at interesting aging-associated endpoints. So there's some really cool work getting done on that. Yeah.
Well, obviously, mice are much closer to humans. So the best model to test a peptide is mice. But even though I think that it's incredibly interesting to generate data on other organisms, because we have no data on other organisms. So body protection compound, which is a human peptide, it's meant to protect humans. So maybe the fact that it has a negative effect on worms is my speculation that it's meant to negatively affect other species which may be considered pathogenic for us. So it may be part of a defense mechanism. Maybe we are spraying them with our own agent that in our own body is meant to kill them. So that's my just wild speculation. So yeah, it's like it's like the acid blood in the aliens. It's meant to kill anything that goes inside. So and this peptide is exactly part of this defense mechanism that we have in the stomach, which protects us from our own acid, but also from other. It may protect us from other pathogens. So maybe now we are producing data which help us discover things about BPC 157 that they were not known before.
Yeah, totally. One kind of associated thing when we spun out. Before we spun out Aura, one of the things we did was we tested our system against a whole swath of an FDA library of drugs that were pre-approved. And we were going through and we got some of the early results back, and this was all blinded. And there was one molecule, and for context, this is in 2021. So that'll be relevant later. And we saw one of them having this incredibly sharp effect negatively on lifespan. And we're like, oh crap, what is that? Let's look into it. It was actually ivermectin. So known dewormer dewormed our experiment. And I was really happy to report that it didn't extend lifespan, because at the time there was a whole lot of back and forth around the use of ivermectin off-label in 2020 and 2021. Yeah.
And this is
That's
data.
hilarious.
This is data that we should collect and publish, because it's very interesting. So, because it has never been done before, such a research. So we are producing data that was not produced before, and I think this is amazing. We are pioneering things even on BPC 157, which is which already has studies, but not in worms. We really don't know much about it. So.
Yeah, and we can, one of the follow-ups that I think is really interesting is we get so much behavioral analysis that we can start looking, with this data set that we're looking at right in front of us right now, we can go in and investigate what is the actual behavior of those worms at each day? What's their development like? Are they growing and foraging for food normally? Or are they limping along sick and injured, even though they're dying early? That's something that we can actually investigate with even this data set that's already been generated and funded. The data mining doesn't just stop with this lifespan curve.
100%.
Gang, I fear I probably have to run here in the next 5 or so minutes. I don't.
Well, I was going to say, we
much.
appreciate you coming by. This was just to have you here, pick your brain, learn about, it's funny, we're getting ready to do spermidine. And so I was like, speaking of sperm, worm sperm.
I had a nickel. Yeah.
Here we go.
I tried to find the 3D render and I couldn't find it on my Dropbox. So I'll keep looking for it.
I mean to tell you, the stuff that you have, my mind just the bounds of science knows no limit. Honestly, it is crazy.
Yeah, it's wild. I'll leave this as a teaser for next time. I have a video, and I'm pretty sure it's the only record. This is from way back before I was at University of Washington. I have I think the only recorded video of worm cannibalism.
Wow.
I will bring that to the next one, or save it to the stream around Halloween. Yeah.
What?
I think it's of C. elegans on C. elegans cannibalism. I've got the only video.
Oh my goodness. Is that a
Wait a
typical
sec.
behavior or
No.
not?
It's
Okay.
not at
I
all.
was like, wait, what?
Wait a second. I thought it was for the hermaphrodites. Like, if they're stressed out, don't all their eggs hatch, and then they just eat the parent?
Yeah. So it's actually okay. So that's technically cannibalism. I was thinking adult on adult cannibalism.
Oh, I see.
Baby on adult cannibalism. Well studied. I hate that that's a sentence. It's people have made the hypothesis that it's facultative viviparity. So under stressful conditions like starvation, they'll actually stop laying the eggs but continue fertilizing them, and then the eggs will hatch inside the mother, and will basically people, and this is a horrible term, call it a bagging or a bag of worms, and basically you have the skin of the mother being puppeted by a whole host of worms on the inside, and until you look closely under a microscope, sometimes you can't tell. Wild. I know, it's so gross, and I'm so sorry, but it does look like basically the chest burster scene from Aliens at a given point, and they just
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
We'll have to share.
Now that you've scared everybody away from the stream, we might have to kick you off, Ben.
Yeah, I know. Pineapple. Anytime you want weird, gross science facts about worms, you give me a call, I'll hop on.
100%.
Magic.
Well, let me just say thanks for having me on. Thanks for the moderators and the people managing all of these experiments, and thanks for all the scientists out there that are contributing to this. It's really exciting to be a part of this community, and I look forward to doing more with everyone.
100%, Ben. Just getting started here. Thanks for joining, bro. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
Laura, signing off. Take care.
Peace and love, Ben.
Bye. Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
So is the final data on the compound available now? The experiments was completed.
Yeah, what I'm trying to do is audit the results and see if they make any sense. I'm talking to our devs right now just to make sure that like everything is accurate because I'm definitely confused. We can get into it. Let's talk about it offline. But they're checking themselves right now. But the data says that there's a life extension benefit.
Yes, exactly.
So does,
at first,
so does this chart.
Yeah, it's very.
But
yeah,
the
there was a
survival
benefit.
percentage doesn't make any sense. So like, anyway, I'm having them check this just to make sure that it's right. But it is showing a slight life extension benefit, despite like maybe this is wrong. I'm having them check right now.
So are you saying like that more worms were killed, but the one who lasted lived more?
What I'm saying is, I just don't think that these charts are correct.
Oh, I see.
Because
So
what
there
this
was a
life
benefit.
extension, it
There
does
was
look
a
like there was a slight benefit. Yes.
Yeah, there's a slight benefit.
Anyway,
So
maybe it's worth downloading the raw data. If you want to download this data here and see, yeah, maybe we can kind of like run an audit. But,
earlier I was speculating about a possible negative effect, but the result shows that there is a small benefit. So that's interesting. So BPC 157 did something to the worms. It definitely did something.
It's TBD if that's statistically significant. We should honestly include the p-value here.
Yes,
I'm gonna make that as a feature. We should definitely include the p-value
to see if there's a statistical significant difference between the two groups.
Exactly. Because yeah, it does look like there was a moderate positive effect. I couldn't tell you if it was significant or not, and we should be able to tell you that for sure.
That's interesting. I mean, it is the first time that we are assessing what a human peptide does to those creatures. I mean, that's a first. That's a first.
Mm-hmm. Just looking at this live spermidine experiment right now.
We do have the spermidine drug dev. Can you hear?
We
can you hear
do?
us okay? I think it says sperm. Oh wait,
Yes,
yeah.
I'm here. I got the like the just after Ben was talking, he was mentioning about the sperms and everything, and I thought, hey, this is the perfect time to jump in.
This is it.
This
We
is
literally
it.
saw worm sperm. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
sperm and no, very happy to be here. Thank you guys for organizing this live stream. It's super cool.
Dude, of course.
Let's see how it goes.
Tell us how spermidine works.
Yeah, well, spermidine is actually very prevalent. We can find it in wheat germ, soybeans, nuts, mushrooms, even I think aged cheese. And so it's called a polyamine. And basically it's really involved in the autophagy process. I myself like to put myself in long fasting periods. So definitely it's a compound that where we can see fasting induced in fasting induced metabolic interventions. There's research showing like positive data in humans, but that's where we have like in nutrition studies, so higher concentration of like legumes and nuts and these things. But we haven't seen data yet, like in the compound. There's data on worms, so in animal models, positive data as well. A few papers already citing the benefits of spermidine. But I thought it was a good compound to check as well. It changes depending on the dosage. I think at higher dosages, the one that I suggested is around 50 micromole micromolars. I think around 250, so 5 times the usual dose can be toxic. So I'm actually curious what happens to the worms. I wouldn't expect them to die, but to actually do well. So let's see.
Man, I think that's what we saw. I think that we might have gotten the dosage too high. We tested 200 micromolar here, and it seems like the wormies didn't do so well. So maybe we should retest this at a lower dosage.
Yeah, definitely, but it can be toxic at lower dosages.
At lower or higher?
Sorry, at higher dosages. Yeah.
All right. If there's the funding for it, let's rerun this at a slightly lower dosage, because I think we might have gone too high.
Yeah,
we might
around.
have OD'd the wormies.
Yeah, that's okay. Around 50. What's the? I think we have also collected some fees as well. Would be nice to rerun them if possible.
We should be able to do that. Yeah. I mean, we will do that. Let's do that. We haven't reclaimed from today, but we should be able to. We'll claim what we can, and then put it toward another worm study at a lower dose. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. What is the
we should
data that
definitely do
we're seeing now?
What we are seeing is, I don't know if it's quite done yet. But it does look like more of the control survived. So it looks like the median was about 100 whatever units of time versus 88 units of time for the compound.
Yeah.
So it does look like there was actually a negative effect at this dose. So let's lower the dose and retry it. I think we might have just gotten a little excited. Dosage wise, but yeah, no, it does seem like it at this dose at least it decreases their lifespan.
Yeah.
But let's run it back.
Let's run it back.
Let's run it back. All data is valuable. Wait,
Agreed.
What? Okay. We got to check on what the hell's going on here. I think that there's something not quite right here. One sec. I'm just sending all of this to the engineers. Cool. Okay, my man, we will get back to you.
Sounds good.
Yeah. It's TBD, but it looks like actually there wasn't a super strong effect. So yeah, let us know what dosage we should test next, and we'll run it back.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Cool. Much love, bro. Thanks for joining.
Can you believe we've been streaming since has it been since 9 a.m.?
Yeah. Sorry, I was taking a quick pause here, talking to engineers.
All good.
Just want to make sure that the data we're showing is good. Jillian, I'm not sure who's on next. Oh, melatonin.
Melatonin. Let me send them a ping.
I don't know if anyone saw my post from last night. Did you, Jillian?
No. Wait. I don't know, actually. I could have. Let me. Hold up. Let me see.
It was update. Melatonin dev is asleep. Bullish.
So good.
So good.
Okay, I sent him a ping. I'm not sure if they're able to join. We'll see.
Okay. If he's asleep, that's super bullish on melatonin. All right, yo, I gotta eat. I'm freaking starving. I haven't eaten yet. We've been streaming for so long. Give me a few seconds.
It's going right through.
Should I leave it on the science chart or the trading chart? Or should we do a side by side?
Ooh. That might be good. As I say, I drank all of my caffeine receptacles, so I gotta go top up. Maybe get some water this time.
Cool. Let's take 5.
Take 5, 5-minute intermission. Which, isn't bad for 5 hours in.
Yeah. Okay. Price on the left, science on the right, full PhD gen mode. Locked in. Locked in. Wow.
Be back in 5.
What a time to be alive. Are we back?
Hold on. I accidentally got locked in. Let me run and grab a water. I'll be 2 seconds.
All right. Stay tuned.
All right. Are you there, fam?
Yes.
Sorry, I got locked in and forgot to get my drink.
All right, so yeah, the devs are just working through some challenges on the charts themselves, but we do have the accurate final data, but with trying to stream everything live, it seems like there's some math that's messed up on the charts. So appreciate your guys' understanding as we work through that. But all of the final results that you see on any of the experiments that are completed is accurate. But yeah, the data might not be 100% on the actual charts that you're seeing, but the final results that you see, the health points, the life extension percentages at the end are accurate. And we've kind of validated that with the lab. So no need to worry there. But yeah, apologies that these charts are not 100% accurate. We are working through those at the moment.
Cool. So probably best thing to point to right now, if you're watching the science, would be the pictures of the worms, and then the like right when you land on the data tab, the worm images, and then the I guess like progress bars at the top with the purple and pink colors for test and control.
Not necessarily. Some of these charts look good as well.
Okay.
I think this one's looking fine. It just seems to be some of the cases.
Okay.
Just yeah, so like looking here, like this chart seems to be all good. Yeah, it is just a few specific compounds, but yeah, NAD and alpha ketoglutarate seems to be working. Let's go. I don't know where the dev is, but that dev is an orthopedic surgeon, which is pretty cool.
Let me see
But
if
he's
I
getting
can.
super into wellness and whatnot, and it's definitely like one of the most giga brain doctors I know.
Gotta
It's
update
actually
our
funny.
ticker.
So yeah, so kind of funny stories. Thread guy like broke his ankle playing basketball, and we put him in touch with this orthopedic surgeon who's like now helping him work through his ankle issues.
Let me see if they can join real quick. Wait, so they were like doing a check-in on Thread Guy?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, that's hilarious. His ankle did look nasty.
It did look nasty. Poor guy.
I feel like he was saying his basketball career was over.
No, he's just balling a bit too hard. Poor guy now is just, stuck in front of the screen, which is what he does best anyway. Maybe he should stay off the court. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, looks like the scientific data chart looks good. The price chart doesn't look as good, but these are the interesting dynamics of this market and create opportunities.
Let me
Oh my God,
see.
my computer is so cooked.
Is it hot?
Well, it's not, I mean, it's just freaking laggy.
Having a hard time. Okay, I'm gonna see if there are any other. So I think one thing that's really interesting that we started with at the top of the call stream, I guess it's not a call, but we streamed the compounds in order of market cap from yesterday. So it'll be really interesting to see with the compounds that come here at the end, like down the home stretch. These were the ones that had the largest market caps as of yesterday, which is how the order was designed. So still a lot of good science to get underway, and yeah, excited to see and share the results.
But yeah, the whole idea was like to
Sarah,
create a
yeah,
build
cool
up.
stuff.
Yeah, we definitely wanted to create like a build up and like get people up to speed on like what, how these experiments kind of like read out before getting to the high value ones. So yeah,
Sarah, you had a comment this morning at 9:12. You have been with us for a long time. We appreciate you. See you out there, fam. It's been a marathon, 5-hour stream. You're welcome to if you want to come up. We're happy to send you the link and get you up here. We'd love to bring some folks from our community if you want to come up. We'll check our Twitter DMs. All right, let me see. Oh, we have burp after this, huh? I feel like the experiments seem like they're going faster, just with like all the other things going on.
For sure.
Okay. Yeah, just a reminder for folks, if you have any questions or, are just tuning in, feel free to drop any questions on the Twitter stream. You can drop them in our Telegram. We're monitoring those to make sure we answer any questions that people have. Even questions, comments, anything. We're happy to pull you guys up if you want to join the stream. Just to reorient folks to what we're looking at here. So there are compound tokens that launched on PumpdotScience, and what you're watching and tuning into is the data release for those compounds that have launched on the platform. These experiments were run in C. elegans, which is a worm smaller than the size of your eyelash. And these experiments were run previously, and the data is being streamed today for the first time. So we basically took about a month-long experiment and are compressing those results for you all into a 15-minute data drop. And we started the stream at 9:00 this morning and have gone through, I've lost count, so I'll have to go back and count, but have streamed the data for a good number of compounds. And we are down the home stretch. I think we have 6 maybe left. So 5 or 6 left. So it'll be interesting to see the rest of the results. We've had some good conversation. What's been really cool is some of the people who submitted these compounds have come up. We've had community members come up. We had Ben from our lab join us for a bit, so it has been a wild ride, but definitely a fun day. And yeah, are excited to continue to see the results. So yeah, again, what you're seeing is the data drop for the first time in the C. elegans experiments for these compounds. You can see the data for yourself at PumpdotScience. So Benji's sharing his screen. And what you'll see is on the site is actual pictures of the C. elegans that update at regular intervals. And then you can download the data yourself. And then you're also able to trade the token on PumpdotScience. So yeah, if you have any questions, drop them in the chat. We're here. Oh, we got a drug dev in the house. Let me bring him up. What is good, fam?
What up, dog?
What's up, guys?
Yo,
what is up?
Oh my God, I heard you saying something else, and I was like, I have two of you guys loaded up right now. What's going on, everybody?
Yeah, we are chilling. We're excited to talk about something other than the pre-sale of Burp.
It's still too raw for your jokes, all right? It's still too raw.
Sorry.
We're gonna get there though. Let me tweet. How do I get this link? Hold on. I don't tweet the StreamYard though. I tweet the X link, correct?
Yeah, tweet exactly. The X link.
That's why I had you.
Thank God you checked. There could have been an army of people that showed up here. Come on, come on.
Streaming. All right, let's get a tweet out.
Let's go. Can you believe we've been streaming since 9 a.m.?
Dude, you guys are 9 a.m. EST?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Locked in.
Bro, you're super locked in. That's really something.
Yeah,
you know what? It's been really cool. Like the conversations that we've had, and like there's been a constant flow of people in and out, which has been a lot of fun. It's made it go really fast.
Dude, these devs that y'all got and these people you're working with are just so next level. It's I was talking to the Eternal Labs guys earlier, and like this makes me feel terrible. They're like, so like, what do you think about berberine? I'm like, I take it every day. And they're like, that's cool. Like, what about the science? I'm like, I don't fucking know. Like, there's a lot of amazing stuff going on here. Like, it's really
they're cracked. Yeah, I mean, like we got like some real legends both in the crypto side of things and on the medical and scientific side. So just excited about like the meeting of the minds on both of those, because like, and honestly, like we're seeing it happen. Like we have a very privileged position. Like we get to introduce these groups together. And yeah, it's like kind of wild to see, like, you know, in like, you know, biotech, you have the like professor at the lab, and then you have like the MBA student, and they like, you know, meet at the university and like spit out the company. And we're seeing that at like the micro scale with like a scientist and like a crypto Web3 marketer who like understands memetics come together and be able to like get these experiments fundraised. It's like really cool. It's like a whole tokenized parallel to what you see in like the real world biotech space. It's kind of gnarly. Pretty fired up about it, honestly.
That's pretty cool. Yeah.
If they're not, what I think
similar structure.
What I think is cool is that like you don't have to be a scientist to kind of know what's going on here, in that like you submit an idea and then we run it in the experiments and you see, does it make them live longer, yes or no? So I think it's like there's definitely like some of the people that have joined the stream, like I am by far not the smartest person in the room, but it's also cool because like a lot of them are excited by just being able to have anyone submit ideas, because you know there might be things that people are taking that make them feel like a certain type of way, and something that maybe they wouldn't have submitted, and could be surprising results. So yeah, it's definitely
longevity in biohacking is it's scientific, but it's not in the same sense as like you're going and getting a government grant and you're grabbing those MBA students and so on. Like there's a lot of crowdsourced experimenting going on in a way that I don't know, I've never seen before.
For sure. And that's the beauty is like there's that self-experimentation, but like if you wanted to go beyond that, like there's really not a great way to do that. And so to give people rails to test things. But yeah, you're spot on. It's like the biohacking movement. It's people from all walks of life are doing it, and it's really cool. And like the stuff that people are talking about, I'm like, where do you find that? How did you know about that? It's wicked crazy what people are.
These are nuts, man.
I mean to tell you, I'm deep in some of those Reddits, and I'm like Googling frantically, like what they're talking about. I'm like, come again? Where'd you get that?
Yeah, it's really.
Wild.
I was talking rapamycin. Actually, I tried it. I don't know, like 2-3 years ago or something, because of the Reddit community, because they were just so unbelievably like these guys. I mean, and they will guide you through dosage and sourcing and everything they possibly can, give you all the research you could possibly look at, because like they're all just impassioned individuals. They don't really have a stake in it. It's very cool.
Yeah,
so
it
is. Jules?
Dude, the chart is fucked up, so I wouldn't trust it.
It doesn't look good.
Well, but look, there are more worms alive in burp than in control.
Okay.
By 5%.
Okay.
Yet the life extension plot's going down. And if you look at the survival curves, the survival curves look right. So like the compound still has whatever 96% left, and the control only is 85%. So I think this might be reversed. I think it should be the other way. But I'm working through all this. I'm working through all this with the devs right now.
We know it's going to pass. We know it's going to. Berberine is one of the best like blood sugar controllers naturally you could possibly have. I wish we paired it with cinnamon, but that's a different discussion.
Well, we can do that again. We can absolutely run that.
We should.
100%.
Sincerely, I take every day. I take liposomal berberine with. I'm trying to see how much cinnamon in it, but it's a crap ton of cinnamon.
No way.
Yeah, alpha lipoic acid as well.
Dang.
Interesting.
Oh yeah, here.
Cool.
Man.
Nice. Wait, show us the full stack, dude. What else is in there?
Oh God, my full stack. I don't know.
Yeah.
It is.
No. I'll bring out mine if you want.
All right.
Boy, here we go.
Really toned it down. Let's see. We'll go through the basics here. Let's see what you got. You start, and then I'll see how comfortable I feel pulling out all of my my bottles.
So I mean, like, I'm running out of hands. But,
okay, what do you got? Let's see.
So I've got like my base pill stack, which is it's like this many pills. It's not that many. It's maybe like 10.
That's all that.
We got like saffron extract. It works as well as Ritalin in like studies of attention. We got fish oil. I'm listening.
Oh, and it's also a natural GLP-1.
Did not know that.
Saffron help you regulate your blood sugar and your sex hormones. It's phenomenal. Dude.
Unreal. Consider them regulated. We got Bacopa monnieri, which is a super interesting like Eastern medicine, natural like medicine, whatever, like Eastern Asian like natural medicine that they've been basically taking for years. It modulates GABA, which is the same pathway that Xanax hits.
Yeah.
So it's like it like very much like relaxes you. It's very nice. I take vitamin D. Live in the Midwest where there's not a lot of sun, and so definitely need that. I've been taking like choline, absolute like necessary precursor to a lot of like neurotransmitters. Definitely gets rid of brain fog. Is what I find personally.
I love acetylcholine.
Yes, huge. Calcium, magnesium. I have osteoporosis in my family, so take that. Urolithin A. Ticker is Euro. Ticker is Euro.
Okay.
And then this one is so niche, it doesn't even have a name. I gotta find the name of it. It's just like numbers and letters. Nootropics. Here it is. 4-DMA, 7/8 DHF.
And what's its function?
It actually is an unbelievable nootropic. This is the structure. Super freaking niche. But I can attest to its effects. Like I saw it on Twitter. Like one of the biohacking accounts I follow was like, check it out. And it has a really interesting cognitive effect where like you're really curious and like eager to get things done, but not in like a stressful way. It's like I find that like a lot of like the stimulants, like they get you to do stuff because they stress you out.
Yeah.
But this is like very much like it was like a curiosity enhancer. Like it's weird. Anyway,
Would
so
you shoot me a link to that actually?
100%. Yeah, no, I have found it to be like really powerful.
So I had an interesting experience in the nootropics world. I found most of it to be nonsense. So if I could
most of it is nonsense, but you
vouch for it, yeah, that I would love to actually try because, like, do you guys remember when Qualia came out?
Absolutely.
Yeah, right. Everyone was super hyped. It's just like I got a bottle of Alpha GPC for like $13 that does a better job than it does. And I was like, all right, I don't understand enough of the actual underlying science in nootropics to like really dive in and judge myself.
Here's the thing, it's like everyone's brain chemistry is so different that you really have to find your own way, so to speak. Like I do think that there are probably like buckets that you can put people in, but I don't know if you can just like easily just say, here's the optimal nootropic stack for you. You do kind of have to experiment. So I've also been messing around a bit with methylene blue. It's lovely.
Phenomenal energy.
Phenomenal.
I was gonna say, did you see that in the chat earlier? It was like one meth blue.
Yeah. People want to launch it so badly.
Add some fulvic acid into it.
Oh boy.
I do berberine, methylene blue, and fulvic acid in a drink. You can't now. If you're an exerciser, man, you can't do it.
Man,
right?
I do a shit ton of Celsius. Basically, I drink a massive amount, which has plenty of B vitamins in it, which I think is what folic acid is. Folic acid is like B6, right?
Fulvic,
It's one of them.
Fulvic, not folic.
Got it.
Fulvic, yeah. Which it's let me see exactly what it. I mean, it's a mineral, but
okay. So I left the best ones for last.
Okay, what do you got? Let's see.
Bromantane.
The suspense.
Bromantane is unbelievable. Okay?
Add that to the
obviously none of this is medical advice.
Yeah, none of this is medical advice to all people listening.
But bromantane activates tyrosine hydroxylase, which is what converts tyrosine into L-DOPA. And L-DOPA, of course, becomes dopamine. So it's like basically promotes natural production of dopamine. Really nice. I do triathlons, and obviously the hardest thing about triathlons is the pain tolerance.
Through it, yeah.
And this increases your pain tolerance.
Interesting.
Yeah. So like I can go and like I've set all my personal records biking on bromantane.
Interesting.
That's so fascinating.
I have also started on Simax. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's a peptide.
I told you to take this months ago, man. It's amazing, yeah.
And I didn't listen to you, and I finally was like, I had it open as a tab, and I pulled trigger. Unbelievable.
Just how long have you been on it right now?
Like a week.
Okay, make sure you cycle it. That's my only suggestion.
I've heard.
I learned that the hard way because, like,
did you get the brain fog? Huh? Did you get the headaches and the brain fog?
I didn't get headache or brain fog. I just got reduced returns, right?
Okay,
like,
fair enough.
It was just normal now, and so do a week on, 3 days off, a week on, 3 days off, and then you're good.
I was going to do a week of each, like 1 week on, 1 week off, because
that
is powerful, and I want to keep the potency.
Stacking Celanc too, by the way.
I've heard stacking with Celanc, and then 9-MeBC is a new one as well.
Why have I heard of that?
It's another super potent nootropic. I think so. Simax.
The people want to know what was the last nootropic, Benji.
What was the last? So the last two are Simax and acetyl Simax. Simax is a peptide. If you acetylate it, then it stays in your bloodstream for longer. And so like the half-life of Simax just naked is like, I don't know, 40 minutes. but you can increase its half-life significantly by acetylating it. So they sell it as an N-acetyl complex. Unbelievable. And then the last one, I don't know which one they were talking about, is 9-MeBC. And I can look up the mechanism of each of these. I don't want to get it wrong. But I think Semax operates on BDNF, which is brain-derived neurotropic factor. 9-MeBC is an monoamine oxidase inhibitor. It inhibits MAOA. So basically, it prevents the breakdown of dopamine and serotonin. So like the same way that like SSRIs kind of like stop the reuptake, MAO inhibitors prevent like the degradation of dopamine and serotonin. So the risk here is there are specific foods that you cannot eat when you take 9-MeBC or other monoamine oxidase inhibitors, and it's like cured meats. So you can't have like bacon, you can't have cured cheeses like cheddar, like aged cheeses. So anyway, there's a list of foods that you're really not supposed to eat while you're if you're going to take an MAOI. Yeah, just got to be aware of those. But that acts much more on the dopamine system, and Semax operates more on the BDNF system, which is like brain-derived neurotrophic factor, basically producing more neurons. But the last one that I have saved, that I have not started yet, but these guys are crazy, and they want to launch a token with us, is blue scorpion venom.
Oh boy.
These guys have a farm of blue scorpions in the Dominican Republic, and they are farming the venom.
You're talking, yeah, man.
Apparently, the venom is like really anti-inflammatory if you microdose it. It helps with recovery. It helps with sleep.
I don't use scorpion, I use bee venom, but it's astounding what low dosing venom can do. And we've done that for thousands of years in many cultures, right?
I know, I didn't realize. I was like, I ordered this, my fiance sees it, and she's like, what? Okay, we've gone too far. Like, the whole nootropics thing, like, that was cute. Like, this is not cute anymore.
Venom. Next level.
Venom into the house. So, these guys might launch a token. We'll see. They really want to. I would love to launch one with them. But they got this on, like, Liver King. Liver King did, like, a feature of them. Which, like, who knows? Like, Liver King, like, he's kind of a crazy guy. But I don't know if that's like a bullish or bearish signal, but yeah, they got on Liver King, and then like a few other like really big health and wellness influencers, especially like MMA fighters. They've got a ton of MMA fighters that are on the venom, as they call it. Like, oh yeah, that guy's on the venom.
That's a good catchphrase.
So funny. Anyway,
that's wild.
All right, that was the long answer. You got the stack, bro.
Dude, you got a stack, man. You're putting my current stack to shame. You're on some more out there kind of stuff currently than I am. I take daily L-carnitine.
Of course.
L-carnitine is essential, right? Fenugreek, methyl blue.
Amazing.
Fulvic acid, berberine. For nighttime, magnesium glycinate. And
of course.
Love it. Love it.
My vitamin D, my krill oil, which, by the way, was better than fish oil. I was surprised. You can really feel it in your cardio if you're working.
Interesting.
If you guys want a really, really good old school method, black seed oil.
Oh,
dude, bro, we're testing thymoquinone, which is the active ingredient. That's one of the compounds, bro.
To show everyone that is absolutely the active ingredient. Sorry, my camera's still blurring it, but it says it all.
Wow.
Good stuff.
Yeah, that is on the docket. That's getting launched shortly. Yeah.
I'm sure it'll do phenomenal because like the difference in. So I judge most of these things based on like how I feel when I'm running, right? Like when I go do cardio, like how does it actually affect me? Except berberine, because berberine has some negative effects for you can't do that before exercise. The best thing I will suggest to any human being that wishes to spend tons of money for these things, NMN. We've already talked about it. Man, this stuff will change your workout game.
Oh.
%. Like lifting, running, whatever it possibly is. It's great. Will scorpion venom fix my receding hairline?
Yo, I don't think anything could save that receding hairline. Sorry, Crow.
You just gotta roll with it, man. You gotta roll with it. Come on. What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Just take
But
it. Just take it.
we were supposed to launch NMN today. Something got messed up with the experimental data, so we'll be launching it soon. But NMN's actually getting tested.
I
It
look
was
forward to
one of the people we're really excited about.
It's one of the
Awesome. So sick. Anyway, bro, we're really excited to run the fly experiment as well with you guys. Congrats on getting that funded too. That's already in the works. They ordered it. It's on the way to the fly lab. It looked like the data was pretty inconclusive on the worms, but this is like we both know the stuff works. And so like excited to see it on the flies for sure.
Are you guys doing it with flies where the thing you were showing me where it's going to be the length of height, or are we just doing the regular fly experiments?
Dude, we're gonna be doing races too.
Yeah.
Oh, races, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Oh, that's exciting. Okay.
Yeah, no, we're racing the flies. We are
Every week, right, Benji?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be like 5 to 7 times throughout their lifespan. So whatever that is, like every 10 days or so.
Okay.
So that should be sick. I'm so fired up for those. Just like the idea of like leverage trading and then fly racing is just like, oh, it just hits so many of my like, intellectual G spots.
This is what happens when you've been streaming since 9 a.m.
Yeah, we're losing it.
Unhinged. We're unhinged.
Man, y'all 5.5 hours of straight streaming. Congratulations, y'all. That's quite the
Congrats to you. Achilles, you've been such a legend throughout this whole process, super patient with us. I know that this shit's crazy and like, we've definitely taken longer than we should have and, had a few missteps, but appreciate you like working with us the whole way. You've been awesome. Thank you for everything, bro.
I'm so happy you guys are doing so well. And yeah, I will see y'all for fly experiment. Hit me up in between.
100%.
Let's go. It'll be here soon, yeah?
Talk to you guys soon. Yeah, let's do it.
You're the man.
All right, see you guys.
Bye, fam.
Bye.
So good.
Freaking beast. Such a beast.
Such a beast. I'm really curious about the cinnamon. All I can think of, do you remember those cinnamon challenges where people would literally be like, can you eat a whole scoopful of cinnamon and you would choke? Like you would.
Yeah, the cinnamon challenge.
Yes. I was like, how does he take how much cinnamon?
Yo, should we get weird with some cymoquinone? THYQ, it's live.
It's live. Let's go. Live. All right. So what do we have left? We have
got cymoquinone. We've got resveratrol berberine, aka troll, and then we got wrap. Or rapping with wrap.
What a way to end it. What a way. Okay, so 3 left.
100%.
Okay, let me update the ticker. Banner's probably the right word. Let's go. I'm locked in.
My internet is not locked in. I'll tell you that.
It's holding. It's holding.
Barely. Too much bandwidth.
Okay, I know that I don't think the drug dev for this one can make it, but I know they are super excited to see the results and have been really active in the community. So excited for the results for this one.
Yeah, she's been amazing.
Yeah.
Our only female drug dev? I can't think of another, but a lot of them are anon, so you never really know.
I know. I was like, as far as we know, which I do appreciate the conversation we had with Ben earlier, just on like, there's so many, I don't know, interesting ways that you can collect data based on gender in the studies that we're doing. So, I mean, obviously, excited to help accelerate science, but if we can also help female science.
Yeah, she's watching. Wait, by the way, just chat, if you don't mind writing in the chat, blue scorpion venom. Should we launch a token with them? Blue scorpion. Do we think that's memeable? I feel like there's not enough scorpion memes in crypto.
So good. I'm watching. Thanks for tuning in, fam.
Yeah, you got one of the drug devs already shilling Thymoquinone even during his stream. Let's go.
Yeah, right before this. Yeah.
Definitely looks like it's working so far. Just after a few data points. Let's go.
I'll be honest, I love looking at the worm pictures.
Should we look at some little
I love
wormies?
it. I love the little wormies.
How do they look?
Just moisturized, chilling in their lane.
So moisturized. Okay, some of the wormies are starting to die. I don't know how this wormy got over here.
I know. I was wondering about that wormy.
What you doing over here, dog?
He's a runner. He's a runner.
He's trying to hop the fence.
Literally,
like, I'm
get
out.
me out of here. I'm out of here.
I'm out.
I'm out.
No, but actually, we were like looking into the images, and Ben said that like some of the time, the food, like the wormies don't like it, and so they try and run away, and so then you can't see them anymore, and so then we can't like take pictures of them because they're just like they're out. They're like, I don't know why you're feeding me this. I don't want it, and then they just like go to the side. So like if you try and give them LSD, apparently this happens, or psychedelics in general. Like the wormies don't like it. They will run away.
Wait, that's so funny. Did we ask? I know Ben was sharing some crazy ass science that we can, or like data we could get on the worms. In case you missed it, we literally saw worm sperm with Ben, which was something I've never seen before. But can you get movement data? Like, I don't know if you've got runners, like worms that are like booking it out of there. Is there any other granular data you can get on them? I wonder.
I mean, I think they don't take enough images to track each wormy. I think they would need to take more images because they move so fast that like and the images aren't taken fast enough to like track an individual worm. Unless it stops moving and then it died. So like if it's in the same spot, multiple images, that's actually like a bear signal. But typically when they're like young and moving around a lot, you can't even keep track of them with the rate of images that they take. So yeah.
I see.
Anyway,
this drug dev has been with us since 9 a.m.
9 a.m. That is dedication. If that isn't dedication, I don't know what is.
How would you rate this stream? Just you can give us some feedback. Let us know. Oh man, they're going. Let's see.
How's the feedback on Twitter?
Oh, we got the troll drug dev in the chat. Bring him up.
On a Friday night. Freaking legend.
What's good?
What's good?
Friday night. How you doing, guys?
Dude, it's been a freaking marathon of a day. How are you doing? Thanks for tuning in.
I'm good. I'm going to need a recap because obviously I'm not as locked in as you guys. 12 hours or whatever it's been.
Yo, it's been a day. A lot of science. A lot of science, honestly.
Oh, look, we got someone who started the day with us is ending it with us. Krister's back.
It has been a super great long day, but yeah, you have held things up in a good way. So big thumbs up, Jill and Betty.
It's been fun. Honestly, all the people flying in and out has made it like, if you ask me, it feels like it saved you in like a couple hours. Like it's just insane. The conversations that we've had, the science that we've seen, it's honestly flown. It doesn't feel like it's been that long of a day at all.
Is it one meal a day today for you guys?
I have some bad news. Just Celsius for me. I'm fasting.
Yeah, it's
Benji
been.
ate.
I ate one time. I like one.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I did one meal a day for a while, just dinner, and I'd have like 3,000 calories for that dinner, and then I just felt so sick after. I was like, "There's no way this is good for me." And then it was funny, like there was all the data on that and like autophagy and like time restricted feeding, blah blah blah. And then they had like a paper came out that actually showed that like eating 2 to 3 times a day is actually better. And so, kind of like updated the opinion there. And yeah,
Yeah.
went away from one meal a day. But I did it for like 3 years.
Yeah. Oh, 3 years.
3
Every day.
years. Dang.
3 years just
Wow.
dinner. Yeah.
I did it for 1 year, but I didn't eat so many calories as you did. So I had too little protein, so I got skinny on that protocol. So that was not good for me. So currently I'm on 2 meals per day. So that works for me.
I think that's much more reasonable. I also think that that you just probably should eat in the morning. Like you're more insulin sensitive.
Yeah.
It's farther away from sleep. So if you're gonna do fewer meals a day, I think earlier in the day is better. If you're gonna do one meal a day, whatever, then yeah, definitely earlier. I was doing it literally right before bed, like literally the worst possible thing.
Dang.
Yeah. So
Oh.
bad. And
Did you
also like
sleep?
I don't know, like
Did
I
you
was
sleep in bed?
I was in my early 20s, so like it was super easy to sleep. Had no trouble with it.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely a weird bit that lasted way too long. But what else? Oh yeah, so this also was like in a period of time where I was like heavily addicted to peanut butter, and like would just like house peanut butter before bed too. Like it got really bad. Like I was doing 5 pounds a week of peanut butter at my max, which is too much peanut butter for sure. And I would like do it all right before bed because I didn't eat till night. And I like started to develop like a lump in my throat. And I was working at a cancer diagnostics company at the time, so I was like, I for sure have head and neck squamous cell carcinoma.
Yep.
I just like
Yep.
self-diagnosed, and went to an ENT, and he like puts the scope down my throat, whatever, and he's like, "Do you like eat sticky foods late at night, perhaps?" I'm like, maybe. Anyway, lump in the throat obviously went away like as soon as I stopped
Stop.
LDS. Yeah. Anyway,
I thought you
all
were
good
gonna
now.
say it like wasn't because you know how you can get that sensation of a lump in your throat, but it's actually not real. I'm shocked that there was an actual lump in your throat.
It was definitely like, I mean, it was so when he diagnosed it, it was not squamous cell carcinoma, head and neck. It was acid reflux late at night because like was swallowing the peanut butter, wasn't making it all the way to the stomach because it's sticky.
God.
And so like
Yeah.
when I went to sleep horizontal, the gravity didn't help. So it was flat.
You were literally
so-
pounding it right before bed. Like,
Idiot.
Did you have a partner?
No.
No,
Jesus was my
because
partner.
I was thinking about the chemical warfare you probably did in the night also.
That's between me and God at this point.
oh dear. Oh dear.
But yeah, no. Anyway, a lot of
Yeah.
bad habits. This is what growing up is, right? Just realizing, you're an idiot.
You know what's interesting though? Like there's different points in your life where I feel like there's like the habits you would have, and then like life happens. And like I had my habits and then I have kiddos and I eat when I can't eat. Like it's like, they keep me so busy that it's like how many meals a day do I want to eat versus like do I have time to get to?
Mm-hmm.
That's
But
wild.
it's also quite interesting that the meal frequency also can, the effect of the meal frequency can differ between gender. It feels like
Yeah.
if we look at the data, females are a little bit more sensitive to fasting and effect.
Yeah, for sure.
What is
For
your
sure.
hypothesis on this?
I think the thing is probably connected to reproduction. That females are trying to be optimized for reproduction, and therefore they are more sensitive to stress in the environment. Yeah, that's
Very
just a
interesting.
guess.
I don't know if like these are interrelated, but my hypothesis is like the hunter-gatherer kind of culture that we had for many thousands of years, where like men had to fast because they like went out and had to go hunt and like for long periods of time with little food, and women were typically holding the fort down, and could like snack and like had berries and basically like hoarded all the food and had it available and like nearby more of the time. And so that and like not only do men seem to handle fasting better, but they seem to operate better in a fasted state. And so like when you're fasted, you have more ketones and much sharper focus. And so a lot of people that do ketogenic diet do it for the focus effects. And so anyway, I think like obviously it makes sense. Like you were hungry hunting, you had to be locked in, right? Like you had to be if you couldn't operate better in a fasted state, you're not going to make it. You're not going to get that kill, and you're not going to have food. So anyway,
Yeah,
that is my person. That's like obviously not necessarily backed in evidence. That's how I rationalized it.
yeah, super interesting. Yeah. How about you, Yelena? Have you thought of the topic? Anything?
Have I what? Sorry, I was
Have you any?
multitasking.
Yeah. Do you have any ideas why fasting works differently between genders?
I honestly, I have to agree with you, Krister. I think it is like the reproduction part. What's like really interesting is, like I mentioned, I have kids, and so how like I could never be in a fasting state when I was pregnant because I would immediately feel like really, really sick, really weak. And like my sensitivity to fasting when I was pregnant was far greater than it is like not expecting. But even at like a baseline, I think your body's like constantly optimizing for that. But yeah, I literally almost like never had an empty stomach when I was expecting because it did not, I couldn't do it. It would make me really, really ill. So it was just like, there always had to be something. And to feel that difference versus like my normal state, I don't know, you can just tell that your body is like built to do that. So I'd have to agree with you. I think Benji's points definitely makes sense for sure as well. But yeah, the optimizing for reproduction and how different it is when you're expecting is quite profound.
How's things going with the compounds?
That's a
Do
good
we have
question.
any exciting results?
Wait one sec. Am I off mute? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Yep.
Loud and clear.
Awesome. I think that Krister, thank you for putting that table together already. That was pretty quick work on your part. But I think that tells the full story. So if you're at your computer and want to pull that up, you should. Otherwise, I should be able to. But let's just go through here and rank. Let's just rank by health points, which I think it already is. So I think right now, of all of the top compounds, ginsenoside RH2 is winning. So this had, I think, the biggest effect of any of the compounds. And by the way, we'll Christopher, I don't know if we've run this health points calculator past you yet, but it basically takes the effect size of the life extension effect and normalizes it to the similarity of the model organism to humans. So we basically take the proteomic similarity and we multiply that by the effect size, and then we add all of those together to get a single metric for like how well does this work. And so that's health points, and this is how we actually sort the table on our page. And so
okay,
at least
you have sorting on that page. That is interesting. I didn't see that. Great.
Yeah. So on launching, on this tab, which is all of the compounds that have not yet been funded, it's sorted by market cap. On all, it's sorted by this like scientific, metric. So yeah, that's how we decided to do it. But yeah, right now it looks like ginsenoside RH2 is winning. And then the uridine sulforaphane had a super strong effect size. So did oxaloacetic acid and glycine, that combination, which is interesting because like we know alpha ketoglutarate is in a lot of these longevity supplements, and oxaloacetate is another one of the TCA cycle metabolites, so it's very similar biologically. And then all in sixth place right now is curcumin, tadalafil, and two. Oh, I can't even say this compound's name. Right, I can probably pull it up. This is a long one, but that was the suggestion of Bowtie Shrike. Hold up, I will tell you now. Or maybe not. Might take me a bit. Hold up. But it's like 2-hydroxypropyl cyclobeta-dextrin, something like that.
Oh dear.
Yeah, no, that's literally the name of this thing. Mouthful.
Wow.
But that is in sixth place. That was the suggestion of Bowtie Trike. And then also we've got EGCG and urolithin A as a combination is in eighth place. We've got IPAM, which is indole 3 propionamide. That's also did super well. And yeah, like I would say there's been a ton of interesting surprises on like things that didn't work as well, but we could have gotten the dosage wrong. Like that's the thing is, we only tested one dosage, and I'm sure a lot of these compounds work at the right dose. We may have just like not gotten the right one from the get-go. And so I think what's going to be super important is to go back and do testing on the compounds that can afford to for a different dosage and try again. Anyway, super interesting stuff. We now have the longevity leaderboard. Like this is so exciting. Like we envisioned this for so long. And now we've got like a proper longevity leaderboard, which is really exciting.
Do we have any new kings?
We do not have a new king of the pill quite yet. At least none of them have proven to be. Ginsenoside RH2 came the closest. So I think rifampicin was the highest at like 33% lifespan extension. And ginsenoside RH2 got 28%. So it was about 5% short. Still an incredible result, but not quite as good as rifampicin was. So yeah, this is a really interesting finding. Absolutely publishable. I don't know if this has been published on.
I was going to say too, maybe at the end too, we can recap which ones are moving forward to flies and have funding for fly studies. Because that'll be cool to see as well.
100%. So yeah, some really interesting data. This is super exciting. I mean, like, obviously, like, you know, a lot that were inconclusive or like not as good as we hoped them to be, but that is why we're doing this, is so we can rank these different compounds and, like, you know which ones work and, you know, which ones work less well. And again, like, you know, this is just worms. It's not humans. So everything should be taken with a grain of salt. But yeah, we're doing it. We're doing the thing.
And I heard some people were a little bit sad because their compound did not work. But I think it's good to just point out once again that because if it doesn't work, it doesn't mean that another dose protocol does not work. And it can also be that it doesn't work in worms, but in flies and humans. And research is about learning and doing this process, iterating and trying to hit the bullseye. So
exactly.
yeah, we're doing this journey together. So
totally. And so yeah, like I'm so with you, Krister. Like, I think we need to be super careful about like taking one bad result and extrapolating that. Like, some of these compounds that didn't do as well may actually work very well in worms. We just got the wrong dose. And some of these compounds may not work in worms, but absolutely work in people. And
Yeah.
so I think a big part of this whole process will be, number one, dose finding, but number two, understanding what the best experiment to run is. It very well may be that like some compounds we should not be testing in worms. Like, it's a waste of everybody's time and energy, and it actually reflects poorly on the compound because we know it will not work. And so enabling scientists to basically determine their own kind of like course of action for the experiments. Like, do you want to go straight to flies? It's a higher burden to get there from a funding perspective, but it might be the right way to go. It might honestly be the right way to go.
Yeah.
So hope that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. And also regarding the current price on the different tokens, even if something falls very low, I think if I remember, you showed melatonin, which got a good result. The thing there is, it reminds me a little bit of Warren Buffett. He was like trying to find low value investment and then go in and invest in those things. So sometimes it can be good that things go down and create opportunities for others to go in. So yeah,
100%.
We just had a bunch of people too from the community join. So feel free to come off mute and jump right in. I know that is the troll study underway. Yeah.
Here we go. Indeed.
Here we go. Mary,
Let's go.
glad to have you.
Here I am.
Let's go.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes. Welcome.
I really look forward to see the results here, actually. Because I don't have my computer with me, can we see the drug concentration?
Yeah, so I'll tell you, it's 100 micromolar.
Okay.
Because
I remember I
tested. I gotta figure out what's what.
Because I tested 50 micromolar and I guess 100 micromolar on flies, just resveratrol, and it was showing an increase in longevity. So I look forward to see if this concentration and the combination of two will give the same results or not. Because as far as I understood, I was following the first one, and it seems that there was not an increase in longevity, while there was someone suggesting, and a paper was published showing an increase in longevity, right? With 200 micromolar or something.
Yeah, let me see if I can find the dosage for both of them.
So they have two different concentrations.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because you have a different concentration for each of them. So with resveratrol.
Raheem, are you the drug dev for this compound?
Sorry?
Oh, I was seeing if
Yes.
Raheem. Nice.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I am the drug dev role. Excited to see how this goes. As we've mentioned, this is science. Anything can happen.
Definitely.
Anything can
But
happen.
we're in it for the long haul, right? We've got the fly studies funded, and we saw what happened with Riff and Euro. So let's see.
100%. Like, yeah, I mean, Euro didn't do like anything in the worms, but it crushed in the flies. So, I mean, yeah, that's kind of the game. It would be super nice if it was just super clear, like exactly, across all animals, like, be this consistent, but it's never
Then
like
even
that.
if it's not, it doesn't mean it's not working. Maybe just not working in worms, or maybe it's just not working with this concentration, or.
Yeah, it looks like we got a slight lifespan extension.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay.
It looked like it got as high as like 8% toward the middle, but ended up at like 2 to 3%. So it definitely didn't kill them. Let's go.
Yeah, that's okay. Wow. Okay.
Huge. Yeah, I will. Let me get back to you on the concentration of both. I'm sure 10 micromolar is probably what we did for resveratrol, but I gotta find the berberine concentration as well. I don't know. I'm trying to think if the lab sent us that data. I'm sure they did. But yeah, let's go, guys. Congrats.
Oh, I'm really happy.
Let's go.
Do you remember in the flies what life extension percentage you got, Maria?
No, I don't have it in mind now. I'll check. It was not maybe huge.
You just got to share the alpha with us so we know to make sure to get the right dosage.
Definitely. Yeah, I'll send you the results.
Yeah, please.
Maria.
Yes.
Sorry, Benji. I'm just going to ask Maria. Did you publish a paper on your study? That's all.
Yes. I mean, I've not put all the molecules I've tested. I just put one that was the best.
Yeah, so I was referring to resveratrol. Is it from which university was it?
I was working in the University of Paris. Now it's called Université Paris-Cité now. But I didn't test the molecules on wild type flies, on control flies, but I've tested the compounds on flies that has a neurodegenerative disease, just to see if we were able to increase the longevity. So this is why I don't really know if I didn't know if resveratrol also alone was able to increase the longevity in control flies. But it seems like there's something there. I mean, you've tested already resveratrol alone, right?
We did. We did. I don't know if we have streamed the experiment yet, but we do have it. We do have it.
Yeah, I remember. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Just to see if what we see here is due to one of it's a combination of two, it's just one and the other is not doing anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Do we have berberine alone?
We don't have berberine alone.
Okay.
We have resveratrol berberine. We have berberine with a bunch of different compounds.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, okay.
But,
and resveratrol alone.
And we do have resveratrol alone. But again, the dosing is obviously a question too.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, super interesting. There's definitely something here. We've got
100%.
We've got some modest life expectancy enhancement. So I'm looking forward to seeing what happens with the flies.
Me too.
Yeah, super interesting.
Do we know
Let's go.
already when it's gonna be the flies experiments, or?
The compounds have been ordered, and so
Okay.
they're on their way to the lab already. But if you have alpha on which dosage we should test based on the studies that you've done, would really appreciate that.
Yeah,
Because we can
sure.
get that loaded.
As soon as I have the access on my computer, I'll let you know.
Amazing. Thank you very much. And I'll get back to you on like what the exact concentrations were of each of these.
Okay. Yeah, but that's great. I was a bit anxious.
Yeah, Mary, it'll be cool to get your perspective as we go into fly studies, based on your experience just having run them. So yeah, it'll be way cool.
Definitely.
We'll have lots to talk about.
Yeah, we do. What about the others? I was not really able to follow all the stream. Is there something that was really huge?
Yeah, if you just go onto our homepage and click all, everything is rated by how well it did. So this is the new this is the new leaderboard, so to speak. At least from the worm data.
Yes, I see.
And so yeah, check that out. And yeah, I think there's a lot of interesting findings. Definitely unexpected. Yeah, a lot of surprises for sure.
Yeah, it might be interesting for us to do like a follow-up space where we like just recap.
Get into it.
Like the learnings, the things that we saw, the things that were interesting. Because I know it was a lot to follow the whole stream today, and we had the luxury of seeing it all. But yeah, for people like giving them a highlight reel, would be cool.
100%. Yeah, it's like drinking the fire hose all at once. Like so much information. Just like, okay, we need to take a beat here and like actually analyze it all, and we'll summarize it so that it's much more digestible. But yeah,
lots to talk about for sure.
Lots to talk about. Cool.
Yeah, it was huge actually. It's crazy that in only if I can say like these 6 hours we do have all these results.
It is crazy.
This is something that's really unbelievable.
Yeah. More to come.
Oh yes.
But yeah, so these are the ones that we have not yet streamed. We haven't streamed rapamycin yet, but that will come today. NMN and resveratrol. Maybe we should stream those at once, like maybe next week, early next week. We just had to refine something on the data side there. And then omeprazole. Maybe we could launch that next week as well, depending on what dosage we decide on there. We got Krista on the call, but if we end up doing 10 micromolar, then we're good to go. We can just like probably launch this experiment next week with the other two. But yeah, it depends on what he wants to do dosage wise.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, I think the 10 is the way to go.
Awesome. Great. Then yeah, we'll work with Ben to get that data in, and we'll stream it next week. We'll stream these 3. We'll do NMN, resveratrol, and omeprazole all at once. That'll be fun.
Yeah, in flies, I remember the beginning I was starting with, at least in flies, 10 micromolar. And then if something was not working and I had like some thinking that could be work with another concentration, I was testing more, but I was always starting with 10 micromolar, and most of the time I had some results.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty typical screen. Like you just take 10 micromolar and you just test everything. Does it do anything? Wait, I think I finally got the right file open. Okay, so it was 10 micromolar berberine, 50 micromolar resveratrol. That's what we tested.
Okay.
So yeah, if you have any recs to change for the flies, 100% we'll do that.
Okay, sure. I'll send you.
Cool. All right, I think 3 minutes until the wrap experiment.
The last one.
Last one. And then we got to get the hell off camera and go do some actual work.
But this one is the most, not most, but it lies very close to my heart. This compound, it's Also, one reason why I named my lab initiative Rapamycin Longevity Lab. So it will be super interesting to see the results here, because currently rapamycin is the gold standard in the longevity field when it comes to longevity intervention, because mTOR inhibition works in multiple species, everything from yeast, worms, flies, mice, and we have also some data in marmoset monkeys, which is interesting. So let's
Looking
see
so
what
good,
the data
Krister.
says.
Can we all just like, oh my God, wait, where'd he go? There he is.
Yeah, it's strange to look at yourself. I look away a little bit. Okay, cool.
I'm just messing with you. Cool stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So one of the big inspirations for this is like Krister has been basically putting together these just like large tables of all of the different experiments that have been run on rapamycin, various different longevity interventions, and just ranking them. Like he's trying to make a leaderboard out of this, as are we. And so like a big part of what we want to do is to be able to like, pipe our leaderboard to his site as well, and create this kind of like longevity database that outlives all of us. And, like tells people based on evidence what to take and all of the data to back it up. And like that really is the vision for this whole thing. Is like, rather than generate these proprietary data sets that live and die within a company, create institutional knowledge that outlives us all, that tells the next generations what they should be taking and all the evidence to back it up.
Yeah,
I just got goosebumps. So cool.
Because it's so strange that there is so much data hidden in all these science papers out there. We really need to gather that data in some place, because when, for example, AI and also we people who want to research in this area, we need that data to really progress the field. So it's super critical to get this data in one place and present it to the people in a good way. So that is one goal.
100%. Yeah, it all has to be in one place. And like one of our big inspirations and like source of content is Dune. And we were just talking about this with Ben. Ben's also obsessed with Dune. I forget what like the motherhood is. Motherhood from Dune. Like basically the sisters who like they outlive everyone, basically. And so they like, like I think men die much faster than like these like Reverend Mothers. And so they can think in centuries versus like in decades. And I really think that like what we're working on here is one of those like projects that is potentially building century-long infrastructure. Like we're building for the next 1,000 years with a lot of these data sets. And I think that's what's super inspiring about it is, we're not just building a company for the next 10 years that we can all like, just go profit off of and then leave. We're creating a data set that will be used, hopefully, forever. Anyway, rapamycin. How are we looking? Looking pretty damn good so far.
Okay.
Looking pretty good so far. Just getting started. How do the wormies look? All alive for the most part. 98% of them. Yo, do we have the drug devs on here?
Yeah, we are here.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, Jim. How you doing, guys?
Guys? Yo, what's good?
We're good, and you?
Doing well. Excited for this, for sure. Thank you guys for coming on. Yeah, I guess like experiment's still early. We'll wait before we even like start to look at the data. But do you guys want to talk about this a bit? Like what this like birapamycin is?
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank you, Krista, to be here during the call for helping us to highlight more about birapamycin, because he's the most legitimate person to talk about this molecule. So we are really pleased to have him here. So to explain about what we choose birapamycin is most of all what Krista told us. It's the golden standard for longevity stuff, and that's how we went to longevity with my friend Kidu. And so we really want to see what the test will be in live.
Same here, bro.
And curious question: how did you find the compound?
We were like looking for doing our part to the DeSci ecosystem. First, when we saw PumpdotScience launching Riff and Euro, we were pretty stoked to see what would they bring to DeSci. And with Kilu, we have we are into longevity stuff from our part by doing like most of good nutrition, well supplement, and I love the part when Benjel you talk about everything that you took in one day. That was pretty interesting, and thanks for the compound. I noted most of them, and to to respond to your question, you have to do blue scorpion venom because we really want to see what's going on with this compound. That's crazy.
Hey guys, if I can add something, Benji, you showed us the referral link how to buy rapamycin on the PumpdotScience page.
Yeah, exactly.
So we do have a partnership for those who don't know with Ageless RX. I don't know if you can show maybe the X page. So basically, they are like a huge US distributor of medicine, and it was obvious for us to include that kind of partnership to show that yeah, that kind of stuff is real. So yeah, if you want to try, it's safe. Like Anar and Girish, both of us, both of them are like real cool and real legit guys. So yeah, you can check this website, and yeah, you can easily like buy and try rapamycin.
Yeah, it's super cool. So yeah, like many of the compounds that are being tested are actually like not only commercially available for testing, but also can like be consumed by people. And like rapamycin has been a medicine for many years, and so there are companies that sell it. And so what we're doing here is basically turning this kind of like affiliate link into potential value for token holders. So if anyone purchases rapamycin via this link, like we'll get revenue, and we'll put that revenue into the token market. So this is kind of a way to basically utilize the token and give value back to token holders.
Benji, we didn't yet mention how we will use that funds, but to reassure people, like yeah, it's mainly for buyback. We could use it as a treasury for marketing, marketing stuff. So yeah, the idea to use this link and to get revenue from it is to to maximize the token value at the end. And yeah, if the rapamycin holders are buying the medicine, it's I think it's legit for them to get something back. And yeah, I think that's cool.
Awesome. So I don't know if I'm trusting this data here yet. I'm just looking at like the all the data coming off in real time. I don't know if it seems to be accurate, because it's saying that like 98% of the worms are still alive, but I think there are more that are dead. But this chart seems to be accurate, which is showing that it's extending life by like 35%. So I think it being the gold standard, like this is what it means. Like it works the best. At least so far. But yeah, the devs are working through some of the bugs on the UI here. I think these two might be reversed or something's going on. But this chart does seem to be accurate, which is crazy. So I mean, if this holds and this doesn't go down, like this will be king of the pill in the worms at least. We'll see if it holds though. Like that's the question. Pretty crazy.
So I also wanted to know more about the PumpdotScience team. Are you happy with the launch and everything going on? Because I think that you did really well the next in the few weeks. So because we don't talk most of for the team and on PumpdotScience behind the project, we only talk about the molecule. But how you feel about it? Are you happy with what's going on?
Just on the platform generally?
Yeah, about the launch, everything going smooth. There is no much delay for the worms and the launch. That's I think that everything's going pretty well.
I mean, look, like I think this is incredible personally. Like we're seeing something revolutionary, which is, you know, a tokenized R&D market for the longevity field that's completely open and, you know, within a few days will be completely permissionless as well. And so, you know, I mean, like I just want to be like humble about this opportunity, you know, like we have the vast majority of the work in front of us, but I think what we've accomplished is incredible, but you know, we just have so much more work to do. And so much of the credit goes to you guys, you know, the drug devs and, you know, everyone else involved, like all the labs that we're working with, that like, we just don't want to take any of the credit. Like, if the launches go well, like, you know, we were just a small piece of it. And, you know, we just put this idea out there and others actually took the idea and made something out of it. And so, yeah, I just want to be humble about it, but obviously, like we're super excited to see where this goes. Like this could be absolutely revolutionary, and you know, I think what you guys are kind of showcasing with this, you know, affiliate code and actually linking the tokens with the product is super interesting. Of like now we can bring net new value on chain as well to support the R&D market. And so to me, like I get very excited about that as well. And, you know, basically like by meming things like rapamycin, if we're able to actually not only meme it, but also incentivize more people to, you know, get a medicine that's potentially life extending for them, and then bring whatever value that comes from that back to the people who supported the token market. I think that's what makes all of this real, you know, more than just like, you know, numbers and bits on a screen, but what actually changes in the real world. And so to me, like that's the most important thing, is like obviously the data is important, but it's only important insofar as like it's a means to getting the right end products to people that can actually benefit them. So yeah, that's what really makes this whole thing come full circle.
Yeah, and I think too, just like being on the stream today, seeing and hearing from the people from all different backgrounds, researchers, biohackers, crypto enthusiasts, and like all talking about research and compounds, and hearing from people that want to submit ideas, like to Benji's point, like to create like a substrate for people to project their ideas and project in the science that they want to see. That has been so freaking cool. Obviously we are at the starting line. Like there's a lot to build towards. And we've gotten this far just by like the support of the community and, you know, people championing that they want to see science and they believe in this. So it's just like really cool to be here at this moment with everybody. But obviously like we're open to like building and iterating based on feedback that people have, and want to keep listening to the community and listening to you guys and building towards the direction, you know, that people want this platform to go. But it's a huge honor to like be in this moment, and one that we don't take lightly. Like it's really profound with us. So yeah, it's way cool.
Yeah, and as you said, Jillian, we are at the beginning of something, because I personally think that like on-chain market is a bit dry right now, because every time it's like this, like in summer. But I don't think that DeSci had the narrative, a real narrative yet. I think that Huron Reef benefits from a huge hype on chain in the last 6 months. Mostly with the DeSci event where Cizid and Vitalik attend to. So it's great to be like still under the radar, because it let us building organically, and it's really healthy.
Yes.
We prefer this than just going straight to tens 100 million and then going back to zero. Yeah,
It's so
we really
wise.
need.
It's so
Yes.
wise.
Yeah.
Because we
Yes.
started building the wrong things for people that didn't actually care.
Yeah.
So I think that's actually really, really well put, and honestly, like a
Yes.
very like a good observation. That we had to live and like learn the hard way, because you know, like we got people in that came for the token, didn't care about any of the science, and because we were building for the users that were there, in many ways, like we ignored what was important, and we built the wrong things, and we made the wrong decisions because we were making the decisions for the people that were with us at the time.
Yeah.
And I agree with you completely. Like to rebuild and rise from the ashes again.
Getting trust.
Exactly. Getting that
And-
trust, we have to do it from people that like that truly believe.
Yeah.
That
Yes.
truly believe.
And that playing the long game, you know what I mean? Like bringing the scientific community here, onboarding people to the science first, like that was always our vision. And people that we've talked to have, you know, been like, can you really do that? And I think this stream today was like a testament to that. Like the people who joined and popped in and out of this stream, like I've said this already today, but by far, like everyone on this stream is way smarter than me. And like that has been like, we can do it. We are doing it brick by brick, bit by bit for the long game. And you put it so well. And it's really cool to have this full circle moment and end up in, Benji and I always say like the hard thing and the right thing are the same, and often the same. And like this community that we've built is a reflection of like focusing on the right things. That it might have been, you know, harder, but definitely right and will endure. And yeah, just focus on the mission vision is it's been hard, but it's worth it, you know, to see today and to get to this moment and just be at the starting gates of what we know is like revolutionary for science. So yeah. It's been fun.
Because I've been in Web3 like for 5-6 years now, and we all know that a lot of like projects, a lot of LARPs, a lot of fake stuff. I truly believe that DeSci, if it's in the correct hands and with the legit people, it's maybe one of the most interesting and legit and promising stuff, because we really like can bridge the Web 2 with the Web 3. We can really build on top of it. It's not like pure air. It's you can really do something. So Yeah, I think we still
Totally agree.
at the starting block, but yeah, it would be great if we start something big.
And
Ladies and
the thing with you guys at Eternal Labs is also that if we look, for example, at the H+RX referral link that you have there, that company H+RX, that is not just a random company or a scam company. It's a really serious big company in USA who focuses on providing rapamycin to people who are interested in longevity, and they are doing it in a professional way with the physicians and things like that. So yeah, super great partnership you have created there.
Yeah, thanks.
I can take a moment to just like jump in here and speak to that as well. I think we're super excited at ARX to have this type of a collaboration. A lot of what we do is run decentralized clinical trials. We have over 40,000 patients across the U.S. We try to publish papers and advance the science, and this is the engine, right? Like a lot of the compounds here are supplements or FDA-approved repurposed interventions. These are things that are actionable. A lot of the times have decades of safety data behind them. So if they can be used in a way that's safe and effective and can, continue, we can collect data on how it may be enhancing health span, not just in worms and flies, but all the way up the pipeline. This is something that's extremely transformative, and especially because it typically takes 5-10 years, billions of dollars to really prove these things out, and no pharmaceutical companies right now at least are going to be paying very close attention to these interventions because there's just the dollar sign trail is not there. So it really has come down to the larger community to drive these efforts, to collect this type of real world data to fuel progress here. So I think, this whole closed loop of seeing the data within many different organisms and then, individuals being able to engage with these interventions and track health outcomes. I know, Jillian, you had mentioned it before with, digital wearables and, EMRs. There's so many different ways to do this. And, we're not taking advantage of it in the best way right now. So this is just super exciting in so many different ways.
Yep. Would like to, so thank you for that, G. We are super excited about completing the loop too. At the end of the day, if we're not affecting human lives, what are we doing? And so that is a huge ingredient of making of the end game of this. If we, if we don't do human studies, then we have failed. And really, these animal studies are means to an end, where obviously affecting human health is the end. But would like to take a second and congratulate the new kings of the pill. Rapamycin.
Woohoo, you guys!
That is awesome.
What?
35%. So now the game is beat rapamycin. That is the game. So congratulations, guys. This is incredible. You will get you and your token holders will get to enjoy the airdrops of all the future tokens that are launched on PumpdotScience. That is the reward for having the top performing compound. And so basically 50 million tokens get airdropped with each new compound, and they'll be split 50-50 between the urolithin A token holders and the rapamycin token holders. And so we have some more fly experiments coming up. So, the dethroning Euro is absolutely on the table. But yeah, rapamycin is now the one to beat in worms.
I must just say one thing, because this what has happened now is a historical moment, because the best recorded medium lifespan that I have seen on rapamycin in worms, it's 27% in median lifespan, and this beaten that. So we have done history here.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Great work. Yeah.
Whoa.
Great work.
What a way to end the stream, you guys.
Yeah, that's huge. That's really huge.
This is huge.
That's really huge, yes. But I
guys.
think, guys, don't miss Omipal that is coming next week because it's a really good contestant.
This is the thing. It's like this is just the beginning. Like this is just a new game, but like the game
Yeah.
never ends. Like we are going to keep playing this game forever, right? We are just going to keep submitting new ideas until we live forever, right? Like that is the whole point of this. Is like we're literally just setting the game up, and we're getting the first few winners. But the more people that win, we all win because we find new compounds that will benefit all of us. So I think that's the important mindset of like, we are literally just getting started, and this is literally setting up the game for the next 1,000 years.
Let the game begin.
Let the games begin.
Looking forward to the flies, mice, and human studies on rapamycin here. Let's push it forward even more.
Let's push it. Let's push it.
Yeah.
Much love to you all, guys.
Thank you guys for hopping on. Appreciate you so much. You made this stream for real. Everybody who came in and sat with us and chatted, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Much
Thank
love,
you.
guys.
Thank you for
Big
the
thumbs up.
opportunity.
Everyone.
We'll summarize everything very shortly. We'll follow up with next steps. Everyone enjoy the weekend. Thank you so much.
Let's go. Thanks, man.
Bye.
Thank you,
That's
guys.
a wrap.
It was a pleasure.
That's a wrap.